first time we played FlyQuest 2, it was pretty damn easy.
The moon is still going to be taken down. Now the taunts come out. High is trying to escape. Turtle will not. But this is a resounding Echo Fox victory.
Obviously, we have to win versus Liquid.
CLG's really scary. They play with nothing to lose. They like play super aggressive. They're always playing really aggressive as 5, and they don't leave one person behind.
Their macro game around Apromu, he just takes over games.
We can walk up now. You arrow? Go.
I think Immortals are pretty good, but it's hard to see who exactly is the best team right now. Even in our loss to them, I felt like it wasn't that convincing.
And it looks like Immortals is going to be able to walk out of this. No, gets back charmed on the rappel down. Flame now tries to go in the fight, one after the other.
I actually don't think Immortals is even that strong. Like, I feel like they're just like a normal team.
Hello, League fans, and welcome to another day of North American League action. It's the final day before our chosen teams ship out to Rift Rivals, and everybody wants to end Week 5 on a high note. As the fans have filed in, FlyQuest makes their way into the arena as well. They're going up against Echo Fox today. Both teams looking for wins as they want to move up those standings. Special, packed and ready to go for Europe, as well as Zig and Flame exchange a little bit of a handshake in the hall before they go up against each other. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. My analysts today put on their pants just like anybody else, 2 legs at a time. Welcome, Mark Zimmerman and Joshua Jatleesman. How are we doing today?
Well, we drew straws to see who would take all the caster clothes to Rift Rivals today, and I drew the wrong one.
Uh-oh.
So I'm not doing well.
So
I feel like it's special. He had like all the suitcases for the Phoenix one.
Does that mean you need to pack everyone's, or you just kind of bring them?
Already packed, but I just have to take
It's
like,
not that bad
a
then,
bunch
come
of
on.
bags.
Well, he's responsible for all the clothes, though, then, too. So if they don't
I'm
make
also
it to Europe,
spoiled, so this is
it's
what everyone else has to
Jeff's
do.
fault. All right, well, as we get into the day, let's take a look at the rankings. CLG and Immortals are once again tied for first, but Team Dignitas, they've dropped to 5th place at 5 and 4, while teams like Phoenix 1, FlyQuest, and Team Liquid look to fight out of the bottom at 2 and 7. Now, nothing's impossible for those teams tied for 8, so we'll see if they can change their fate with our matches today. First up, Phoenix 1 have the tough task of facing Immortals on NALCS 1, followed by Team Envy going against Team Dignitas in the Battle Arena. Over on NALCS 2, FlyQuest hope to pick up their first 2-0 week against Echo Fox in the Battle Theater, with Team Liquid aiming to upset Counterlogic Gaming later in the day. Now, as we wrap up Week 5, it's hard to say which is our best team, but it's very clear that we have a top 4. So let's identify some of the strengths and what it is that these teams do better than the rest to make that top echelon.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of it has to do with team play. And the most unique team play I feel like comes out of CLG, who I want to talk about here, because more so than other teams, everyone is committed to almost every play. I feel like CLG also run more plays than other teams, so there's so much you have to constantly respond to. It's on fullest effect when you do see Aurelion Sol because he goes everywhere, but they do similar things with so many other champions, and it's about how the team always seems to have the whole team in so many different places at once.
Sometimes we even talk about them being too much of a team, right?
Yep.
Sometimes to a fault with Darshan on split pushers, grouping up a bit too often. But yes, very clear that they're gelling well as a team so far this split.
Yeah, they just have like you said, a plethora of moves that they can pull out anytime. They have that unique level 1 against C9. It feels like they're always preparing things. And then C9 on the flip side, for me, is kind of the opposite team where they are clearly all individually extremely strong, and they are one of the top 4 teams without a doubt, but they do feel like they're a little bit on the back foot compared to some of these other teams where it's like the Jensen show and then who else can join him. And that's enough to beat a lot of teams in this league, but when you stack up against the other 4 teams, they need someone else to step up. So you saw on that Tristana game that C9 was able to actually beat TSM. That was one of the big things, was that he had some support coming out of other positions. Contracts had a good series. He's starting to look better. And with Ray coming back in for Impact, that's starting to look up, but they need to find some consistency here.
Exactly. On the proactive to reactive spectrum, C9 is definitely more on the reactive side of that. I think when they're at their best, it's Smoothie, Ray, and Contracts making plays that Jensen can follow up on, but too often it's just Jensen and the rest of them.
All right, so these 4 teams are doing well. Let's talk about the other 6 that are looking to make their move into that top echelon of teams and which ones might be closest to making or breaking that. What are you guys looking at?
I personally kind of like Envy. I thought they showed a lot at the start of the split where they were beginning to figure things out with Hyperion, not the best champion pool, but he had this kind of playmaking style where he followed Lyra around. And then when they switched to Niski, it's a very different look. They're playing Cassiopeia, trying to actually carry from the mid lane. And then they went back to Hyperion at the start of this week again, and now it feels like they kind of lost their identity through all this roster swapping where they're not sure if they want to play a more team-centric game or they're trying to let the lanes get ahead naturally through picking scaling champions. And then there's always that question mark a little bit with Seraph from the top side, who's been a very large X factor for the team, where sometimes he looks great and he's the reason they win, and then sometimes he's a big uh-oh in the top lane.
I agree, and the champion pools are a big issue for Envy as well. But for all these teams that are trying to make it in the top 4, I like to see who has the most identifiable strengths that they can hopefully turn into victory. And I still feel like that's Echo Fox in this group. We see Froggen in the mid lane consistently dominating people. Looper can dominate people, it just doesn't happen very often. And yesterday, I did see some glimpses of this against Team Liquid, where they had very clear strengths, and then they built around that with double supports, one out of the jungle, one out of the actual support position, doing multiple Knight's Vows. And if they can do more of that, where they have these actually very low-kill games, but not games where they're forcing themselves into compositions that have to make plays, I think they can find more victories.
I mean, it seems like they still lack some strategic diversity, but kind of what you're talking to is that, look, they have found one win condition, and at least if they can practice that one and get it to a place where they feel very comfortable, resting on that, cool. They have something they can always go back to while they build more strategic diversity.
Yeah, I mean, they like we saw yesterday, they have double AD carry scaling that has strong laning early on, and then once you get ahead, the enemy team is forced to make plays on you, and Team Liquid wasn't the team to do that, but it does feel a little bit short-sighted in the sense where when you start going up against better teams, you might not get that lead in the early game. And then if you do, they're not as afraid to pull the trigger.
There's only one Corki type champion in the mid lane that they can do that strategy with, so pretty easy to change.
You can maybe do Lucian.
I was going to say 2 ADCs, though. You got Lucian as well. Well, we're halfway through the split, so these teams do need to start picking up those victories if they want to look at the playoff picture as an option. Now, as TSM, Cloud9, and Phoenix One ship off to Europe, make sure to send your support and your answers to our question of the day, which is, what matchup are you most looking forward to seeing at Rift Rivals and why? Whether it's a team versus a team, player versus a player, or even an NA caster versus an EU caster. Tweet to @LOL Esports with the hashtag NALCS so that Zyrene, Azael, and I can go over some of your responses on NALCS tonight after the show. Time for us now, though, to hand it off to the casters to kick off the day. Enjoy the games.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everybody. I'm Rivian DeBizn III, and the person alongside me is considered the freeform jazz of casting. Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler.
Oh, that's unlucky. I don't really like jazz. My brother was in the jazz band when we were growing up, and my mom just loved it, so they played it all the time, and I grew up not
I'm sorry. It still just emits from you. You're so suave. We're getting ready for our first series as FlyQuest takes on Echo Fox here in Week 5. FlyQuest coming to this match after a much-needed win yesterday as well.
Oh, yeah. You could tell that win really did wonders for the morale of FlyQuest. Literally every single one of the players was tweeting out how good it feels to win again, and all of those guys have had success in the past, but it's been a while here, and they've definitely been in a rough patch. They are, as Turtle said in his interview afterwards, kind of on this road back to their form, but as he said, he's still working at getting back to being that top AD carry, one of the top AD carries in North America, and they still have a lot of work ahead of them. This is definitely an important match on that road.
Right, and with Think Card in mid, no, I'm just kidding. It's out. So we will see if the team can continue improving against Echo Fox here, who themselves had a very methodical win last night.
Yeah, Echo Fox also coming off a pretty big victory. They touched on it a little bit on the analyst desk as, Froggen playing a lot of that Corki. And it is very difficult if FlyQuest are going to try their mid and jungle synergy snowball off mid lane thing to do against Froggen. Because as Froggen said in his little video before this as well, the last time these two teams met, it was a pretty decisive Echo Fox victory. And that's when he was playing stuff like the Lucian and these 80 carries for dominating the mid lane. And with Corki now added to the arsenal, he has quite a few options. Now, the one we are going to look at, that guy that was just on your screen there, Looper, he's been way less consistent than Froggen. Some ups, some downs. Last series he definitely had some successful games, but the Shen was definitely not, coordinated too well with the team. So they're still working on these coordination issues with him, it seems like.
And you're just talking about Froggen being very outspoken in this match despite Echo Fox's struggles. And hear those words, Froggen being very confident going into this match.
First time we played FlyQuest 2, it was pretty damn easy. We played both of those teams the same week 1, I believe, and I don't know, it felt nice to play against them, so I don't know how it will feel this time. They will be more used to the patch, they have more practice, and it will be much harder. And again, we're in a slump, so we just need to like use those 2 matches as like we need to get back up there.
Find a way out. Looked like it was happening yesterday. If they can keep that momentum going, we'll check out the starting lineups and see if it works. On the blue side, it is going to be FlyQuest. That means it is Balls coming out of the top lane, Moon in the jungle, High at mid, Wild Turtle with that smile at AD carry, and Lemon Nation at support with Coach Thinkcard.
And on the red side, it is Echo Fox. Up top is Looper. In the jungle, Acadian. Mid, Froggen. Bottom, Keith. Support, Gate. And Coach Inaro on stage with them.
Seeing some pretty fun play between these guys yesterday. Froggen being spit into the fountain, enjoying their victories as they come.
Yep.
Maybe taking a little bit more on this side.
Pool party, Everybody getting a dip there at the end. Yeah, honestly though, yeah, both the series for both these teams, even though they were victories, did go the full stretch. So they are pushing it a little bit there to the brink, and this is kind of like you said, important for both of them as they're both kind of in slumps. Echo Fox definitely in a better position, but it just kind of puts more pressure on Echo Fox since they're on basically the line of playoffs where 6th place team, you really want to work to get some more space between you and those bottom teams to, you know, kind of secure your spot moving forward as we near the end of the summer split.
And this being one of those games you expect to be able to pick up as well, with FlyQuest being at the bottom of the table right now to start things off. Here we are, Lucian band to start. We thought that would come out.
Yeah,
get the focus, but it's a mid and bot focus.
That was definitely one of the champions that Echo Fox utilized very effectively against FlyQuest in their last meeting. Corky now an AP option as well for Froggen, who has been able to bully quite well. High really likes that champion as well, though. So I feel like there's a lot of contested picks in this matchup, not only in the mid lane, you know, with that Corky, but also the bottom lane. Lemon Nation and Gate both playing pretty much just melee champions of Braum and Tom Kench recently, so support pool even comes into the mix here. A lot of bans targeted at the mid lane here, though. FlyQuest again also taking out the Kassadin from Froggen as well.
So much mid lane.
Oh, Zach gets through.
Carry potential focus, and you're right, he does get through, instantly locked in here by Moon, and he's in the game.
Yeah, Zach extremely powerful, as everybody well knows. Tons of crowd control in the kit, and you don't give away anything if you're drafting it early. And, you know, he's just a very good initiation tool from the jungle. He gets even stronger as well on the next patch, 7.13, that is live. Not quite there yet with the improvements of Bambi Cinder, but he doesn't even need those improvements. Instant answer here from Acadian, though. Definitely in love with that Rek'Sai, and we did see him go the Cinderhulk route, even though we aren't still on that patch 7.13 where the buffs came through. He was still going the more tanky route for Rek'Sai and playing that front line for the team.
Getting himself ready as it comes through, he'll be prepared. That Corky gets locked in for High as it finds its way through. A lot more bans have been coming through for Corky, as he's also one of the most picked now.
Yep, that was the contested pick we were talking about for mid lane, and I'm surprised a little bit that there's no Braum lock-in for FlyQuest here before the second round of bans, because it might get banned out from Echo Fox in the next round. I would have kind of expect that, as you know, Tom Kench priority is, we also talked about Lemon Nation and Gate, both really preferring that tank role there in the bottom lane. Maybe with Zach on FlyQuest side, though, they won't feel the need, and Lemon can go back to, you know, ranged harassment.
Things are all over the place on what they can pinch coming into the second ban phase here. Support, jungle top, jungle mid, and bot. So we'll see it already top lane getting hit here for balls. The Rumble being taken out. We would expect that to happen. And Froggen may feel a few more hits here on the second phase.
It's kind of what I'm feeling. A little bit more focus here from FlyQuest onto the mid lane. Yeah, since they have already secured that Corky for High and just want to whittle down kind of the star player here for Echo Fox. Looks like it is still going to be the case. Solo lane focus. Gnar really gaining popularity recently as well. One of the ones that can actually deal with Renekton, even though Renekton has such a powerful lane phase. Gnar able to use the mini form for harassment.
Tom Kench as well is a good pickup as they leave the bot lane mostly open for Lemon. He had at least 4 or 5 games coming into this week on Tom Kench straight, so we might see him just going back to the Braum.
Yep.
Orianna is the ban towards Froggen for the last time.
All right, FlyQuest got off 4 mid lane bans in addition to the LeBlanc ban that Echo Fox had to drop since they're on red side. So definitely squishing down on this mid lane champion pool here for Froggen. Looks like
they have that. Still has a Talia up if they want to make waves across the map. The Ari.
Always a pretty good one. And especially another thing that goes in your mind when you're choosing a mid lane champion here is that you're now playing against Zac. And one of the biggest things about letting Zac through, not only is the kit very strong right now, but extremely good at ganking that mid lane, even just 2 levels into your elastic slingshot, and you can pretty much hit any area in the mid lane from either of the side lane brush. So it does add an extra mind game level to that mid lane matchup.
And we'll see that Braum locked in for Lemon. What will happen on the side of Froggen's pick? We haven't seen that TF in a while. This is actually, I believe, Balls' first Kled that he'll bring to the top lane. So we'll see how he gets to use that for himself. Right. Malzahar lock in for Froggen in the mid lane.
So he does have the added benefit of his passive shield for the Zac ganks. Only problem now is that new Zac has a lot of extra crowd control. So if they're able to just, attack off that shield, Malzahar gonna have to rely on summoner spells. Ghost is definitely a good one though. So Froggen is taking double mobility summoners. Plus he's got the spell shield from Malzahar passive. So trying to stack up those defenses just in case Moon does gravitate towards that mid lane, as we kind of frequently have seen.
So looking at what we have now, we finally have Zac through a few times that he has been through. How does he match up against the new Rek'Sai here? Because you can kind of heal up and be a beast early, but you're not really killing anybody right away.
And that's the thing. Even though Zac right now is very strong and has a lot of crowd control in the kit, he never is the super early ganking jungler. Never is the super early pressure here. So right off the bat, Rek'Sai, level 3, can instantly go to lanes and have an impact, whereas Zac is usually going to look to farm a bit more to get some more range on the elastic slingshot. So that can be the difference. That can be a window here for Echo Fox, especially with the Renekton up in the top side. Going to feel pretty good there.
Hashtag FlyWin, hashtag FoxWin as we make our way onto the Rift in our final games. I should say, final day of week 5. Lots of games to go as we're just starting off the day. Onto the Rift here. We said Balls on that Kled for the first time here in the summer split. We'll see how he fares on that. Kai back on the Corki, gonna have the comfortable mid lane. We'll see where Moon puts his presence to start things off.
And we have, speaking of Balls, we have seen, some decent improvements in him in, quite a few of the games. Doing very well for himself. Not really the most vocal member of the team, but kind of quietly doing better in lane and earning more advantages for himself as well as the team. See if he can keep it up here, because this is, a bit of a difficult one.
Shield start for both Looper and Balls. Swords, looks like
30 seconds until
I was going to say Doran's Blade for Froggen, but I looked at it back. He has a ring, Hai has the sword. Everything equals out. Be like, this is interesting.
Avoid swords for
for
him. Early on too, the thing to watch with that Malzahar is the CSing, because early on Malzahar, the bounces are not really doing that much damage, so he does have to rely a lot on auto attacks. And I think early on, Corki, trying to shove in and gain that lane pressure might be able to cause Froggen to miss a few CS, but Froggen is really known for landing those last hits, even with the more difficult auto attacks and the more difficult spell usages. So, and one of those champions where sometimes we do see people drop a few more early game, and we can keep our eye on Froggen, see if the Master will be able to keep up his classic perfect CS.
They have to see, because watching somebody like Cass or watching a Malzahar and the pros do it, it's like all the minions die in their favor while you watch them just kind of wash away as you try to do it. You're like, oh, Malefic Visions will get that. Oh, never mind, I missed 4 CS.
It's funny too, because even at international events, I remember at MSI and at last year's Worlds actually, when Malzahar was seeing playtime, and I was talking to some of the mid laners, I was like, oh man, you got kind of body there in CS early game, and he was like, yeah, it's just so difficult on Malzahar. Even on the mid laners that were making it to Worlds, some of them had a difficult time. But no more excuses, please.
Ooh, very nice. Fight there, Cadian tweaking down low as he heals up, tunneling into the ground. And it looks like he will be able to finish off on Krug for the smite.
Yeah, it might be a little touch and go because he did not actually get a pull on the Raptors. We were talking about Malzahar there. Froggen in lane wanted to get the shove early, plus Malzahar isn't the best at lending that shove because Froggen did want to start with the E, I believe. And Acadian probably is going to be forced into just a red quadrant clear and backing rather than that fearsome level 3 early game from Rek'Sai, possible ganks that we were talking about. So yeah, no pull means no gank. And he'll just end up down there on the bottom side. So that's good news there for Moon. Isn't going to get super outpaced early on the Zac, and he can just continue to farm up and try to scale. This guy definitely has very good scaling.
See if Acadian makes a move here. Finishing that Krug, I think he called for key. Hawk shot went right over Moon as he was on the top side. So they have a bit of information. Makes both junglers, however, just feel comfortable, like you said, to keep going back to that farm.
Ooh, and look at this. Acadian with his first buy signals he is going with the Warrior Enchantment Rek'Sai this time around. I was a little bit curious because we talked about, the differences between this patch and the live patch where 7.13 and Cinderhulk is much better, but we were already seeing him and Reignover going for the Cinderhulk Rek'Sai. He's decided enough of that. We'll wait till next patch for that one, and he definitely has that combat power now with even just starting out long swords and building into that warrior. You can have definitely a very aggressive start. Currently though, top and bottom pushing in for Echo Fox, so there is a lot of room for Acadian to work with. Not too many wards on the map this early in the game, and the options are definitely wide open. Yep. Meanwhile, Moon gets his first back off on Zac.
Raptors coming up for Acadian as he heads towards his top side. He should only have to wait a few seconds on those.
Yep. That 420 mark is when they usually respawn, depending on how many pull spells you were able to get, but he didn't get a pull, so it's delayed till about 4:30. High, continually pushing in this Malzahar, and as we've talked about, rarely do you see Froggen at CS deficit, but in a Corki Malzahar matchup, talked about how difficult it is, and we are seeing it here.
Moon did have that ping down at the 4:30 mark as well. Safe enough to get a ward in as High had the mid lane pushed up. We'll see how many you can actually pick up with this turret. Malefic Vision, such a weird spell, missed one there. And you can just see, because it's now going to bounce to the minion wave, you want to stay completely fresh.
Yeah, and it's you can see right there the frustration.
Yeah.
It'll help you get one CS, but then it'll mess up the one next to it. Here we go, though. Ball is actually under attack.
Dismount. Acadian tries to get the flash forward as he tunnels into a beautiful position and gets the last bite down. First blood to top side.
There it is, the Rek'Sai Toll. Zac trying to farm still the second respawns here for his blue quadrant of the jungle. But Acadian at early level 5, power gank there on the top side, and they're able to get not only the first blood, but also the flash. Now High under attack.
On the exhaust.
Tongue.
Got him. Flash is still there. Could put himself towards the blue buff and gets over the wall. This is actually him going down possibly. Flash is back. Gonna have a meat wall of Moon. Froggen gets the exhaust there, but it's only a few more autos. They're gonna be able to get Moon off of this one, possibly with the passive, but Lemon Nation also with the long roam up, and here come the top laners. It is going to be a party here on FlyQuest jungle.
Power up again.
Nate, the rest of the team trying to leave as Looper stuns up the backline. Him and Acadian now bringing a lot of crowd control, and FlyQuest need to depart from this situation. Fox gain control.
I think it was a pretty late flash from High. Wanted to dodge at least the slows so that you never get caught into that, but because he was holding onto it so long, it made me feel like FlyQuest were making the call to turn this around eventually. But they were so outnumbered because of the big health advantage they got onto High early on, and Gate devours another one. Big chunk out of Lemon Nation, showing him who's boss and trying to help push in this wave, but High is right back out on the field, so that will be a little bit difficult. Acadian looking to penalize again.
Got a lot of flashes down across the map on that one, so of course Acadian will want to just continue to get under their feet. Pop them up. Looper now having his way 51 to 39 on that top side as they finally pressure High once again.
Yeah, a lot of visitation here in the mid lane. No surprise, as we said, Echo Fox kind of work around that mid lane.
And see if
as do FlyQuest.
See if they find a chance to back 1,600 gold sitting on multiple members of Fox right now. Seems like they're going to give each other a little bit of breathing room.
That
Kate's going to spend his. He has 1,300, and the rest of the team have a little bit of power to put in their pockets, but are comfortable farming out the lanes and not giving up what.
There's another one coming behind high. The mid lane camp is real.
I thought he was backing. No, now he wants to back.
All right, now they get the flash out of gate. I feel like all right, it's a long time ago, but in that last engage, if they had flashed a bit earlier, Gate might have had to use the splash. This time around, Froggen.
Oh! Nethergrass goes down. Froggen kind of solidifies his own death there, but hopes that he can actually be eaten by Gate in the end, and they pull a quick switcheroo.
Yeah.
That's not happen.
High's had enough of everybody coming mid lane, and they pull out the big guns. Turtle hits level 6 and is able to start that one off with the Jhin, having more influence from the bottom side. And this is a guy that we talked about a little bit in the intro. And it was a guy who was really looked to kind of spur FlyQuest onto greater heights. It has taken him definitely a while to meld with the team, but yesterday he had a really good performance and definitely making his influence felt here from the bottom lane pretty early on. Moon forces the flash, as we said, and then Froggen, no vision here, does not expect the bottom lane roam, I guess. Oh, actually, they just passed by a ward in that river, as you can see on the mini-map, so he saw them head up, but did not expect the ult coming out. FlyQuest were able to secure that one, plus able to push that mid-lane minion into the turrets, and now the package is ready, Riv.
Really?
Who ordered it?
We're going to find out soon. Froggen might find it first. He will be able to see the packing slip. Coming up on just around 10 minutes here. No turrets yet for anybody, but that package I feel like is going to go down towards the bottom. Vision for FlyQuest. Somewhat set up, mostly just to protect high on his left and right, though.
Yeah. With everybody, ganking from all angles around mid lane, they're going to have to spend some extra money to make sure everybody's secure here. Moon's been able to slip into the side brush, though. Talked about that favorite place for Zach to start ganks from. Because his Elastic Slingshot at the moment, level 4. You can reach all the way to the other side even for any sort of counter ganks.
There we go. Bounce 1, lock 2. Gonna yank him back real quick.
Oh!
And they do abduct him just back. Acadian's gonna get the damage though. Stops high down. Beautifully done. Wild Turtle flashes into the fight at the right time. It's still gonna be Acadian finding his kill. Gate cannot help him from across the wall, so they trade 1 for 1.
Again, another bottom lane roam here from FlyQuest is able to get the counter kill. Froggen is able to walk his way out. Gate the bodyguard, keeping that one closed. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, because of these constant roams here from FlyQuest, Keith has been able to CS a little bit more to try and catch up to Turtle and pushes one more into the turret.
Acadian saying, I need my items. I need my kills. And he is going in hard with this Rek'Sai. We'll see here the start off Moon, like you said, favorite brush. This is good gank in.
Yep, and then Moon goes back to the minions. You want to pull him backwards into the mid lane. Then he flashes for the ultimate. They did not expect Acadian there, though. And Rek'Sai going warrior early is able to do enough damage pretty much by himself with the new ultimate there to be able to get that secured kill onto the mid laner. But again, Turtle and Lemon Nation again roaming up to the mid lane through that river and get another counter kill. Keeping it close.
Yeah, really big power point for FlyQuest this round. Not having that wave pushed in by what would just be kind of Ash volleys and whatnot. They left the lane, and we did see Keith at the turret, but he had to get up there at some point.
Yeah, Turtle and Lemon have been doing very well in lane. It's just we've had so much action elsewhere. We weren't didn't exactly have time to watch it, but they've been using their advantage to affect the mid lane, to roam up and help the team rather than just dominate in the bottom lane. I mean,
there
and keep them pushed up.
You're fighting fire with fire against Echo Fox, right? If their mid lane's gonna get everything, let's give mid lane everything on our side as well.
Meanwhile, the island, top lane. Balls has been able to recover pretty decently after that gank from Acadian. Secured first blood and blew his flash, so his CS was able to stabilize a little bit, even though he did lose that one wave due to that gank. A little bit of aerial support coming in with that hawk shot from Keith again, letting Acadian know that he can finish up the Gromp before leaving. Uh-oh.
Hello.
2v1!
It's the high C Zach. It's popped out. Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, that feels really bad too because your passive is quite a long cooldown there, and now he's gonna have to wait like 5 minutes before he has that extra impact. Not only do you get surprise there for the kill, but reduces a lot of your mid-game power where you can go super deep with your initiations and rely on passive in a team setting. If you're all by yourself, nobody protect your blobs, and then Fox easily clean them up.
Not my blobs. Looper having decent split for himself. An up and down split, I guess, would be the way to say it here. Once he's given a little bit, he's able to work with it. But how often does he get that little bit?
Exactly. It's pretty interesting because, well, everyone always is going to point to Froggen because Froggen is, the dominating, kind of consistently winning lane here for Echo Fox. Looper in their wins, has been doing really well, right? But he's also had some inconsistency, some problems where a lot of times in their losses, it's him not getting really much any sort of pressure from the top side. This time around, though, he is on Renekton, and he's got that CS lead. That hasn't always translated into wins for him, because funnily enough, one of the champions that they have quite a few losses on is that Renekton, and we'll see if they can transition it into that mid-game and into the objective game, because that has been kind of the main issue.
The lead just gets in his head. Slow down your lead, not too much. Well, should be able to work pretty strong here, pushing off balls for the majority of these engages, but also we haven't seen a big teleport play either because balls have been trying to repair the lane, and Looper is saying, I'm actually fine kind of controlling this entire thing. I'm excited to see what happens in the fight phase. A lot of fervor on the side of Fox, so the longer fights are going to favor them quite a bit.
And we still have Acadian, even though he went the Warrior this time and not into the Cinderhulk, he's going with the Sightstone once again to get that extra vision for the team. And now that he has Rift Herald, a lot more pressure on the next objective. The first turret bonus gold is definitely Echo Fox's to set up here. It's really easy to claim that with the pushing lane of Renekton plus the power of a Rift Herald, so we might see them try and pressure that. The other thing being said, though, is that Keith now very much with the power of a level 6 Ashe ultimate, you can start things off on the bottom side and look for some initiation there.
Multiple slows, crowd control to keep it going. Lane resets on the bottom. Good vision coming across. We'll see FlyQuest on what seems to be a roam.
Over a ward now, though, so Echo Fox know they're coming.
Keith gets hit.
Woo! Good flash.
Kate's going to take quite a bit of damage here. Does Keith get to the right spot? Nice shot coming in from Wild Turtle. Almost finds his mark. Teleport first plays now coming in. Looper and Frog in here. Lemonation flashes fly or high. Just misses. Lemon's going to be the one to get the Ruthless Predator, and he goes down as Froggen's able to pick up that one kill, but Fly get themselves to safety, maybe to protect the turret.
Yeah, can they defend this turret long enough for balls in the top side to take the top turret because they're holding on to the teleport? High going for a counter kill.
Very close to going down. The double silence.
All right, Riftfield says that one is toast.
One easy shot. Looper goes in. Elastic hit. Ooh. They are way too close. Got to consider the flashes. Fox coming up big now as they go for a second tier, leaving balls on the top side. 8-second back or that teleport. Looks like they're just going to stay here and let Rift Herald do some damage and keep his pressure top.
Yeah, so Rift Herald does end up earning first turret gold in the end, but it's actually off of a FlyQuest initiation on the bottom side instead of Keith starting it with his ultimate. And it was really good escape there from Gate. He waits for the package to be used by High, devours Keith, and very quickly flashes himself under turret, so they survive and buy some time for the teleports to come in from Looper. Really big counterplay here and punish from Echo Fox. Take another look at how Gate's going to be able to use Tahm Kench Devour to save Keith, and then his own flash to gain distance for both of them. It is FlyQuest walking over a couple wards here to start it off, and pretty good bait there from Echo Fox. Then Moon flashes in to try and go for the ultimate, but it goes wide, and then they're very deep in enemy territory. Here's where it got a little risky. The arrow does cut them off and kind of stalls them, so that buys some time for Looper to gain some distance. Flashes in, and they get that one kill. At this point, they were thinking kind of like we were, like, oh, maybe they can try and delay the minions and actually go for first turret, but they forgot about the Rift Herald, and Rift Herald is always going to make sure that team is able to get it first. Then they ended up giving that extra kill as Looper was able to find another stun onto High down the lane.
Stuns and stuns, and seems like High is paying that consideration very closely. Quicksilver Sash already, as he is 0, 3, and 2. That pressure is getting to him.
Yeah, Quicksilver Sash, definitely very good purchase versus not only the Malzahar, which he's going to try and lane against, but there have been multiple other stuns coming through with Ash Arrow and Renekton and all these different sources of CC, so he'll definitely get use out of that active. It does delay his Trinity Force spike. And he's down in gold because of all these kind of moves down to the bottom side.
Down about 1,000 to Froggen right now. The refillable potion friends. Look at that. Each one of them. A little bit more sustained for the fights if they even need it.
5 of them.
Yeah, 5
going on Echo Fox. Cheers, mate.
Cheers indeed. Just about a 2,000 gold lead overall. As we said, so about 1,000 of that is Froggen. 6,000 to 7,000 gold overall between those two. And here FlyQuest look to move in the vision. The more they can deny, the more Moon actually becomes more effective. Fox has to ward a bit differently due to his ranges. And it doesn't look like they're even going to give them a chance to get the vision. That's a suppression onto Moon. He's going to try to get out, but he gets the passive in, and High is over the wall. He used his flash recently. It's going to have to be Balls as well, bringing in the cavalry from the backside. Him and Scarl on the front line, giving it to Fox right now. And it's going to be the shots from Turtle just on the outside of the curtain. Exit stage right, and now the kill goes down onto Gate. They're going to find Acadian possibly as they pinch around the turret. Finding Keith may make them think twice, but FlyQuest win that one that they then get engaged on.
Yeah, and they wanted to punish that the teleport cooldowns were desynced here, so they knew that Looper could not join, but Looper is going to take a turret down on the bottom side anyway in payment for that invade and for those kills. So in the end, Looper, you know, he kind of waits out the duration of his cooldown on his teleport, but also gains some gold back for the team. Anyways, one of the things I was watching here was that Lemon Nation is holding his Braum ultimate for a very long time. And as we said, they kind of wanted to bait this fight and get a nice AoE, but when he finally ends up using it here, he misses everyone. And it could have been such a cleaner kind of team fight here from FlyQuest. They do still end up getting a couple of these chase down kills, but it wasn't the dominating victory that they wanted here on the invade, as they really were looking at take an objective in addition to the kills that they were getting, and because they didn't get the kills as quickly, they weren't able to get the turret afterwards as well, and that's where the Looper kind of taking bottom turret does balance it for Echo Fox, and they remain in the gold lead. Otherwise, though, still definitely net benefit there as Echo Fox give up some kills in their own jungle to FlyQuest.
Knight's Vow here for Moon, making other people strong already. Seems like that Quicksilver Sash came into play a little bit for High. As we now head back towards the mid lane. Turrets are still up on both sides. Rift Herald was used by.
There you go.
The Moon is in. He's got a 3v1 situation to start it off, and he says, Gate! To the other side. Ali Oxen free. You are going down. No safety for him, even if he calls it out. And now they're onto the mid turret. It looks like they have all the siege potential here, and Moon just calling for the elastic slingshot is going to make Fox back off.
Yeah, and Turtle here is off to the races. 4 kills on the Jhin. And he's got enough damage to take down the mid turret as well for FlyQuest, getting the gold pretty much back to even and opening up the map for themselves. Now Balls has caught Looper.
Hello, this laning phase was going a bit different. Deadly Flourish into the curtain call, flash over the wall, and that's Lemon Nation. One more hit for the concussive blows. It's going to be the Glacial Fissure locked down from Balls with that last hit on the passive, and then the kill as well. Having a much better fight phase than laning phase, which I thought would have been in favor of Fox.
Yeah, really good separation there from FlyQuest. Lemon Nation goes down the river to cut off the only escape possible there from Looper, and they end up getting his flash as well. Nails that one with the Glacial Fissure, stuns him up, and another kill here picked off for FlyQuest. Really good resurgence after that invade in the topside jungle to get right back up on their feet.
Small picks across the map, leading into quite a bit here for FlyQuest. Echo Fox's lead dwindling away ever so slowly, now only down to a few hundred gold. Tied up in kills, FlyQuest leads in turrets with 19 seconds on this Drake. It's going to be a good push from Balls to kind of start setting up some vision on the bot side, and they already have that push into the blue side of Fox.
Yeah. Another interaction to think about with Zach here, where we just saw on display where Moon ganked in the mid lane, was that Gate actually intelligently held his Devour, did not use it on Keith, because Gate himself could not get out of Zach's ultimate. And if he had devoured Keith, then he just would have got Keith kidnapped as well back into the team. So at least he didn't bring bring his AD carry down with him. Meanwhile, let's see what FlyQuest can do with this newfound map pressure.
They find Lemonation. He's one of those guys without a Quicksilver Sash in his inventory. Wild Turtle quickly picks one up high on the front line, feeling a bit safer because of that. FlyQuest now working off the ball very well.
They're trying to take this Baron due to FlyQuest starting up the Dragon, but I think that's risky here for Echo Fox.
What's the push? What's the pressure? 50% HP on 2 members is definitely enough to bait him off the Baron for this one, and FlyQuest is getting exactly what they want. Ball's on to Gate.
Looper in the brush.
Bear trap on a rope. Looper right through the side, cuts through the gut, and he's gonna have the back line. Moon goes down immediately. Gate quickly saving his teammate, but it's not gonna be for long enough. And now FlyQuest has to decide, do they fight, do they go? Acadian leaping in. Balls on the bottom side, trying to get away as High goes down. It's Lemonation and Balls left, and Lemon will fall. They give him the squeeze, and that's gonna be the ace coming in for Echo Fox.
And it should be the Baron right afterwards here for Echo Fox. What a team fight. Looper lying in that brush, and Moon did not have his passive on Zach for an extra revive after trying to tank the entire team, so they're gonna be able to clean up the backline as well and take the Baron. Pretty close though.
Looper making friends that fight. What an initiation coming in from the side with his teleport up. Fox just completely coming out on top.
All right, we'll take another look here because FlyQuest are able to finish up the Drake before they come, but High and Lemonation have both been chunked down pretty low before this one starts out. And Looper gets a... Actually, there's a ward in this brush.
Yeah.
So they should be seeing him, but he still is able to get a slice and dice right onto Turtle, who is doing so well for FlyQuest right now. He's the Fed member, and they get his Quicksilver Sash out early. Gate devours Looper at the very last second, but he still had the dot on him, so he died anyway. And it's Acadian who got that damage onto Turtle, who's going to be able to use his ultimate for the execute. And that's when it all starts to crumble for FlyQuest.
Whew. Go. Took the words right out of my mouth for the gasp. Looper still making things happen during that replay as he pressured the top side in. Fox being protected, or I should say Keith being protected that entire time. You can see the dominance of the AD carries in these fights, but also Acadian on that Rek'Sai putting out some damage as well. 4-1 and 4 with his Gargoyle Stoneplate now, so he gets to toy with the defenses even. He's getting a lot of money.
Definitely was a huge team fight for Echo Fox, but Moon's going aggressive.
Oh, he bops their heads together, pulls Gate back, and it looks like they're gonna go all on one here. A lot of eggs in one basket for Fly with that initiation, and Fox is kind of able to just dance around it and see what they want next.
And Gate does flash out, but they still have Baron buff, and they're looking to use it to get this mid lane turret. Outer one is pretty difficult to keep standing when you're facing a Baroned up team here, so FlyQuest will do their best, and Moon looking for another initiation from the Raptor pit, possibly.
It's that warding we were talking about. Fox has to be aware that the wards have to be in a different spot. Curtain call goes out. There's the E onto the AD carry, keeping Keith alive. That's where a lot of the damage is coming from. 3 QSSs now on the side of Fly, stopping Froggen from finding his target. But it's Acadian that goes in. Moon almost goes down. His passive is down. He's got to be very careful, so he cannot help the team in the fight. Keith focusing on the turret, focusing on the members. Each shot threaded back and forth, and the team is able to take it and continue the pressure down mid.
This Malzahar consistent damage is just intense here with all the Voidlings and the damage over time from him.
There's so much to think about. There's so many things on the plate here for Fly.
All right, Moon looking to go in again.
Once again, rinse and repeat, but how many times can he do it being stretched thin on that one? And it looks like 2 turrets here without any major thing helping. I mean, I guess he got Baron there and on Gate, but the fights for Fly just cannot be taken right now.
Man, all these Voidlings coming out from the Malzahar with the charge system here is really causing problems under the turrets and allowing Echo Fox to keep that pressure up. They got 2 turrets through that mid lane with their Mountain Drake extra damage as well as the Baron buff. FlyQuest, though, fighting valiantly here at the defense. They actually got a root onto Keith previously to this, and then Turtle opens up with his ultimate, but an instant devour from Gate means that Moon gotta walk himself out of this one with very little health, and those Voidlings did most of that damage too high, so he had to back off as well. It was actually pretty lucky for FlyQuest that the arrow does hit balls right before the dismount, and he's able to get right back out of that one, not stunned up, but Acadian diving in sacrifices his life in that trade as they gain some more priority down mid.
A fourth QSS. One more for Lemon and we'll be good. But really, the Zac was given up. The Tom Kench was taken. It has fizzled almost every Zac initiation here as Gate takes somebody or saves himself with the hard skin. What do they do this on this next siege here? Baron has fizzled out for them. Gate's more than happy to just kind of take a few shots. You can see his Knight's Vow purchased onto Keith, giving him a little bit more help as well.
All right, Balls is waiting on this control ward, so they don't have any vision of him. Kind of risky here, though. Ooh!
Oh! Oh! That's all right.
Dodges all the important ones. Now, Acadian over the back of the wall here, just letting them know that Froggen does have friends around to dissuade them from continuing the chase. Mountains all around, our third and last.
Looks like you need the wards cleared before Moon can really get himself into position. With this pick as well, Moon is kind of going in all willy-nilly. You don't need all the vision on FlyQuest's side to get that fight and bring somebody back in Moon's ultimate. You can kind of do that with a bit of Fog of War. Yeah. But Fox is just reacting very well.
The fight there that Echo Fox won previously in mid lane to grab them that Baron buff is really where this gold lead exploded and gave them so much pressure in this team fight. Now they have a pretty decent lead as they've turned all the gold after those rewards into a lot more combat effectiveness, whereas a lot of FlyQuest gold, as you said, is being turned into Quicksilver Sashes. Like the Acadian and Gate both had their back stopped without realizing it there. But yeah, so all those Quicksilvers gives you a little bit of magic resist and you can get out of, you know, one or two of the stuns, but it's difficult for FlyQuest to really keep up with that DPS.
Blooper will finally leave top side. The 1-3-1 slowly pushing from their side means FlyQuest has a little bit of work to do. They're not really looking for a big engage here. Get the vision on the 1-minute Baron and make sure they have everything set up first.
Exactly. FlyQuest right now are kind of licking their wounds after all that craziness that was caused by Echo Fox taking that team fight, taking the Baron, and keeping up that pressure. Right now they just want to stabilize a bit, farm it out, whereas Echo Fox looking to keep that pressure up. They should have Looper continue to split push. His teleport is ready. You know, he's got that extra item here with the stone plate now completed for when he joins the team fight, and he gets right into the center of things as well.
Nice shoulder wards. Seeing Moon there as they get one to Raptors, one on the right side.
Find all those angles.
Yeah, the main vision cleared over towards blue. Looks like FlyQuest wants that easy path towards Baron if it were to happen. And they've warded up nicely for it here. Back to mid lane, back to the dance.
Yep, Echo Fox have pretty good answers as far as the FlyQuest initiation, but here goes Moon.
Deadly Flourish locked onto that Phosphorus bomb. The hit. Moon's very low. Elimination goes in to try to get the blocks for Moon in. That's Acadian and Gate. All the way through goes High. He gets the double Valkyrie in with the package, and that's going to be the kill onto Froggen as he's
Hurdle!
High is just firing in from the side, trying to keep himself alive, but Acadian finds the ult hit. Gate with the hard skin. Does he use it? Baits in the last shot from Turtle, and he's going to try to turn on him now with the team and only be able to eat him up for a second. FlyQuest, as we said, trying to set this up, do go numbers up, and it looks like they're going to turn to Baron.
Yep, they use Ball's teleport to come in and tank this one up. Acadian very low, risky steal attempt at Turtle. Getting the cover fire down to try and zone him out, but Acadian just walks out of the range.
If I were Turtle, I'd take that fourth shot across the wall and make sure it hits Acadian. It looks like it. He's waiting for it.
He's looking for the vision with his Prey Seeker. 4,000 health on the Baron. Blast Cone is ready as well.
That shot's going to wear off for Turtle. Throws down the captive body. Oh, he finds it! Acadian gives him the angle. The Baron goes to FlyQuest, and man, they waited long for it.
Oh, man. Moon goes down there at the end, even with his smite up. But in the end, FlyQuest are able to take that Baron and get right back into the defense. Baron about recalls All right, let's take a look at this because there's so many layers to the engagement from FlyQuest. Moon gets out the summoner spells from Froggen first, then gets the kidnap out, and even though Gate gives him with the Devour, High holds his package till the perfect time here, right through the jungle corridor. Balls, bear trap on a rope, stops the teleport, which is key, and Turtle keep getting back to him from the bottom lane. He is able to clean up all of the kills. Gate actually did pretty good mining in there.
Yep.
But in the end, there's no way he was going to escape it, so just kind of delaying his death and buying some time. Then it got really dicey here inside the Baron pit. Okay.
The way they like to play it, that's FlyQuest game.
Definitely intense here. Baron number 2 goes over to FlyQuest. Now it's their turn to try and claim some of the money here in the secondary turrets.
And you really needed a step-up performance in this game. High was down 0-3 in that mid lane, and Turtle has taken that upon himself. Hard shell this one.
Exactly. Turtle, pretty much both series this week, has really been stepping up. He talked about how much he enjoyed the current AD carry meta with Jhin back in it, and with the Kalista coming back in as well. Here they go again, though. Ooh, good knock-up.
Nice job by Acadian, really thwarts what Moon was trying to get in. Lemon Nation able to stave off a bit of the damage as they trade back to the turrets. Still falling a bit silent with that Mountain Drake. Silence very quick. The curtain call goes on full cooldown.
Yeah, Call of the Void there from Frog, an easy answer, but Turtle flashing in.
Looking for that last shot. Mayhe got himself in trouble. Moon is on the front line. Everybody's trying to go in. Acadian now on the back. Moon very low. Acadian's gonna go down as Turtle gets himself in the back line. Lemonation with the shield on the slice and the dice. Turns Looper into a pair of shoes, and the double kill now coming in from Fox. Can they kite it back with the volley?
Balls looking to
Almost
remount.
getting balls into a great spot. He needs a few more hits to get Scarro back. And Turtle's one shot away from also changing the fight with the last bullet.
Balls has flash. He wants to remount with this flash to go in on someone, but Echo Fox are backing off, respecting it. And what a close fight there, as it's a 2-for-1 in the end. Echo Fox, really good counter on that engagement. They knock up the Zac on the way in, so he never gets to set up. And then they turn it around at the very end of this turret. Silence onto Turtle immediately from Froggen to stop that ultimate, and then they have him on the run. Let's take a look at Turtle's flash forward to try and get Keith, but he's standing right next to the Tom Kenshin. It's a pretty quick devour. Then it's a good ultimate from Lemon Nation to try and make Echo Fox kite through all that slow field, but Acadian's into the backside, onto Turtle, and chasing down FlyQuest. They get the execute, but Ball's never able to remount here. He wanted to flash back in, but Keith is able to get out of there.
Gotta remember when all these QSSs are up. Whew. It's really throwing the CC off, and it's throwing Fox off. Turtle got much farther than Acadian thought. He had to put himself deep into that fight. Fox does not want any more dragons, being the Elder Drake now, to go over to FlyQuest. 2-1 in those Drakes.
Yeah, it's getting pretty close here. I mean, as we get further and further into the game too, you have to think about the inventory space that these QSSs are taking up for FlyQuest. Moon goes in again here for, misses Keith.
Acadian very low, tunnels out, Balls goes all the way in. They feel like they can get Acadian as the boost.
Froggen devoured. High goes in.
Froggen safe. Keith's gonna get out to the right side, but he's split from the team. Looper puts himself in the middle so they don't go for Keith. And now Moon's sectioned off from the team. Tries to bring Acadian back in, but they're always hitting the taste on FlyQuest. And it's Keith on the backside. Slowed down now, and possibly in a bad spot. Quick silver sash from Keith as he gets another grasp in from Froggen. Everybody with a sliver of health. We finally get another one to go down. It's Acadian and Balls that have only fallen. And this might be the chase from FlyQuest.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, Echo Fox. Good lord.
Game with the 4 QSSs and the Devourer from Tom Kench on the other side means we have multiple people being saved. In the end, FlyQuest are limping out with lower health bars, but they killed the jungler. So if Echo Fox start this, they don't have a smite for it, and they're just working off the vision that they've denied. This is a bit risky. Turtle could go for a steal, but Froggen is trying to cut him off. He's gonna have to switch over to his W. Echo Fox should block the W as well. Oh, they left an opening.
Zoning in. Woo! Whoa. Very, very close. The Deadly Flourish as well to come out after. What a game. Quite a few Baron dances. And now the Elder dance going in favor of Echo Fox in the extended fight. Let's
Definitely
see it
some
again.
exciting team fights here. All right, Moon marks himself up here, tries to get the Q onto Keith. but they don't find anything. So it's all about Balls' initiation here with the extra speed. And they do get Froggen, but Gate devours him. Then Keith actually walks his way out. That was so lucky for Keith to get that far out when he had exhaust on him, and the Devour had already been used onto Froggen. Keith actually does a tremendous amount of DPS there, able to kite most of it. Acadian on Rek'Sai tried to go for the execute, but they get him again. Then this big Devour again from Gate with this Tom Kench saves Keith a second time from the re-initiation, and that Tom Kench first round pick is really paying off.
It's been incredible. As we said before, Elimination coming into this week, 4 or 5 straight plays on it after a lot of the Karma, the Zyra, the Lulu Morgana, really not coming into the melee champion meta, but taken away this time. Back onto his Braum that he's been playing quite a bit, but Gate coming out huge here. They may even be tempted to throw Froggen on the fountain again if they get there anytime soon. 40 minutes though as they come up here. That means FlyQuest is still holding on to this match, putting up quite a fight. Quite a back and forth.
Gate is basically like all those 4 QSSs wrapped up into one champion, 4 Froggen and 4 Keith. He saved both of them in that very big team fight. Keith also with the speed from Phantom Dancer being very noticeable in that one, able to kite it out. Now the Elder Dragon burn, they're looking to get that 5-on-5 fight and utilize this buff. Echo Fox actually cutting them off from their own minion wave. And they're gonna trade sides.
Decent wave here for FlyQuest on the bot side. Looper will have to pay attention to that with half a teleport up, so.
Even though the duration on that Elder Dragon buff was extended, and it's a bit longer now, there's only like, 25 or so seconds left on the buff currently, so I don't know if it'll be on for the duration of this Baron dance. The vision, though, very important, and FlyQuest aren't walking into it. The pesky ward inside.
Okay, they're gonna start it up. A lot can happen if Fly are able to win this. They have the minions in position to make so much more happen and pick up that gold on the map. Flashes already being blown.
Pretty good poke there from FlyQuest, and some damage from Baron also helping out. They got Froggen's passive off, and the Devour is on cooldown. Turtle's running up the mid lane. FlyQuest do have the minion wave advantage in the mid lane, and they're able to get the turret.
Drops it. Pretty good wave clear with Deadly Flourish, and the rest.
Bottom wave as well as pushing for FlyQuest.
The wave possibly as well.
Yeah, FlyQuest
or they're just waiting.
They have this pressure to themselves. They can get 2 turrets out of it.
Bot's gonna go down. How far away is Looper? They're actually gonna start the fight in the jungle, not on the bottom side of the map. It's gonna be a long run. Easy turn there. Conclusive blows. He's gonna lock him down. A Guardian Angel on him should be able to keep him alive. No, that's just Steric's rage coming out from the Steric's cage.
Oh, they got him!
In now onto Looper. There's the fight now onto Tom Kench. Gate goes down. How will Keith live in the fight? Boss is on him, trying to take him out. He can't keep himself alive. Elimination tries to put up Unbreakable, but will he be broken? It's the kill from Turtle. Moon goes down. Turtle! And his Froggen turns with the Voidlings. And now it's the fight. A 2v1 as Elimination is turning for the Fountain. These extended fights are insane.
It actually is incredibly insane. And all of Malzahar's persistent damage of the Voidling sitting on the ground, the AoE just bouncing back and forth, goes unnoticed here. This is pretty risky. Acadian's very low here. This is not the tank Rek'Sai of old, and Elimination took it upon himself to stop it.
Fight him!
Oh, he's got the slows.
It looks so much. Percent damage from Qs can be deceiving.
They might get an inhibitor turret out of this. He's trying to stop the backs right now. Elimination is stopping the backs, and he might earn them that bottom inhibitor turret. The minions almost killed it off. It's got like 2 hits.
Oh, he's working the Windians very well, and we talked about it before a little bit. These extended fights, a little bit of fervor, the big tanks, the ability to protect. Let's see it again.
All right, so FlyQuest initially get onto Rek'Sai, but a Devour from Gate gets Acadian out. At the same time, Looper initiates from the other side, but Moon is able to use his ultimate to get right back onto the correct side of the fight and then re-engage onto the front line. High takes down Looper eventually, and they also get the execute onto Gate, so you think this is FlyQuest team fight to win, but Froggen stands tall here on the Malzahar on the backside, and you can see 5 Voidlings he had procced. They're able to take out Moon. They're also able to take out Turtle there, and it's the Swarm of the Void that in the end wins it, as Keith himself is astonished.
Just minions blepping around, tongues out. Another fight, Moon on the back towards 3. Balls trying to lock one up. We've already lost Lemon Nation in the fight. Glacial Fisher was used, so he did it much as good before he went down. Keith soloing out high, if that's what you'll call it, on the back line. Moon now gets taken out. Acadian is just tearing people to shreds on the Queen. And now they're going to be heading in. Balls is going to go down. Acadian through the base gate. And Turtle is looking at death here as Looper stares him straight in the eyes. The Quicksilver Sash gets him to safety, but they need the minions first.
Action-packed here, Riv. Didn't even get to see the beginning as FlyQuest charged through. All right, Echo Fox charged through the jungle of FlyQuest to get 4 more kills, and now they can get an inhibitor.
This is the thing, Kobe. Froggen's ult is a 48-second cooldown, 90 seconds for these Quicksilver Sashes, plus the other crowd control. That's almost a 40-second window to continuously work with. If Echo Fox keeps pulling the trigger, FlyQuest doesn't have these resources.
Meanwhile, the cooldown on Devour, 8 seconds.
Exactly.
And Gate continually saving his carries, repositioning them. FlyQuest are almost back up to make this defense, but Echo Fox are pushing.
Lemon Nation putting as much defense on that turret as he can, and it is enough to find another base defense. But however, they may be pulled all the way out of base to this Baron. It's just been pinged by FlyQuest.
1 inhibitor down now for FlyQuest, and they will constantly have that pressure in the mid lane. Baron drawing them to the other side, but they still have wards in it, so they should know that it's another bait attempt.
The hit, high, very, very low. Still Malefic Vision's burning him down. The minions are hitting as he tries to heal up just a little bit. Looper, very low for the fight, and that's the guy that needs to be able to save the back line. Keith coming in low. Keith is actually up there with Looper. They may say we don't want most of this fight. Plays for protection. Acadian gonna get looped back there. They do take him out.
Turtle!
Do FlyQuest play this? Froggen gonna get the passive up, so he's at least got 1 shot to take.
Dodges them all.
Quite fancy feet throughout the game, and Fox do call the audible. They say pull back, we'll come back for Baron.
Okay, death timers are so long right now that FlyQuest do have a power play here for the next 20 seconds. Gate, when he comes back up, does have the Tom Kench ultimate, so you have to worry about that extra range, but FlyQuest are going to go for it. Another back and forth here. They're going to burn this Baron down. They too have a Mountain Drake, and it's going to be another Baron buff changing over.
What a call. I love seeing these calls be made. Obviously, they can throw a few at it, but the loss is such a bigger cost, so they decide to back up and fight another day. Here's this fight,
this fight. I'm trying to remember which one this was at the point. We've had constant fighting here in the late game. So action-packed. Anyways, we get to see, again, the Quicksilver Sash from Moon, getting him back out. Keith was on the front line to be able to get the extra kills here, and this is the initial fight that got Echo Fox the positioning to try and bait Baron the second time. So this is the fight that led up to the fight where FlyQuest were able to get those kills and turn around on Baron. Whew. Turtle has upgraded, by the way, his QSS, so that is Mercurial right now. And everybody is starting to max out on those items. The gold difference, pretty negligible at this moment. The only real factor is that these extra QSSs here on Balls, Moon, and High are taking up this space, and attack damage is not the primary stat you want on your Zac. Other than that, the other two feel fine about upgrading it to Mercurial, but let's see if they can do it. Baron buff, I believe this is number 3 of the game. Number 2 for FlyQuest, they rooted it!
Froggen getting back, he's got the blue buff so he can still spit out the damage. Great Glacial Fisher across every member of Fox, slowing them down, but there's no follow-up from FlyQuest. They just want the turret. They're gonna back off. Remember how low that bottom turret is as well with the map objective 3.
Oh, the cannon minion!
Almost play any lane. Very touch and go in each one of these fights. Anybody's engaged could mean the entire fight here. A lot of vision placed by FlyQuest. We're talking about inventories being full. That's going to mean lack of vision here for a lot of members as you don't have room for those pink wards, and everybody's starting to run sweepers.
What an action-packed series. This game means so much for both of these teams. FlyQuest are trying to mount their comeback from the bottom of the standings this week. You know, coming off their series victory yesterday, they want to keep their momentum rolling, and
it's feeling like they're finding somewhat of a stride lately.
Would definitely do so much for their morale to have a 2-0 week for themselves, but Echo Fox not gonna let them have it easy. Gate constantly saving those carries. Keith actually a huge DPS coming out from him in these team fights, kiting very well on his Ashe, which they actually gave him so much practice on for the last several months, and it's gonna come down to this.
He's
the last stand.
Stun bot mode.
Couple of hits left on the inhibitors, but Gate, where did he go? Back to defense.
Fox just recently breaking the base. FlyQuest has a
Oh, they're chasing him down.
Hit in from Acadian, Wild Turtle's low. Flash is out. He's still gonna go in with the ultimate as Fly tries to separate the team with the package. Great fight for FlyQuest here as they can pinch in, but look who's on the back line. Looper's ready to scoop up the entire team of FlyQuest, but he gets focused immediately, slices and dices and helps Keith cut the entire team down. 60+ seconds on these death timers, and Fox is looking for a possible win.
Oh, they were able to engage during the split decision there. FlyQuest now are on the run. Gate doesn't want to let Turtle get back for the defense. They're going to run for the Nexus while he stops the backs.
Should have hit Elder, threw him back into Elder Drake.
Well, he's going to keep him out of the base, and now...
A Baron dump balls, however, on the bot side. He's going to meet Acadian. Gate again going to get 2 servings.
But they have to defend. They have to defend their Nexus, though. Balls needs a rebound to kill Acadian.
This is not going to be good. The Nexus getting... Oh, that's the inhibitor spawn. They got to turn around to hit the inhibitor. It's only the delay. 27 seconds on Lemonation, 30 now on Moon.
Somebody has to get back.
It's going down.
It's over.
It's not going to be enough. Game 1. Burning down all barns. Fox takes down FlyQuest.
Holy moly. Take a moment.
Many moments. Whoa. What a game. Mentally taxing as well. These players consistently going at each other, testing their limits. And you can see, even exhausted after a win. Usually a team is, all right, we got that. Let's go chat about what even can we improve on the win. Great job. Obviously smiles, but reluctant, you could say in a way.
Whew. Definitely an intense opener to the series. And this is definitely going to be a long one here from Echo Fox and FlyQuest. Those team fights were so incredibly fun to watch with the amount of QSSs and the Devour coming through constantly for Echo Fox. In the end, what made the difference is the split decision there from FlyQuest. They didn't back off and respect the Ash Arrow engage enough with their 3 members while they sent 2 members to take up the Elder Dragon, and FlyQuest were immediately punished there by Echo Fox. They attack them while they're split, and they're able to gain enough health bar advantage in the team fight. So even though the other 2 members are eventually able to join the fight and defend them, Echo Fox had too much of a lead in the cooldowns, in the health bars, and once those QSSs were down, Flank from Looper was able to buy enough time for the carries on Echo Fox to melt down FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's so relentless as well. You see, you're like, all right, the arrow missed Acadian, or missed Wild Turtle. He flashed out of the way. Oh, he used the QSS. That's fine. But here comes Acadian as well. 3 attempts just to get that AD carry protected, and you actually didn't have the Tom Kench this time. You only had the Unbreakable, and you can walk right past Braum.
Whew, all right.
It becomes difficult. To give us their thoughts on that Game 1 win, let's check in with Dash and our analysts.
Thank you very much, Riv. Crazy back and forth game between FlyQuest and Echo Fox. I mean, it's kind of, I wish I could say I was surprised by how chaotic it was and the fact that it did kind of devolve into a mess until eventually one team wins that late game team fight and has long enough death timers to push down.
Yeah, it was 23 minutes when they got their first Baron, and you and I looked at each other and we're like, I can't wait to see how they throw this one, because this game is not going to end in time.
But that's the thing, right? We talk about Echo Fox as one of those teams at the beginning of the day, Jat. You said this is one of the teams that I feel has at least established one method of victory, you know, of winning.
And they did win.
They did win.
Hit the delete button.
And they did win. But as the fights were so chaotic, because we were commenting about this within the game itself, just watching those full 5-mans there, very, very tough to see everything that's going on. We're going to take another look here at the final fight just to see if we can glean a little bit more from it.
These fights do look a little goofy because there's so many gargoyle stone plates, and that also reduces the damage you deal. So everyone basically hits their stone plate, they're in a big ball. This was very good for Echo Fox, though, because they have the Hurricane Ash and the Malzahar in close quarters, so they actually just got to kill kind of everyone at once, and FlyQuest would need to flank a little bit more if they want to find success in a final fight like that. But we had this great segment planned out that had the early game advantages, transitioning to objectives, and that got thrown right out the window because there were 7 of those fights that we just saw right at the end.
At least, at a bare minimum. So now let's talk about how we got there, because as was mentioned, none of us believe it should have even gotten to that stage of the game, right? Echo Fox had all the tools to win this based on the lead that they had built and that early Baron that they picked up. So let's take a look at this 23-minute fight, the one that gets them the Baron and puts them so far ahead.
This has a massive red flag, though, if you're an Echo Fox fan, because you're looking at this and they're teleporting into a Baron. They have not started. FlyQuest knows they're not there, and they just got to drag for free. FlyQuest can back out here, but for some reason they push forward into the river. They still disengage. you know, Lemonation and High are below half health, and they still forced this fight. They still played ultimate onto Echo Fox when they could have just backed away here and gotten an advantage in the situation. And yes, Echo Fox plays this fight out decently from here. They are able to focus down the front line with Keith and Froggen using that suppression, and then they turn and chase through the rest of the fight with at the end of this. But it's a situation where this fight only went in Echo Fox's favor because FlyQuest took it, not because Echo Fox prepared the map well, forced them to walk into them. None of this needed to happen.
Yeah, and Malzahar does want you to run into Malzahar. That's one of the best ways that kit works. And when we were talking about the start of the day where we're saying Echo Fox has these strengths, that's why siege comps seem so good for them, because they are good in team fight situations once the fight has started, but they're very good, they're very poor at manipulating the conditions with which a fight should happen. And we got to see at this game where FlyQuest did kind of throw themselves at them a few times, and that was to Echo Fox's benefit.
31 minutes into the game, FlyQuest got a 3-for-1 plus the Baron themselves. This was their first opportunity to get back into the game here off of a jungle team fight. Froggen getting cut out a bit.
Yeah, he was just leading the charge into this jungle, gets his spell shield popped off very early in his passive, and then kind of gets bounced around for a lot of this fight before kind of going down early on. And it's a tough spot to be in as we see the teleport from Looper gets canceled.
Interrupted.
And it results in a
So
4v4.
dramatic.
High went over the wall, barely able to finish off Keith as well, and then both carries are down. Hard to win from here.
Yeah, run gate. Oh, okay. He's got a lot of thick skin.
Wild Turtles, Jin did as much work as he possibly could to try and win this game for his team, and almost got away with it. But it was, again, that late game team fight that goes in favor of Echo Fox. But seriously.
Look at the damage.
Man. But I mean, just look at 25 minutes. You've got a 7.5K gold lead, and then you can see how tumultuous a ride it was from that point onwards. But you essentially got a 7K gold lead in the span of a minute and a half.
And the thing is, if you look at
Froggen's bar is like more than halfway across the screen.
He's coming onto their territory.
Yeah, exactly.
I want your damage too. The thing is, if you look at this game's numbers, you're like, wow, Froggen had a great game. I think he was 8-3-17 or something. 8 KDA, tons of damage dealt, but it's one of those situations where stats can lie in League. And this is not a good game out of Echo Fox. Froggen actually had a really bad laning phase that set his team behind. And even though he played some of these team fights out well, you saw in that replay, he also got caught out. And so while the stats look phenomenal for Froggen, it's actually a relatively bad game out of him this split.
And that's where player of the game will be going over to Gate, because that Tom Kench pick is part of what allowed that scoreline to look so good, right? If I can, eat my ADC and my mid laner out of danger constantly, then yes, I'm going to save their score lines, and make them look a lot prettier at the end of the game.
He also did some pretty clutch things, like right down the stretch where he just chased around Wild Turtle for 20 seconds to allow them to push the Nexus and kind of end the game. I think you could have ended up giving player of the game to a lot of different people on Echo Fox this game, only because if you look at damage or just raw stats, Froggen's going to perform there. But if you're using kind of the eye test of who was doing the most work, Froggen was just getting that because the fights were messy and because he was on Malzahar. So
damage just kind of occurs for Malzahar if you're in a full 5v5.
Percent health damage with 3 tanks popping Gargoyle Stoneplate. Yeah, you're going to do a pretty good chunk of damage.
Yeah, I will say I was actually to some degree impressed by Keith. I mean, we noticed again that it didn't look like he was doing a lot of damage because he's having to fire in 2-3 Gargoyle Stoneplates, but actually in the majority of the team fights he was positioning fairly well, and it was Froggen who was the one who was needing to be saved in more cases than not. But that's just game one. Echo Fox still has to put together another win, and we want to see them do it in cleaner fashion if they are going to make a case for themselves moving into that top half of the bracket. Now we're going to step away for a quick break. When we come back, it's game 2 between Echo Fox and FlyQuest. The series continues after this break.
It's going to have to be Balls as well, bringing in the cavalry from the backside. Him and Scarl on the front line, giving it to Fox right now. And it's going to be the shots from Turtle just on the outside of the curtain. Exit stage right. Now FlyQuest has to decide, do they fight, do they go? Acadian leaping in. Balls on the bottom side, trying to get away as High goes down. It's Lemon Nation and Balls left, and Lemon will fall. They give him the squeeze, and that's going to be the ace coming in for Echo Fox. All the way through goes High. He gets the double Valkyrie in with the package, and that's going to be the kill onto Froggen as he's Turtle. High is just firing in from the side, trying to keep himself alive, but Acadian finds the ult hit. This is on him, trying to take him out. He can't keep himself alive. Lemon Nation tries to put up Unbreakable, but will he be broken? It's the kill from Turtle. Moon goes down. Turtle! And it's Froggen turns with the Voidlings. But look who's on the back line. Looper's ready to scoop up the entire team of FlyQuest, but he gets focused immediately. Slices and dices and helps Keith. Caught the entire team down. Welcome back, League fans. We are gearing up for Game 2 of this series between Echo Fox and FlyQuest. After that action-packed Game 1, I am still reeling. Had some oxygen between games.
Stay hydrated.
We're good to go. Stay hydrated. This is going to be a long one, but it's going to be a great one if we have another one like that. We got to recognize, obviously, Gate player of the game, but Froggen, they were saying, with that damage on that Malzahar, again, a focus for the team, doing a little bit of beasting.
Yeah, it was so much damage, and Jat did touch on it on the analyst desk. I just think that the pick in general was very intelligent from Echo Fox. Regardless of how the early game went for him and some of his positioning in team fights, picking Malzahar versus that much hard engage of Kled and Zach and the team like FlyQuest that's going to charge into those fights and make all these aggressive plays. We saw it multiple times where members of FlyQuest are charging through Voidlings, through the silence as well, and that was why he was able to get all that damage off, even with some positioning issues for himself. As you said, though, Gate player of the game was able to correct a lot of those, and that's why we gave it to him. Another very intelligent pick. So good draft phase, I feel like, is what did save Echo Fox in that game.
And it's awesome when you can say there were great players on both sides as well. Wild Turtle on the side of FlyQuest putting up some great numbers for himself, continuously getting that Jhin pick and kind of climbing that ladder. All these AD carries this summer is saying, who's going to be the best? He's getting up those rungs.
Yesterday, it was on the Jhin as well. Big performances starting to come out of Turtle. He talked about it. He's on his way back. He wants to reclaim his spot as one of those top 80 carries in the North American LCS. And this game, he was doing so much work for FlyQuest. Very, very close to, getting them that opening victory in the series, but not going to be enough. And now FlyQuest are faced with 0-1, having to win back-to-back games now to try and keep their hopes of a 2-0 week alive.
And we do say this is kind of a big game for both of these teams. You're like, you see the scores, but it's that confidence builder. It's the thing that says we're doing what we're practicing on stage right. And that is actually a huge builder for the team to see those results.
It's something that, even ranked players at home will go through, right? If you go on a very big loss streak, you start to question yourself. Your abilities, am I playing the game correctly? What is it that's causing me to have so many of these losses? And that self-doubt can then,
lead to the other 4 players on your team.
Exactly. So FlyQuest, putting a stop to that. They got their victory yesterday, looking to make it true here as well. But Echo Fox, same sort of thing. Echo Fox have been working so diligently here to keep their middle spot, and they want that to continue as they move towards playoffs. That's the real goal here for this team, is playoffs.
The Zach does not get through. They don't want to see Acadian playing that. Will it be the Rek'Sai as well? Caitlyn left up. No, it is not. Banned out last here by FlyQuest. Decision. What does Acadian like? They actually like the Kennen. Banned out last game by FlyQuest.
And Looper did have a good split push game on the Kennen already this week. That was definitely one of the success stories for Echo Fox so far. See if they can actually stick to that plan, because that's the key here with the Kennen. So often we see him having to join the rest of the team when the rest of the squad runs into difficulties, and the Kennen has to make that choice. I know it's hard for you guys, but I have to stay here by myself. I have to keep on split pushing. I have to go for my 1v1s or even my 1v2s at a certain point, and really sticking to the game plan and drafting around a committed split push is what's key for making that Kennen work.
There is the Kench and Corky lock-in. They probably feel really good about actually getting that for elimination on this time around.
Tahm Kench is good when you're facing split push as well, because not only the Devour help you get away from people picking you off as the split push pressure draws you across the map, but his ultimate helping you also go on the offensive to try and counter if you have, the rest of the team, failing on one side, and you want to get those FlyQuest initiations to cut off the enemy team during rotations.
The old take and trade. They take Tahm Kench, but they also give up the choice of that Jhin from Wild Turtle.
2 pretty big picks here again for Echo Fox. The early game from Rek'Sai, and then Turtle's Jhin, as you mentioned, was his really big performer in the series before, and the game that we just had here in the opener, but no hesitation. This is also a champion where Turtle has highlights. He was in the North American LCS Championship, won it for TSM on the Tristana in that epic game versus Cloud9.
Remember that call, sits in my head. Turtle with a Quadra sits in my head.
Burned into my memory, and Tristana is alive and well again, actually, and I really like how she's kind of surging back into the meta.
Yep.
Whether you build the double energizers or not, and we've seen both versions, her ability to move around team fights as well as the buster shot adds extra utility to players that play AD carry on that knife's edge that Double have kind of talked about. And Turtle was the one who invented the knife's edge for North American LCS AD carries. Let's see how well he's able to ride it.
That's right. It's been a bit weighted sometimes. Last game with the beautiful flashes forward to make initiation plays.
And this time around, they also have the Tom Kench, so
yeah,
it further enables aggressive Tristana plays, which are the super exciting ones you like to see. Going for those resets, going for the Mario stomps.
Get the Goombas. Syndra, Bard, banned out, Gragas, and now one last here for the second phase towards FlyQuest. Looking to take something maybe away from Balls. They haven't really focused the top lane too much here. And maybe an AD carry for Turtle. No, at that jungle, they take down Moon twice. That Gragas also somewhat focused at Balls.
And Gragas, yeah, definitely strong in the meta right now. I really do like it as far as Moon specifically, too. One of the things with Moon is that he has preferred a lot of these champions that nobody else is really playing right now. He's still playing a lot of the Rengar. He was playing a lot of the Jarvan as well. And he's always been one of the junglers to reach out and look for new picks. It kind of feels like he always wants to push the envelope and go beyond the meta. And kind of have that hipster vibe to the Shaco picks and the Kinjin picks. But Rengar going to come back for him here. We'll see if they can actually get that off to a snowball, as he is definitely one of the ones still putting in a lot of time on the champion, and it has been very close to his heart, especially when he was extremely strong in the meta.
The Taliyah lock-in feels like they can separate FlyQuest a little bit with this composition. They are definitely going to be around the map looking for dropping those turrets on the side of FlyQuest. What does Echo Fox round out the comp with?
And that was kind of what we touched on earlier when the first pick Kennen comes in. You want to draft to that style where you're splitting the team off. You're not going for the team fights anymore. So they get a little bit of more mobility with the Taliyah and some disengage with the Karma coming back for extra speed. For the 4-man squad or even the 3-man squad, if they're going 1-3-1, having the Taliyah off to the side as well. Really do like the defensive support pickup here this time around and not sticking with the melee into melee as much as Gate does enjoy that type of champion.
Wow. What a nice high priority champ select for a few members here. Ball's getting his Rumble. We have Looper getting back onto his Kennen, Acadian, getting his Rek'Sai, Froggen on the Taliyah. Everybody's got to be feeling nice and comfortable. Moon on Rengar. It's going to be another good game.
Definitely a lot less crowd control this time around. So this is going to be about execution, right? The accuracy in the skirmishes that you're going to pull off. Nobody's really holding anyone in place for FlyQuest to keep them on the Rumble Ultimate or on the Corki package. It's about, Rengar jumping in, Tristana damage, and trying to play that kind of ranged game where, target selection becomes very important. Meanwhile, Echo Fox here, very clearly committing to this split up the map, Kennen split push, have Taliyah to close the distance, and Karma for disengage if Keith gets a little bit too close.
Hashtag Fox win, hashtag Fly win. Can Echo Fox come up with another victory? A very back and forth game one where both teams tested each other to the limits, to full inventories, and basically to the brink of the rift. Now we're going to be on the rift for our game number 2. Will FlyQuest be able to bring it to a 3? We'll find out in just a moment. Echo Fox versus FlyQuest. We are on the rift.
All right, we'll see if their blood is still boiling after the last game and they start off with early action or not. It's been so long since we've seen level 1 action that it's almost not worth bringing up anymore because it's pretty much just Raptor Wars that we see people fighting over. But every time you come out of a game as action-packed as the last one, you gotta wonder, are they gonna actually start it off with some 5-man invades? Not gonna be the case though. Probably just Raptor starts for both of them. Maybe it gets as crazy as a top laner trying to go steal one and mess up their jungle.
Well, they got to take a break, right? It's like swimming. They went, they had a break, they snacked. You don't fight for 10 to 15 minutes, you get a stomachache. So calm things down for the early game.
I always forget.
See, Looper's already in the water. What is he doing? Acadian hiding out in the brush. So it looks like a little bit more up a line of scrimmage here from Fox to see if FlyQuest is trying to teeter into the river. And same thing on the bottom side, really. So Raptor starts, I believe, on both sides. We should see Acadian come back down. And things starting pretty orthodox here for both squads.
Yeah, should have pulls from the mid laners. Talia and Corky both pretty good at it. So this time around, I would assume that Acadian would get more help than last time. And a lot of junglers are running that one experience rune nowadays, just for the possibilities even of you know, going Raptors red into Scuttle Crab for a gank and affecting one of those side lanes early. Here come the wards. One down here for Echo Fox. They're going to see Moon start red instead of Raptors. So he'll have a little bit less of the bonus experience, but a lot more help, you know, getting down red, and he won't have to go for that early back. Sometimes we've seen this evolution of the Rengar clear, where he does just the full red and then full red quadrant, and then goes back to base for an early purchase. But Moon seems like he has other plans. Anytime you just go red and swap over to blue quadrant, you would think that Moon's looking to make, you know, an early impact on the map and go for some sort of gank, affect the lanes or control the Scuttle Crabs. Try and get some vision for his team down early in the game, maybe.
Well, they do have that red ward down towards where Acadian will actually be coming, so seconds actually see him, and I don't think they did. There was no ping going down, so he may be able to get in all sneaky.
All right, he's going to be able to get the ping here. Yep, tracking Moon. Moon's got vision, but he's got lower health.
Oh, may have to blow the flash here. He's definitely going to have to with the red buff. Proc now does not go over. Smart choice. Seems like he thought about it for a second. And Gate was already rushing in with the bot lane push. That really helped Fox to make that work for Acadian.
This is a little bit rough for Moon to go to the Raptors. I have to say, he doesn't have much health, and he has no smite. Oh, he's gonna actually die! Yeah, it was so, oh my. There's nothing to say there. He went over. It was recent enough that Acadian had damaged him, that Acadian even gets first blood credit. So that is a bit of a tilter.
I don't know if Acadian is wondering what happened. He's like, all right, that works for me. And now he's got a free jungle going in here. That's actually the buffs as well from Moon that Moon just had. That's everything. And High's pushed in, so he can't route up to the side here and see Acadian taking the Raptors, and we will see how Moon can repair this after a little bit of a fumble.
Yeah, the first fumble is here, where he's walking around Acadian, lets Acadian just get into melee range, and kill him without even get him low without even using the flash. Moon also burns the flash, so he can't flash away from the Raptors, which he angered. Not sure why he thought that those were doable. Maybe didn't take into account that he doesn't have the talisman yet and doesn't have the health drain or something. But yeah, definitely a miscalculation there, and Acadian very happy to get the bonus first blood. Look at that, he's got early ninja tabby, so he'll be very healthy in his clear of the jungle, and that means all the laners have to be that much more worried because he can go for constant ganks after clearing.
Tiny Raptor leave as well, so Acadian won't have the full idea, but he has a timer of, yeah, Moon's probably back.
Also, there's a blast cone, so he can go over here and interrupt the Krug. Moon does get it, but now he's under attack, and Acadian still has flash. Acadian has it, though.
Yep.
Oh!
There's the attack, gets the last bite down, and takes down Moon. Up from spawn, back down.
That's rough. Two very close friends there. Acadian not showing him any special treatment, and gonna continue to pressure. He left around the ward at the Raptors, so when Moon went to go clear out that last one you're talking about, he knew where he was going all along. There's only one camp left up, and the blast cone was there. Perfect setup. Acadian is gonna absolutely crush this game. Another kill added, and High might be the one to feel the pain.
A little pressure here, maybe a pop-up, still can get himself. Oh my word, Acadian!
Looks like we're back to the debut that he had on Echo Fox. Now Keith actually gets jumped on. Turtle looking to make a move.
That does not look good. Pulling the trigger on the boss side. Two more licks to the center of a Keith, but they cannot get it down, and then they turn this one around. Hard skin for Lemon, so they'll just play the lane.
Land Shark on the way.
Yep, trying to wait for Acadian. They were saying if we don't play it too hard, they won't try to get the flash out. They do in the end as they pressure Lemon Nation for the kill.
Big wave here for them to push in as well. Should be okay for Turtle to see us under his turret, though. Tristana sometimes does a little bit more difficulty because The AoE kind of messes up some of the last hits. Sometimes, I have to say though, we're just going to continue to see Acadian invading on Moon. They should press up, get vision. Whenever they have any sort of opening here, he has such a tremendous advantage in the skirmishing, in the 1 versus 1. Moon will have to run anytime he sees them. Here's the gank over the back of the Raptor pit. And Acadian just, again, gets into range for the knockup, gets off his true damage, and even through the exhaust, doesn't affect true damage. Takes him down.
Sweet little move from Froggen there to find some unworked ground for a full volley. All the little things in place as well. I mean, when Looper was had balls pushed all the way up to the turret when Acadian killed Moon the second time, so not even balls could come down to help. It's everything's in place here. Acadian has almost had really uncontested and not even contestable invades.
And this is devastating for an Echo Fox team comp that wants to split up the map. For them to have this early of a lead, it allows them to get pressure on the turrets much earlier in the game. And once they start opening up these turrets, they can have Looper in the side lane. They can make use of the Talia wall from Froggen, who's now past level 6, to continue the pressure. So anywhere Acadian goes, he'll be backed up, with cross-map pressure. And it becomes very difficult for FlyQuest to outplay, but that's exactly what they have to do. They have to outplay, they turn around one of these aggressive moves from Echo Fox.
They've swapped it up. They said, he says, I want my top side jungle more. Blue is going to be ours still. I want to clear my Raptors constantly. Let's get Wild Turtle and Lemon up here so we can get a little more pressure.
Yeah, FlyQuest know that they're in a very tough situation, so they want to make Echo Fox play a little bit of catch up here with the minion waves. If Echo Fox are focused on going to catch all the minion waves, then maybe they won't be as proactive and continue to punish and invade on FlyQuest. They need time for Moon to recover. Moon is trying to farm out his jungle. He has hit his level 6, so there is a bit more opportunity for him to try and turn around one of those plays, aggressive plays from Echo Fox, but it's still so risky for him to do it, and that first Rengar ultimate is going to determine a lot for them to see if FlyQuest can mount their comeback or if the snowball continues here for Echo Fox.
Nice equalizer, grenade bounce actually won't be clean enough or quick enough. And they swap the lanes back, hoping to, like you said, pull Fox out of their kind of role here so they don't have good, clean rotations across the map. Looper's been left to himself with balls on the top side, really, 68, 69 to 61. So not too big for either one of them, but Balls is being able to go for his Haunting Guys Sword Boots build, so we could see some big objective fights from them. Transfer. Ooh. There you go. Good synergy.
Yeah, this is it a little bit out of range, but Corky's got plenty of missiles. There's more where that came from. Both junglers actually kind of faint on bottom side. Looking for those counter ganks, but get back into farm mode very quickly. And Acadian knows his job is done as far as the, early power. He's so far ahead that he doesn't even need to go warrior. So he's just going to go Cinderhulk full tank this time and be that front line for the team so that you can continue to pressure ahead with someone that is willing to be the vanguard. It's willing to be the front line for your team. All he has to do is get a knock-up on somebody and hold them there for the rest of the team to clean up. A bit of a roam here on mid lane. High.
Might actually put Keith by himself for quite a bit. He's not showing. When he does, do they stop the back? They do stop the back. Oh my god, actually 3 of them. Moon came out of nowhere on that one. The cat is not happy, but it looks like he's got a different scratching post when Acadian comes in. They're still gonna get Keith. They don't have the Tom Kench this time. Moon is gobbled up, but he's spit back out, and they may be able to continue the fight as High gets to the back line behind the tanky members ever so slowly. He is creeping away, but Wild Turtle and Moon leaving him kind of out to dry here. Froggen still trying to work the ground as
they gotta be careful.
Unravels the earth. There's a flash in, Soul Flare, and a very nice focused resolve to almost lock down Moon, and he finally drops to Froggen. There's the kill coming in on Lemon, the extended fight in favor of Fox.
Yeah, even though FlyQuest are able to get the initiation there onto Keith, it's turned around. 2 kills go over to Echo Fox due to the extra power they have already got in the game. Rotating down, and people are trying to screen for High, not willing to leave him behind. Meanwhile, Balls gets stunned up close to the turret. There you go, just ult the wave and back away. Spoils of war, though. Drake will go over after the bottom lane skirmish here for Echo Fox, clearing out the FlyQuest bottom lane.
Gotta go fast. Why not? Pick up the Cloud Drake. Seems like things respawning soon in the jungle, so Fox can go ahead, take a breather here, reset with the money they have, and we'll see this play again.
Yeah, this is the start here. Keith is going to use his flash early on, intelligent, but it doesn't matter because FlyQuest already had the early roam. High comes from the top side, and they eventually get him. Cadian using the ultimate there, buys himself some time, and they get double summoners out of High. Here's where you kind of have to make the choice to sacrifice one person so that multiple people don't die, and all of FlyQuest are hesitating here. They really want to get everyone out alive, so Moon takes some damage, Lemonation takes some damage, and then Lemon goes deep into the lane, actually, instead of trying to run back to his turret there. So then Acadian's able to flash on him, and they get 2 kills. Further snowballing here for Echo Fox.
Mid, 117 to 98 with these roams. High has been out of lane a little bit more, and Looper now gaining full control over that lane. In fact, flash. Teleport still up for balls, but where is he going to be able to use it? Turtle's forced to jumped out of the air. The key makes sure he does stay alive, and Froggen can't get any other shoves in. Kind of just toying with the eyes right now.
They made the call for him here as High is on the way. Can he hit this snare?
Froggen
misses.
Has to be careful. Should be able to walk out of this one. Focus resolve onto High as he's locked down just outside of turret range, but this is getting sketchy with the pressure on the top side. FlyQuest doesn't look like they'll come up with much down on bot.
Yeah, so close. Every ability counts down there. They are unable to even get the flash out of Froggen, as Echo Fox on the top side had more members, and in the middle as well, keep pushing up. So all the plays on bottom side are taking their toll here on the outer turrets from FlyQuest.
Oh, High looking to do a barrel roll. Just missed. Just missed. Did one on the way in. Looks like he used it up already. 5-1 here. Echo Fox having a pretty decent early game, and much more of a gap here at the beginning between them and Fly. FlyQuest definitely not being able to initiate with Zach over and over again and find themselves the 1-for-1s that kept them in the game last night.
And back to the team comps here. The conditions for an Echo Fox victory set up so well by the early game of Acadian. They want to spread the map out, keep Ken and Split pushing. Now there are open lanes as the side turrets start to fall and the mid turret is heavily weakened. This is perfect setup for the Echo Fox composition, as they've got Talia to pick people off. Keith from Jin, even in the mid lane, can have a very long range to slow people down with the ultimate or land snares. And Echo Fox looking to remain on the offensive, whereas FlyQuest still looking for those outplays, looking to get that gold back for themselves so they can turn it around, buy some time maybe for Tristana to scale up, and bank on those turtle resets.
I love this from Fox. Always picking up the fiber fillable potions somewhere around mid-game.
They're efficient, man.
Straight down the inventory.
Take a drink.
We also have Wit's End on Looper. Building that out. He went from the recurve bow to Wit's End to start things off. So he's looking to shred down, give more assistance to Froggen as well.
You can tell the analyst for Echo Fox was like, hey guys, super efficient refillable potion. Everybody buy one every single game.
It refills.
They're delicious. They make you stronger. You look better. Keep you healthy.
I mean, look at that synergy. It looks nice. It's like, I mean, if you have 4 more Pink Wars, that's super orchestrated.
I gotta say, I am definitely a proponent. I just don't like buying the regular potions, so I'm stingy, so no argument here.
That's right. Never-ending potions. That's what you need. It's like being at the restaurant. 15 minutes in. Let's see what else they can put in their inventories, as Fox has a 4,000 gold lead.
He's got no flash. Can he get the Devour off? Yeah.
He does have the ult. Yeah, throws that down, chomps him up, spin him back on the burner. And they do. Throw him right into the frying pan. That one goes over the balls as they cook down Looper.
Good punish here from FlyQuest. Looper had no flash, and Echo Fox give an opening over. That being said, mid turret is so low, and FlyQuest don't really have great wave clear, so this is going to be a difficult defense as all of Echo Fox come to punish.
Surfs up down mid. That's able to grab turret for Froggen here as they use
Lemon.
Bit of this movement speed to get across the map. Darkness is scary. Lemon Nation wants to stay out of the dark right now. Acadian getting sure he's tagging those abilities on the ultimate and making sure it's safe for the execution once he goes in, or the kill.
Yeah, that's one of those scenarios where you see them rotating over into your blue quadrant, and Lemon, you can tell what he's thinking. He wants to get defensive vision in his jungle. I was like, that's my jungle. I need to defend it. But if you walk up too close to even get vision in your own jungle there, pretty quick kill. Previously this, though, Lemon's the star. He makes the offensive play. He's able to catch Looper off guard, and that's that Tom Kench ultimate usage that's so effective versus these split teams that we talked about in Champ Select. So there you go. Makes a big play for himself, and then Echo Fox get him right back for it. Trying to get some vision.
Good clear here. Even up Wild Turtle and Keith in CS. It's about 1 and a piece of an item for both of them. Yomu's and Wild Turtle charging up that static Shiv build. Katie and the team back to the jungle. Topside might get a little bit of pressure here, but they may actually run it down mid with Keith and Gate, depending on what happens.
Yeah, look at that counter jungle stat as well from Acadian. Anytime you get the early first blood like that, and you have flash advantage, and you're on an early game dueling jungler, that's what you're going to do. And jungle's all about being versatile. You play to the state of the game. If you get a lead like that, you increase your counter jungling numbers, you increase the pressure with your laners. Acadian has done just that. He's definitely always been one of the good ones at snowballing those leads ahead. And even though he's not building for the carry spot, he's still keeping up the pressure. He talked about it a little bit of how, changing that mentality and being more of a team player, being more of a tank if they need that position played by him.
Oh, Froggen. 3v1 as the team goes down bot to take down Dragon. Obviously, global gold here coming in for FlyQuest. That's the demolition, not even taken down. Froggen doing a very good job on the top side, but he has also high coming to him, so they have to be careful.
1v4! They get the turret, and they finally kill Froggen, but man, Froggen with a valiant effort, and he took one down with him.
Look at Looper over here. He's like, yo, it's gonna happen eventually, balls. Just wait.
Will he be able to take one down with him as well?
Almost. Enough turret shots. Heating up on Looper doesn't take him down. Slicing Maelstrom is enough to take down balls, though. This push did continue to happen mid as the top lane push happened for Wild Turtle and the rest of FlyQuest. So that's 2 turrets across the map here. Actually 3. Mid, second, and bot.
That's the cost of committing everybody over to the opposing side here. Keith though does get exhausted.
A little back and forth, 3v2 situation. Lemon and High trying to get out as Looper was just on their coattails. Turtle keeping good focus here on the bot side. Does call pressure back. Froggen has to go.
FlyQuest, you can tell it's very difficult for them to get back in this game, but they continue to look for those openings, look for the offensive plays. More money onto Trist. Uh-oh. He's got to get away from Carmen now, though. That'd be a magical... Oh!
Nice hit. He's feeling good. Picking one up for himself there. Prepped up by Froggen. FlyQuest on the chase as well at the end of these. It gives Fox so much time to recoup.
All right, look at this. What turns into a 4v1 from Froggen turret defense. Moon goes in, but the turret is about to switch over to him. He does get devoured. But Lemon, he was still on the minefield, I think that's why. He spit Moon back out over the last one of those mines from Talia, and it counts as a move block. Yeah. So I think that's what did the damage, and what killed him. Unlucky, dude.
It's painful. Tunnel. Out of base. 3 members of Fox ready to regroup on the map here. We have 2 members of FlyQuest actually down towards the bottom, setting up some pressure. Big Balls is kind of setting up his own trap. Moon's ready to get that kill. Cloud Drake isn't really there anytime soon, so if they are able to get this kill on Balls, hey, it pays off. But he's got quite a wave to clear out. Things are slow going right now for Fox. They're waiting for Fly to make a move, if anything.
Echo Fox, pretty clear. Stick to the game plan and split, but FlyQuest want to punish him for it. Looper!
Oh, the up dodge to down. He still gets the empowered Bola after that strike. Onto Looper. Stuns are coming in. He tries to get the hits, but it's not going to be enough for the 2v1, and Fox looks to get something across the map here. Quick moves on to High. but they can't lock him down. Rotations up from Lemon and the team.
Another sneaky brush attack here from FlyQuest, but High is under attack.
Nice dodge on the deadly flourish. That minion wave protecting him from Frog, and his Fly High is playing everything perfectly to get out of that.
Oh yeah, that was risky business there, and he's able to fight his way out, dodging quite a few of the skill shots. Froggen looking to set up for one of those Talia walls, though.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to find Looper on the map, but he's still dead. Blade of the Rune King.
Got that gray screen bug.
Gray screen bug comes up. He should focus on bot side. Top being pushed by Keith. As now a little bit of a 1-3-1 from Fox is played until they have their group for that fight.
All right.
Not Looper, though. He can stay and have fun on the side.
I mean, he's got to get back to that split push duty. As you said in Champ Select, that's your duty for Kennen. Stick to it. Even if you get killed a couple times, dust yourself off, back up, push out your side lane again.
And anytime if you think you are straying from your objective, just remember, be that guy that always annoys you in your game, split pushing, who never stops splitting. What do you have to do? You have to respect that guy. Be that person. The Looper is going to be that person.
What FlyQuest are doing, though, to counterattack this is consistently keeping up their defensive control wards in their own jungle. So denying a lot of the offensive vision there from Echo Fox. Despite the huge gold deficit, FlyQuest are still able to use the Fog of War to get these kind of sneak attack kills. They're playing that guerrilla warfare style where they pop up, Tom Kent's ultimate, or they've got Rengar in the brush. Strike, get a kill really quickly and try and back off. The hard part is not giving over a kill to Echo Fox after they get one of those sneaky kills, because there is such high mobility in the Echo Fox squad, and obviously such a big gold lead that allows them to take most of those fights.
Lemon Nation staying with Turtle. I don't remember how they're gonna think of how they're going to play this. Say you Valk first, or you rocket jump first, and then I'll eat you, or I'll eat you and then you jump. Kind of who's gonna counter each other or play the synergy with each other, because there's also a lot of kind of escape slippery abilities here for FlyQuest if Acadian tries to go in again.
All right.
They have the vision to start this up, so Acadian won't be going in until Baron's done.
Turtle does have the Scrying Orb. There you go. He uses it. He sees them on Baron, so FlyQuest should be able to pelt them with some damage.
A lot of damage. There's the Valkyrie, burning them up a little bit. Moon gets the exhaust out, flashes away. Summoner spells for a bit of HP on both sides, and it looks like they do fizzle out that Baron. Fox's vision work kind of going a little to waste as they trade summoners.
Yeah, Moon's got to be really careful about doing that and jumping in with his ultimate. He gets out with his empowered battle roar as well as burning his flash, but the flash is an important cooldown, so we will see if they're able to hold on for much longer. Froggen going aggressive on High.
Very interesting. Moon is back farming Gromp right now as they try to take that fight in mid. That could have gone very bad. Looper focusing on the Dragon. It looks like Fox is just okay with putting a bunch of stuff on their plate right now. And maybe they're right. It's kind of spreading FlyQuest thin, and they don't feel like they have a comfortable engage from their side.
Cloud Drake can add more speed on top of their first one, so
gotta go fast.
As spread out as this map
too.
is, that is quite useful actually. Again, FlyQuest still defend their jungle vision, so they're still keeping the possibilities open, and FlyQuest have to respect it at this point. You know, they've gotten so many of these kills back, even down so much in gold, that FlyQuest need really extra control wards. They're working with 2 sweepers still, and 2 Farsights instead of grabbing an extra one to work with.
Hello.
Bye-bye.
High taking it. Yeah, bye-bye. Looper with a good push bot. Teleports up for him. Balls, he's got a long walk if he actually wants to join the team for anything, and they may have that knowledge as Balls already leaves lane.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up, too. He has to walk everywhere he goes. No teleport for FlyQuest makes the defense game that much more scary. As Rumble, if he's going to go 1v1 with Kennen in the side lane, he pretty much has to be at his turret. He cannot put any pressure on Looper, and he pretty much just has to clean up minions and look for more team play. So that means that FlyQuest are going to have to always constantly have that in the back of their mind, the worry of the bottom lane pressure while simultaneously trying to keep vision around Baron and deny Echo Fox that very big objective that they're trying to pull them across the map.
They can get this and not have the back top wave in a good spot. Bottom wave as well. Looper trying to put some damage onto Balls, as you can see on the top right emblem. As this fight for Baron goes down, 8,000 health obviously is kind of telling FlyQuest they're going to back off. Looper under turret. The shots from Scrap Shield keep him alive. One last shot leaves Looper alive as well as they trade flashes. And Looper can't even teleport in now. Everything fizzles out as FlyQuest feels good. That teleport can't be used at the moment.
Yeah, that was a very close duel under the turret. Balls is able to kite back over his ultimate, and Looper also blowing his flash. It's extremely low to those turret shots, but that's with defending with a turret in the 1v1 there, Balls. So
yeah, that's true.
Has to be very careful. He still had his Zonias, so Looper has to keep that in mind when risking these tower dives, even if the flash is not going to be ready next time. The Zonias is something that sometimes you forget about it. That can be the difference in an entire game. If you overcommit there, someone that still has that vulnerability up and you try and give that money back over to FlyQuest, because FlyQuest are stacking up. They've been in this farm for late mentality after the very poor early game, trying to get more crit multipliers on their Tristana, you know, and they're just hoping to make it through the mid game to the point where they do have the possibility of winning a big team fight, getting those resets for Turtle, but currently Echo Fox having difficulty really breaking the game open, even though they have had such massive pressure advantage due to the opening. Not able to get the deepest division inside FlyQuest jungle.
Stuck quite a bit at River here. The minions are being stopped at River as well. Looper's really the only one that's been able to have fun on the other side of the map, except for this second tier we saw Keith and Gate at. Now power and numbers they push up, but no vision on the side. This could get flanked, and it just kind of seems like they're going to back up to the base.
All right, this might be it. Looper's going aggressive on Balls, and they got the Talia ultimate in.
Zanya's in, Abyssal Voyage well from Lemon. He can take up Balls if he wants. What a hit coming in from FlyQuest. Looper now is forced to run on this one.
Turtle actually healed there even to go for the chase, but couldn't get in range. Balls, Zodias, he stays alive, and Turtle gets some more money. That is very, very critical for their scaling. Whew.
Spit out and save. We've seen Tahm Kench coming up so big in this game. Now for map movements and the saves for FlyQuest to get in position for that one. They were all mid, and now they try to route Fox on their own strategy. Looper is still here to stay in bot lane.
Yeah, and he can continue to harass Balls. He now knows there's not only no flash, but also no Zonias. So, oh, he's gonna kill him! Got him under the turret. And he's got away with it. Turtle won't be able to find him. Looper comes up big for Echo Fox, getting them some more pressure. Even though Froggen went down, his Death Downer comes back up, so they can return to pressure the Baron now. Balls teleport will be available once he comes alive, but that's 30 seconds. 30 seconds of power play now for Echo Fox. And the Blast Cone gone as well. That's one more piece of movement here that FlyQuest won't have available, but Echo Fox not gonna jump on it, and they'll just try and take the turret.
Walking over a few wards. Right now, they're doing it in numbers, so they have zero problems. Looper still being a nuisance on this bot side, 281 to 220. Now calls high down, as Balls wasn't going to be coming up fast enough, so things are being kind of divvied up in how FlyQuest can call audibles on these situations. We'll see this play one more time. Marksman with the first.
This is a red buff Kennen. You can't even be at your turret with half health with no flash and no Zonias. Yeah, not much to it there. Auto attack him down, got a red buff, so Looper eventually takes his toll in the split push and gets that kill. That's why you commit to the plan, Riv. You first pick that Kennen, then you better be split pushing for 35 minutes.
All day. So we got another 5 minutes is what you're saying.
Yeah.
More than that. Actually, with the way, like we said, we got to bring it back. The way Fox is trying to get these closeouts, they may be looking a little too soft. They haven't really engaged too much. Obviously, they don't have tons of CC, as we said in the game. You got to put yourself in there, and Acadian's the one to be able to do that first. They've slowed down any engages, and they're letting this split push happen. We'll see if they actually take the fight on the other side of the map now in a 2v1 for Looper. What does the team do?
Well, they have Ball's teleport, so he can recall, heal up the fountain, and then turn it into a 5v4. He did use the equalizer in that fight, though, and Turtle just got chunked.
Alted out. Froggen from that situation high on the other side. We've seen the Corky steals, namely Piglet from the back side. Does he have a big one prepped? He does not. And it looks like they're going to pull off. Deadly Flourish just misses. Balls comes in on that teleport as they waited for it to come back up from spawn and push mid here from Wild Turtle. If they can keep routing Fox, the turrets now fall in favor of Fly, and they have quite a bit of money sitting on the map and structures. That's going to be Froggen getting caught. The team split in miscommunication. Some were going for blue, some were pulling back for mid, and FlyQuest finds that error and starts to take down Fox.
They get the reset here. Turtle Explosion might get another kill. Acadian barely lives. Now it looks like Keith trying to snipe him down, but Lemonation can tank.
Curtain call is open. That blue buff does get taken for high, so the missiles can still fire from the back line. And FlyQuest making it touch and go for Fox.
And they can't take too much. Good call here from FlyQuest not to press it. Just take the Scuttle Crab and take your win. Sometimes you're so far behind, you can't reach for too much. Do not start that Baron up. Do not risk the comeback there. Counterplay from Echo Fox, and they just get the vision after their kills. Look at this pick.
Split up again.
Onto Froggen, though. High just falcons right onto his face, and they use the exhaust. No respect there given to the Moon High combo. That enables this entire chase. Acadian does get slowed here, and a lot of damage onto him, especially with that explosive charge, but since he got so fed early and built full tank, he doesn't die to it and is able to escape.
I do like that Valkyrie forward. Get there before the unraveled earth or the shove. Like, you want to shove me towards you, I'll just do that for you.
That's the thing that we see with Talia, especially in the late game. If you're in duel situations, it's definitely a super skill shot based champion, and if you can get outplayed like that with a little bit of mobility, then she feels very difficult. If she's all by herself there, a little bit helpless.
His flash will be up, so actually playing a little aggressive without that, thinking he had the team on his back. Should have it in about 20 seconds. Oh, Youmuu's hit, looking for the Deadly Flourish catch-up. So Turtle playing the Jhin very much like a Twitch to start things off with a cask slow.
Yeah, and this time around, with Keith's Jhin, High has dodged almost all of those Deadly Flourishes from him. It's actually been High who's been playing the knife edge, even more than Turtle has. We expected, this Tristana to be super, risky and diving in, but High needs to have this credit because people always really criticize him for being so aggressive and playing such risky play style, not only with his calls, but his own play. And multiple times we've seen him dodging out all these skill shots in the mid lane, threading through, buying time for the team to scale up. And look at that, the Tristana is into the late game, super duper threatening, looking to get that team fight. So FlyQuest have actually bought themselves enough time that it's almost here where Echo Fox have to really worry about a team fight going the wrong way.
Bloodthirster's going to mean Wild Turtle can punish in these fights even more. Punish at turrets if he needs to take a few shots for the team, and he's already going to be doing it on the top side. The turret is on its last leg for Fox.
That means, can FlyQuest actually pull off the defense here? High has to use his flash into the turret, to the get devoured. Turtle gets one turret, but Echo Fox are knocking at the door here on the inhibitor one.
35 minutes in, they're going down quite fast as well as they try to make their way into the base.
They're going to trade. They're committing to turret. Turtle staying down on the bottom side. Can he clean it up enough, though, because Echo Fox also have minions on the bottom?
1 for 1, it's the fight. They have minions on the bot side, but do they go back for Turtle? He starts back and shows that after the inhibitor turret. He wants the team for the rest.
So they trade inhibitor turret for an inhibitor turret plus the actual inhibitor and the super minions. FlyQuest do lose out on the pressure, but they got a little bit more money for Turtle, and look at the completion. He's now on 4 offensive items. He has the Bloodthirster shield plus the extra lifesteal here of the potion coming through.
Elixir of Wrath.
I mean, that is where
just used it.
They're setting up. They know the time for the big team fight is now. If FlyQuest fail, Echo Fox do get to claim their victory. They do get to finish out the entire series and get to finish out the week 2-0, which would be huge for Echo Fox in really cementing their spot in the middle of the standings and close to that playoff line.
Looks like they may be trying to go for a core item. Acadian is sitting on 1,700 gold here. And whatever he gets may be big for the Baron. It's going to have to be big enough. He doesn't get a chance to back with that gold.
Looper is still split pushing, so FlyQuest know they have to make the call quick here, and they're just burning through the Baron. Here it comes. This is the pressure time. Teleport comes in.
5100 HP package and equalizer, cutting everything off. They felt like they had the Talia wall where FlyQuest is lighting the world on fire, and it looks like they may have trouble getting out.
Oh, Acadian goes in.
High gets hit up, focus resolve as well. Locked up by Lemon Nation to save him. Acadian over the wall. Keith in a bad spot in a 2v1. The chase from Turtle, absolutely blown up with the crits. Turtle over the wall. We're waiting for the jumps, but he can't get another one. That's going to be the kill coming in onto Acadian. Turtle, I'm sorry, High picks up another one.
And the reason
now they can focus.
The reason Echo Fox engaged there is because Looper was on the second inhibitor. He's already killed it, and even though Ball's got his recall off, he still has 2 inhibitors down, and the pressure. FlyQuest inside the base with Baron, though.
He's been able to take down Balls multiple times. What a kill coming in from High onto Froggen. That's a whole bunch of the defense they need to clear these waves. The Baron minions are coming up for Fly, and Looper has left the base.
They're going for the victory here. FlyQuest, Baron, empowered push. 5 versus 2.
Backs against the wall, but never too far. Always a chance to vault off it. And they're looking Fox straight in the eyes, staring down the barrel, and they say, let's go for another fight. Let's do another Baron. It's the ticket for FlyQuest. They're patting the KDAs as they go for the Nexus. They limp towards it. They get the victory, and we're going to a game 3.
Holy moly, what a different story from game number 1. Echo Fox with so many advantages early, but FlyQuest, they played from behind so well. The guerrilla warfare, constantly in the brush, constantly looking for pickoffs on the split pusher, and they bought themselves 25 minutes of game time down in tremendous amounts of gold versus a split push team. They never got caught out by a Talia wall. They never really took that toll of the split push cannon. They constantly were able to fight back and get those kills, and they bought time for Tristana to scale up. And they made it count in the one team fight there at the Baron. What a comeback.
Each time they got into a fight, it was so scattered, seemed in favor of Fox. In the moment FlyQuest was able to just kind of say, let's play our fight. It didn't even really look that organized, to be honest. There wasn't enough vision there. They went to the Baron, and then they fought where they didn't have vision, in the forward jungle where they hadn't been for quite a bit. What a way to come back on that fight. And the Tom Kench pick coming through huge once again in Lemon Nation's hands, as it did in Gates. Those denials are so big and cause those few steps forward that cost people the fight.
Those denials, the offensive uses that Lemon Nation was able to use the Abyssal Voyage to go and attack the cannon in the side lane. Multiple kills there. Lemon Nation, as we said, from Champion Select, he's offensively minded with the Tom Kench ultimate multiple times. He's able to get those kills. And you have to say, FlyQuest, if we talk about the morale of this team, last week, or not even last week, yesterday, with their series victory, they were all happy. After a comeback victory like this, down 1-0 in a series, you have to think they have very, very, very high morale at the moment.
Yes.
Going into game number 3, so this is going to be a close one.
We'll have to see. I'm definitely ready. I'm sure you all are, but we've got our analyst standing by to break that one down.
Thank you very much, Riv. We're going to do our best to break that one down because I don't think that's how that game was supposed to go based on how that game started.
No, whenever you have like a 4-kill Rek'Sai, 15 minutes in the game, you got a 3 or 4K gold lead, you know, usually you think things are going to go in the favor of that team, but there's a couple small things about the snowballing Rek'Sai that really kind of hurt those chances.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We got to see Acadian kind of in his spring split form here where he's getting a lot of work done early.
Yeah, Moon helping out, giving over that kill during Raptors, still taking damage too recently, then gets a good gank onto High, continuing to keep the pressure up, looking for, wherever Moon is, you want to hold that Rengar down as much as you can, delay his 6, and stop him from getting items. The problem is that, I was alluding to, is that you're building full tank Rek'Sai. So in all of these plays, the one walking away with the kills is Acadian. And what ends up happening after a little bit is that he becomes somewhat irrelevant in the sense where you can't kill him, but he doesn't have the threat to actually kill you in a one-on-one situation.
And that, to a degree, becomes a product of the composition, right? They decided to go for this very damage and carry-heavy composition where Acadian's really the only person who can become a tank for the squad. And so you see, all right, he chooses to use his gold and funnel it into that, those tank-oriented items with the Cinder Hulk and whatnot. but that does mean that all of this gold, all it amounts to is an ability to tank damage, not deal damage, and they really struggled from that point onward in terms of pushing the team fights and actually breaking the base.
And they do have a bit of a 4-1, 1-3-1 comp with the Taliyah, but the thing about Taliyah and why it doesn't really fit Echo Fox's style is because it needs to coordinate with somebody versus Froggen's on LeBlanc in a 1-3-1, just go in the side lane and hopefully you get enough work done for us. Here, he needs to find ways over to the Kennen or to rotate around the map and wall off the follow that comes in from FlyQuest. And Taliyah's just not a pick we've seen FlyQuest use well at all. I mean, if you think back to the last time they played it, I believe it was against P1 in the upset victory that P1 got because there's a wall that he failed to use correctly to block off a Baron. So this is not something that we would say Echo Fox uses well in the late game. And when you combine it with the fact that their snowballing champion is just a tank, you don't actually have as much pressure as you think you should.
What would you take in here instead of Taliyah? Because all that was banned coming through the first rotation was the LeBlanc from FlyQuest, the Kassadin from Echo Fox, and then the Corki was picked up early by FlyQuest. They banned Syndra going into phase 2. There's only 4 mid laners off the table.
Yeah, I mean, you are up a little bit against the wall because if you take a Lucian mid or something like that to try and match your Corki, one, not a great matchup, and two, you're ending up pretty physical damage heavy. So a lot of the stuff that you would expect them to play, because if you give them, a Cassio or an Ori and just take a slightly losing matchup in the mid lane and say, let's be a better teamfight team, that's still not exactly what you want to do with the Kennen. So it is a tough spot to be in, I agree. But at the end of the day, the Taliyah is something I am just generally not a fan of because you need to use that ult well in the late game, and we haven't seen it out of Echo Fox.
All right, and we'll see if they decide to bring it back in Game 3. I do want to take a look at the final minute here because a whole lot of chaos erupted. After we had an inhib trade for an inhib turret, FlyQuest decided to force the Baron, and they get away with it.
Yeah, and you see the teleport starts coming in from the Kennen.
Way too far away.
Canceling it out because he's not close enough. They scare away Echo Fox initially, then they focus on the Baron. Nice buster shot by Turtle, and then Keith is not grouped up with the team. So after he finishes channeling his ultimate, he decides to run forward right into the river, and that's the perfect angle for Turtle, who's like, oh, wait, what's this Jhin doing here? I'm going to jump on him, and then that allows him to start resetting through the fight. Gets a little hypey here, surprisingly jump in 1v3, but able to kind of play the spacing game enough, and there you see not much threat from that tank Rek'Sai, and he gets that cleanup kill, and now there's only 2 men left alive as they chase down here, and they're eventually going to find Froggen as well.
And Kobe had mentioned that, part of why Katie, because first of all, the re-engage there from Acadian is quite suspect after FlyQuest has picked up the Baron, given how far away Jhin is and the fact that you just canceled your teleport. However, Kobe mentioned that perhaps why they were doing that was because of the pressure that Looper had in the bot lane, already taking that second inhib turret and thinking, hey, maybe if we can just delay the backs, we actually gain something out of this whole situation. Really what that did is it bait the rest of his team in for the fight. Keith comes walking in, gets zeroed out by Wild Turtle here, and now you have no damage or no wave clear to defend your base. FlyQuest easily walking down for the win straight off of that. So a 37-minute game win where it was controlled by Echo Fox for about 37 minutes.
It's a situation like, why are you trading for Baron when you just took an inhib in the mid lane and you have pressure in the game in a 4-1? Just even if you lose your teleport there, teleport in, force them off the Baron, and then slow play the rest of the game. Maybe you do lose pressure, but we've seen that Echo Fox can actually grind some teams out.
I was gonna say, that's funny, right? Because typically we're asking Echo Fox to be more decisive, to play quicker games, and to really turn the screws. This is one of the few instances where we wish they went back to their style of, hey, we got him off the Baron, let's take a moment, take a breather, reset the map, and let's grind out our victory.
I'm fine with Echo Fox playing like aggressively from behind or from ahead, where it's like, all right, we're forcing the Baron because we have the 4-1 comp and we're winning, walk into us, and maybe we 50-50 it and it's not the greatest call ever, but we need to get something done for ourselves. This is a time where they're letting the other team make that play, and that's exactly what High wants to do. I mean, remember, this is the kind of team that wants to make those aggressive trades, and once again, we see them coming out ahead. There's a similar story that happened against Dignitas.
And this is why, and it's kind of funny, because in a FlyQuest victory, we're talking entirely about Echo Fox, because Echo Fox should have won this game.
For sure.
FlyQuest, the only thing they did right was that Baron, right? Was being decisive on the Baron call itself, threatening the turn, and then appealing right back to the Baron to close it out. That was all intelligently played, but that was only about a minute of the game.
And, I mean, maybe you can look a little bit back and say that top trade initially where they gave up their mid inhibitor for, I think it was 2 turrets on the top side, all that gold went on to your
on to Turtle.
Turtle, who's the most important member of that team, because we were saying in the mid game, how does Echo Fox actually deal with Turtle? They don't really have a great way to do it, and that's kind of what unlocked him to actually get player of the game here, because he had no one who could ever control him, and he started running wild in team fights once they started getting into them in the late game.
Exactly. So Wild Turtle, you know, in his aggressive playstyle we saw at the end there on the Tristana, happy to take the 1v1 versus Keith as he comes in and then kind of roll through on that Tristana. It's been a big pick for him. I mean, it's won him in an NALCS final, so of course he's going to be happy to return back to that at any time. You know, so going into game 3 here, it's hard to say, or rather, it's hard to kind of depict what exactly should Echo Fox change, because you'd want to say play the first 37 minutes of that game exactly the same, just change the last 15 to 30 seconds of the game.
It's surprising because we saw so much Corki work done with Froggen in their previous series versus Team Liquid. This time around, they didn't take it in the first rotation on red side. You know, blue side, it's hard to justify first picking a Corki, though maybe it's time to start thinking about it, because as they move back to red side, FlyQuest has won with it, and it even looked good in the previous game. So you're starting to get a little scared here if you're Echo Fox, if you're going to get that Corki pick, or if you're going to need to ban it away.
That's the thing. I was like, you might have to ban it because FlyQuest might be very willing to first pick it themselves.
Right.
It's a huge pick for High. He played it a ton in the spring. It's no surprise that as soon as it's back in the meta, he's picking it up left, right, and center. So we'll see if Echo Fox decides to ban it, take it away. I do feel like it would be a good choice for them. We'll see who can end their weekend with a win as we go into game 3. Meet us back here in a few to see if FlyQuest or Echo Fox come out on top. We'll see you soon.
This is a little bit rough for Moon to go to the Raptors. I have to say, he doesn't have much health and he has no smite. Oh, he's gonna actually die! Yeah!
Okay. Oh, what? Nice. What? He died to Raptors, bro. I see. Okay, I'm gonna go take his Raptors.
In this series between FlyQuest and Echo Fox, you all set?
In the game.
We're all set. We are ready to get in. And what a 2 games we have had. A back and forth, but it looked like Fox actually had Fly's number. Things changed.
I mean, they should have. As they talked about on the analyst test, that was so many kills early for Echo Fox. And they have this composition to spread out the map with an early lead to try and snowball, split push, but they weren't able to make that split push work. And FlyQuest with a very strong defense, and even though Turtle was the kind of the condition for the comeback, and we talked about the scaling of the champion there for Tristana and looking to go off with those resets in the team fights, it was up to the rest of the team to buy him some time to get those items.
Making sure they played real well across the map, and everybody really coming out strong. Fly high in the middle as well, doing just that. The dodges out, the KDA, bringing this Corki to the team and also bringing the pressure.
Exactly. So many times would we pan over the mid lane, and High's got 3 members looking at him. He's dodging the Talia knockback. He dodges the Jhin deadly flourish and the curtain call, and he's valking over the Talia wall and getting himself out of these scenarios where you're like, well, he didn't really gain much, but that's not the goal there. The goal there is to buy time. Time is what he's gaining, and he still was able to put up 40% of the team's damage on that Corki.
That's the trade, right? Those are the numbers where we're like, Froggen's doing 40% of his team's damage. Well, these guys are now butting heads in the mid lane here. We're into game 3. We'll see who can put those damage numbers up once again. And phase 1.
Corki does just spit out damage. So the big damage numbers do correlate very heavily with champions played as well. And Corki should really be a high priority for champions like for both of these teams, as both Froggen and High have a high mastery of the champion and have already utilized it very effectively this week.
What did they decide? You can see at the bottom of the screen, pick order, ban order for last game. So how things are switching up ever so slightly.
Are they going to let Zach through again? Last time Echo Fox were on the red side, actually let Moon have the Zach. And even though FlyQuest weren't able to win that game, did display quite a few good moves with it, and at least the familiarity necessary.
I think they're all right with the Zach if they get the Tom, because that was like kind of the first leap up, right, in the first place.
True.
That scenario.
Tom has definitely been huge. FlyQuest will go right back to it. They do have confidence, in the crowd control that he brings and the long-range engages. A lot of mid-lane pressure specifically, as we said in game number 1. But again, that Tom Kench, I would be super surprised if Echo Fox don't take the Tom Kench here in their first 2 picks.
I feel like this is like the wait. We know we want the Tom. What else do we want? We use the 50 seconds.
Yeah. As we said, the Corki for both of those guys has been huge. They bypass the Tom in favor of the Jhin. Now, to me, this is more of a takeaway pick. Stealing it from Turtle rather than, oh yeah, we had such a big, pick-off game there in the mid game with, Keith on the Jhin. As we said, High was doing a really good job dodging a lot of those abilities. So this is mostly, I think, stealing it away from Turtle because Turtle had really big performances. And there you go, no surprise.
I hope it wasn't as big as a puzzle piece as we think, at least for Echo Fox fans, right? Because if Moon just starts hitting all these ults that people die from, you're like, that would have been great to have Tom Kench there.
I feel like, yeah, there's so many scenarios where you're like, man, it would have been great to have a Tom Kench there, but here we go, FlyQuest.
You got me there. Tristana locked in, and Wild Turtle going for that again is, like you said, the Jhin takeaway. And what do we hover here? Maybe the jungle, just so they keep things even.
That would be an interesting one. So Ivern definitely has lost. We'll talk about the theoretical pick of Ivern, even though they probably won't do it. But I do like bringing it back up because even though Ivern lost a lot of power with the nerfs to the Redemption and Locket going over to health scaling now, so his build was really altered, I still think it's a very good champion, especially if you do have double AD carries you're trying to protect from the jungle. The shield, Stacy on the front line, soaking up a lot of the crowd control and damage. I think it still can and will be in the future incorporated into team compositions in competitive play, just with an altered build of, maybe that Ardent Sensor first and then into the Redemption and stacking like that. But not going to be the case here, and it will be a Cadian on the Gragas. Love this champion. So much playmaking, really effective tank right now as well. Even better on live, but still very good here on the current LCS patch, and frontline is also something that a double AD carry comp would very much like to have. Gragas also doubles as disengage.
Yes, he does. Syndra, Camille banned out. You can see that rumble for the side of FlyQuest once they get back into some picks as they do their final ban here towards Echo Fox. Probably just focused, what did I say, at that top lane?
Yep, because they're not fooled, right? As I said, it could very well be an Acadian jungle Gragas, so it's that flexible pick that we always talk about, and FlyQuest do not want to let them flex it into the jungle and also take the Renekton for the super strong lane phase that we've seen and the CS leads that Looper was able to gain with it.
More takeaways. There's 3 takeaways within this game. Balls may be going back to that Kled for a second play here in the summer split. The team was actually quite behind it. It fit their style on the engage.
It does fit their style because Zach is a really good primary engage if you have Fog of War. But if you don't, have a lot of vision to work with and a lot of true sight, then Tom Kench and Kled are also really good options, and we've seen them utilize both of those effectively. Plus, if you remember back to the previous Renekton versus Kled game, Balls actually was doing quite well for himself there in the 1v1 and staying pretty much even until Acadian came with the gank from the jungle. So maybe we'll see more jungler attention there and them try to affect it again. But
delivery systems abound.
Yeah, High does round it out. This has been his most picked, as many mid laners, right? And it's his control mage of choice. If he's not going with something like the Corki or Lucian in the mid lane, then control mage here for him has always been Orianna.
That's insanely his most picked. The Talon is 2 and the Lucian is 2 behind him. This makes pick number 10 for Orianna. The ball control in the hands of High here as Froggen then takes the Bombardier to himself for this game on Corki. Gate goes for the defense. We've been trading Braum and the Tom back and forth throughout these, basically.
Braum and Tom, best of buddies.
Yep.
In the bottom lane.
We'll have to see here. That Rumble taken away, going up against that Kled. I wonder how much kind of nostalgia High and the rest of the guys get playing next to a Zach in game. In a moment, be like, Medios, is that you?
Blast from the past here.
It has been a while. We're about to get into game number 3. Who is going to have the better chance to push each other to the limits and who is going to fare better at those limits? Hashtag FlyWin. Hashtag FoxWin as we get into our final matchup in this best of 3. Seems like everybody got a pretty good composition coming into this one. Can't leave it up to that.
Little bit more scaling on the FlyQuest side. That being said, it's never like the Echo Fox team composition falls off a cliff or anything. They also, Echo Fox on their side, have a lot of early game playmaking abilities. Jhin, operational off of just a little bit of lethality. Him in combination with Gragas and Braum is actually enough crowd control to set up for the Rumble Ultimates. And we've talked previously about teams with a lot of damage, playing a Rumble from the top lane and not having to use territory basically and the terrain to funnel people onto those big abilities. But there's actually quite a few skill shots that Echo Fox could rely upon to control the face of the battlefield.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Looking around at some masteries. Nothing weird on the start. Doran's Blade, Doran's Shield for our bot laners.
No fervor on the Rumbles?
No
Check.
fervor on the Rumbles. Check. It looks like, again, calmer start. The starts get calmer and calmer as a best of 3 goes on. Or even a best of 5 as teams don't want to give up too much in the beginning. And we remember FlyQuest just surging with momentum that last game. But even at the end of both of these wins, while they were back and forth, neither team kind of got up in excitement, right? It's a very hard-fought win. They know there were mistakes. They know there were good plays. So it's been a long one here in this series.
This series has been an absolute slugfest, taking its toll on both teams. And it all comes down to this. Can FlyQuest really begin their climb out of the bottom of the standings? Or will Echo Fox put their foot down and even up to go 500 at the beginning of the split, which would be a pretty good spot for them, all things considered. Nice pull here for Moon on the Zac, actually.
Even the strong red, too.
Yeah, they're getting the super pull or the hard leash, or the super hard leash. I like to combine both.
More.
Lemonation is taking that one to heart. The super duper hard leash gives up half his health bar. And they're actually going to do a similar thing for Acadian, even though we didn't see it on screen. It was a very hard leash from Gate and Keith as well to get Acadian up to an even speed. Both teams have really been aware of, pretty much every time in LCS, the blue side team has been giving these super hard red pulls from the bottom, so they even it up a little. And Acadian is actually going to be jungling with a very good pace here on Gragas. You can see he's doing a hard clear of the blue camps, and he is a bit ahead of Moon, but it's just because Moon has had to traverse to the other side of the map. But this could mean that the ward on the red buff, does expire here, and FlyQuest will have to be wondering about the whereabouts of this Gragas. Level 3 already here for Acadian with Flash ready means that he's definitely got the possibility to be an early playmaker.
Knows he's safe, probably timing these just around what Moon is doing, and knows he's even safer with that ward we just saw on River.
Yeah, mid lane is always the target there for Zach, and they're going to see him coming. All right, it's just going to be a full hard clear here from Acadian, powering through, trying to get to his level 4 first.
Ooh, nice movement from high, leaving the ball towards the back caster line, kind of catching Froggen off guard there. And a Warden just misses Moon, but the clear of the Gromp should give him an idea. They also see him here.
Looper's also blowing up the blast cone, so he takes away that other avenue.
Jungler's considered top. A little aggression here as the wave meets and resets in the mid lane. Keith, Gate feel like they have the upper hand as they go for the fight with the range.
I think Froggen's trying to bait a little bit here and use up some of Moon's time. He knows Moon's on that top side, so Froggen should actually be hovering to the bottom, but he's not hovering to the bottom side. Huh.
Nice flash grab once, does get the minion, gonna lock him in. This should be a dead Froggen if they get that ball move forward. Great step to the right, and his Valkyrie comes up with just enough mana. Froggen stays alive.
Curious,
wow.
No respect play. They had vision of Moon a few seconds before in the top side when he was killing the Scuttle, and Froggen does not respect it. He does not hover on the bottom side of the river, pays for it with both of his summoner spells. And we talked about Zach's affinity for mid lane. That will only increase now that there are no summoner spells on Froggen. This should help out the laning phase of high. You can see he's already earned himself a CS lead, and a lot of the minions are pushed into the turret. Luckily for Froggen, it's a cannon minion wave, so he won't lose too many of them. And he should be able to catch up decently as the cannon only just now going down, and he gets almost right back in there.
Almost. Good choice. It's always hard to tell when the melees are going to go down to one last shot or not, but he's picking it up. Acadian making his way through.
That Raptor respawn timer, Acadian's got it perfectly.
Oh, nice hit. Just a little aggression, though. Knows he won't be able to fully take him out without vision on high. Froggen was probably saying, we don't know where mid is. Let's be careful.
Yep.
Bot push, though.
Acadian takes his lunch money. Give me those chicken nuggets. Got most of them, and even a little bit of bottom lane possibilities here. I don't know. FlyQuest actually backing off is what we were going for there. Turned into a sheep. As FlyQuest get off their backs from the bottom lane, and Acadian will go back to jungling. Baha!
He almost killed me. All right.
I'll revive you if you go down, Riv. Don't worry. I got your back. What is it, like 7 seconds or something to get you back up?
Yep. Quickest way to back in the game, though, if you need to make a purchase. Little gold lead here for Fox as they start making their way back towards the top side with Acadian's pressure. He doesn't have too much to clear, so he may look for one of the lanes if he doesn't go back for his wolf camp to start things off. Bit of a roam here from Gate. Maybe to see if they get something while he's on his way back to the lane. The long way around.
He's got a control ward this time to work off of, so Acadian doesn't stick around, though. Even so, Acadian didn't have vision on Moon. He used High's movement as his tell because High started to collapse on him. Now the tables have turned, though. Roam up here from the mid lane. Gate's got High's back.
Oh. Just on the outside, they see Moon towards the top. What's the pressure here? Gate hasn't been able to get back down to bot lane.
Yeah, it's all these vision games. They saw the Zac charging up the elastic slingshot on the ward, so that ward is what saves the... Oh! Doesn't use the blast cone. Is what saved the overcommitment there from Echo Fox. So all being told, a lot of vision traded, but not too much of a big difference here being made.
Nice wave stack.
Yeah, Looper's going to be happy to clean up all this cash. Feels good on that Flame Spitter, even though they did nerf the clearing of Rumble a little bit. Hasn't really shown up in professional play too much.
Look at Balls as well. They're just saying there's zero vision. There was a huge wave I could have fought Looper in, but not right now. They give a lot of respect towards that top lane.
Yeah, and even though there is a little bit of extra gold here for Echo Fox, being earned by Looper in the top side, being earned by Acadian in the jungle, FlyQuest are pretty happy to scale up here. Zach wants a couple more points in the Elastic Slingshot. Tristana trying to get to those crit multipliers, and the slower pace of the game, while different, is actually just fine for them. Meanwhile, Echo Fox, they're not getting outpaced yet. Jhin 1 item is great. Corki 1 item is great. Similar things here for Rumble, so we'll probably see them turn up the pace as soon as that Trinity Force comes in, as soon as the Ghost Blade comes in for Keith. That's where we'll really see Echo Fox, try and increase the tempo. None of the big spells used here yet, or the big flashes either.
Yeah, the calmest of all 3 games for sure. Everybody's just kind of playing the we don't want to lose gentleman's agreement, so we don't see any of the aggressive engages anymore. Acadian also taking off that early game Rek'Sai. Looks to be more countering where Moon is going to be, as opposed to making his own plays. We've only seen him in the jungle really once here, but now we're watching High pick up the blue, back to mid with Froggen. Packages are going to be coming up soon.
Yeah, and once again, Acadian is going to be playing the front line for the team, so he's going in the Cinderhulk Gragas, which we already saw from him yesterday. And in addition to all that playmaking surrounding his flash and surrounding his ultimate, he's also going to try and be the damage soak for the team.
Somebody's got to pull the trigger soon.
I mean, that package, as a Corki player, it kind of weighs on you, and you see the timer running out. You really want to make use of it. Sometimes it can get you into trouble. A reckless pilot, but Froggen not going to force anything here quite yet. As we said, still has plenty of time. Working up toward the Trinity Force.
Even in all lanes as well. Ball's able to push in. Looper for a moment takes scuttle control. Or almost scuttle control. How to leave it.
You could tell, as you said before, last time when Balls had minions in his eyes, he backed off because he didn't have vision on the jungler. This time, High makes the call from mid lane. Corki's roaming with the package. Better back off. So Balls sacrificing CS here again to Rumble in order to stay safe, in order to not give up kills. And even though it feels bad to sacrifice those CS and kind of just watch from the bush, reaching out, crying, no, one more minion, another minion. They do build up there, so the wave eventually going to push back, and he'll feel good about that one.
Cloud Drake as well, not spicing things up too much as people fight around it until they can really get the objective to go at it.
Okay, we may have Moon thinking offensively now here. Level 6 on Zach to make a big play onto Looper. Yeah, he's going for it all right.
Bear trap on a rope, miss, but Looper's not a bear, so how much would it really do? He gets away, Gates just on the other side. He says, stand beside me. We're gonna have some fun. Moon almost goes down, but he tries to take him out of the fight with him. Few more shots. Balls goes down. First blood as Keith drops the curtain on him.
Oh, what bad timing for FlyQuest. They finally decide to go offensive, and the first gank is into the lane swap. Echo Fox already 20 seconds before that had started the lane swap with their duo heading up, but FlyQuest actually want to defend the push on the first turret here. Moon charging up.
This'll Voyage with High, Lemon Nation as well. Chomped up and he stays safe. That's going to be the teleport down bot lane. Quick save from Looper, but they're double TPing in. Looper putting himself in a very scary spot while Turtle may be jumping forward. Looks like they're going to hold that other TP down.
Yeah, switcheroo here from FlyQuest does earn them the first turret bonus, but Echo Fox still with a gold lead here, and they haven't even cleaned up the top turret yet. So that top lane play to get the first blood definitely did a lot for them. A lot of damage here, wear and tear on the FlyQuest turrets as well.
Opening up the map just a bit. The one and done. It wouldn't be Balls, though. He could obviously jump off Scarl. It would take Fox too much time to coordinate that kill, and they back out. Turtle back to mid, and now it's a bit of cleanup here. Fox strikes FlyQuest figures out where to go with it. Let's see this play once again.
Yeah, so they just assumed that it was a normal back here from the bottom lane of Echo Fox. They go for the gank. Moon does not immediately go for his ultimate on Looper. They just try and chase him down because they don't account for anybody else. But if you look at the mini-map during that replay, it was all dark again. So while Balls had been playing it so well and so cautiously by himself in the 1v1, as soon as his jungler shows up, it kind of feels a little bad that the offensive call there gets turned around. And,
yeah, those junglers.
Yeah, I had to say, you know, I praise them all the time, but in that case, you could tell Balls have been playing so defensively the whole time, being so cautious, and then Moon comes up with the gank. He's like, okay, I guess we'll go for it. Boom, turned around.
So what's your decision there? Obviously, you can go back at it, but Acadian may be expecting that as well. How, do you go to repair it, or do you say, all right, back to you being you?
Sometimes it's very difficult, right? Because they didn't have vision. When you don't have any sort of deep vision, those are the times you have to be the most cautious. And Rumble specifically is one of the champions that junglers have nightmares about ganking because he has so much AoE. He turns around ganks very frequently in the top lane, 2v2s especially. That ended up not being a 2v2, and that was a 5v2 almost, worst case scenario. But even in 2v2s, you have to respect Rumble's ultimate and Flame Spitter, and the ability for it to turn around ganks on melee champions. That was really the best of all worlds for Echo Fox. And they were very happy to get that kill, but then a little bit of sleight of hand got Echo Fox FlyQuest the early turret kill. Now they're still under pressure, though.
Acadian finding his vision inside the jungle of FlyQuest. His top is being pushed here by Turtle. He doesn't actually need any help against Looper. That's not a very big catch potential for a lane. But mid, however, puts Froggen out of place. And he still has both summoners, but in a dangerous spot as bot being pushed.
Yeah, on display there was the effectiveness of the new Zac kit. You don't even have to hit your slingshot anymore. It's all about landing the Q afterwards, and then you pull them back into the minions. Well done there by Moon. Meanwhile, bottom lane, as we said, FlyQuest were still under pressure, but Moon now top.
Moon doing much like Acadian was last game, trying to hit each lane as fast as possible. Whether it's a kill or not, he's trying to get a summoner, a flash, or a little pressure for his lanes. And we've seen him go across the board now.
And FlyQuest are funneling so much money here into Turtle to try and jumpstart that late game for themselves. Meanwhile, Balls is the one who has to pay for it all. He's the one who's taking the CS deficit really, really heavy now here that we're in the mid game, and they're moving him around. To those weak lanes where they have to pressure and he has to give up so many more of those minions. Meanwhile, Echo Fox, because so much is given up on the bottom side of the map for FlyQuest, they finally will just mosey on over to the Cloud Drake.
It's got to feel nice as well. Teleport deficit Drake. What's going to happen here? One shot out, one shot in. Froggen.
No flash!
Underneath Moon. Looper's not feeling too good about this. Overheating as he tries to get out, and Looper put in the stupor. He goes down.
And this game is just a tragedy for top laners. The second time here, Looper now gets baited in by his mid laner and leaves him out to dry.
Should be good. High can actually wrangle in a very nice shockwave with Keith and Gate to continue that path. They will back off quite quickly here, getting themselves to safety. Top going to be demoed down by Balls, and while Turtle and FlyQuest making some cross-map moves here to continue their control, they're going to nicely even out the gold with that turret.
Yeah, you got to be real scared here of the Tristana at this point from Echo Fox's point of view, because Turtle's getting so much of these turret gold bonuses, so much of the extra farm. Actually, Balls. There you go, Elimination. Safety is here.
Just a quick Abyssal Voyage jump from a Shelly.
I like that. Change your name to Shelly because, you know, even though Herald is a title, people often mistake it for a first name. And Rift Herald is, in fact, female. Elimination going to make his way out here after they take the Rift Herald. But yeah, Rift Herald picked up here. That might aid in getting Tristana a bit more of that turret gold, but let's take another look. Froggen gets ulted out and then pieces out as soon as he sees Moon. So Looper's like, hey man, I already used flash. I'm under the turret now. Well, guess I'm toast.
Like, actually, I don't want anything to do with this. Still 1-1, a very low kill score game. We've seen. Oh,
I don't know if that was intentional, but
that's a whoopsie. Low kill score game because they're saving each other. as we can see. No, it's just everybody, like I said before, afraid to make those commitments, afraid to lose. So get a much slower game. Here, a few engages towards the top side of the map have allowed a dragon to happen, and with these turrets opening up, we'll finally get some more forward vision.
Yeah, I do have some good news for you as well, Riv. The first item completions that we were talking about spiking for Echo Fox, Leandry's done for the Rumble, Trinity Force for the Corki, Ghostblade for the Jhin, and they even have, you know, some components on top of those. So this is where you would look for Echo Fox to start to go aggressive and make use of all these champions they have that do spike pretty well off of one item and kind of hit that lull in between before FlyQuest can get their crit multipliers going for themselves. And it looks like FlyQuest or Echo Fox have chosen the mid lane to try and start it off. Ball's though going to take a lot of damage here on the bottom side.
Ult for ult. Gets balls off of the wave, which means they have a bit of pressure towards mid, but Keith has already broken off of that to take care of what High has been doing on the top side. FlyQuest moving across the map, keeping Fox doing what they want.
Yep. FlyQuest would like to keep Echo Fox running around for farm. Froggen actually gets tagged with the slow, but Valkyrie bounce right out, no problem.
Super stretch. Almost have, like, I love how Froggen stands toe-to-toe in a lot of these fights. Even when there's maybe 15 seconds for his teammates to get there, they try and push the limit.
Ooh, Turtle's hunting.
Fly off.
Even with just the static Shiv BF, he wants to jump here onto Keith. He does have one level advantage, and he has got a buddy advantage too.
Oh my word, so much catch potential, but the crowd control misses left and right. Keith is dodging. Dipping, diving. Wild Turtle's gonna go to the left. He tries to deny vision in the brush. Gets to the next one without any more vision. But there's just too much vision. Now they're going on to Looper. Moon's very, very low, but he's not the focus. They want the AD. They want the bot. It's Wild Turtle now in the eyes of Gate. Lemonation's back to help him out. And the rotation from the power mid laners, Froggen and High just on the edge. Where can they and what can they do? High gets popped off to the right, goes for the self-ultimate, and really only vacuums Fox around. It's not enough damage.
Yeah, High was coming for the roam, but he must have lost track of Froggen and did not account for the counter roam there, pretty much mirrored by Froggen. So Acadian takes it into his own hands, uses the flash, picks off one, and he's looking for another one.
Slowly but surely, they walk this one in, trying to save his AD carry. Nicely done. The heal for Lemon. Thick Skin comes through as well. They make it out, but a lot of resources used.
Whoa. Yeah, that buddy system barely gets the bottom lane out of trouble there, but very big cost for FlyQuest.
It's such an extended fight, too. Here it is again.
And they make this big play on top side with no teleport. That's the big difference. You can see in the mini-map on the bottom of your screen, Kled, that is balls, no teleport available. So the numbers will eventually get turned around. The original plan here for FlyQuest does find success in killing off Keith, but it takes a very large toll as the Zac passive is popped. Zac then goes down, and the continued roam here from High should have been aborted because they should have accounted for the extra teleport, the extra member of Echo Fox. There was no way, FlyQuest were going to even up those numbers, and they lost track of Froggen. He makes them pay for it.
Rift Herald just used in mid. Shockwave missing Froggen by a millimeter. He Valkyried right out of it, so that play happening as we were in the replay. Little damage on his back to keep that mana low so they can keep pushing the side lanes. That was actually pretty good to keep him in there. And Wild Turtle has some time top side.
Yeah, Turtle actually doesn't have a lot of deep vision in the red quadrant of the jungle, so he does have to respect the package that was just picked up from Froggen, and he can't actually pressure that secondary turret. He has to come join the rest of his team. So Echo Fox do have still a little bit of more time to work with here.
Oh, almost. Still not going to be a problem. He stays with the team. Pings from FlyQuest onto Baron. That's a pretty dark area for them, and they don't know if it's even being pressured or baited from the top side of it, let alone the bottom. Here, clearing out a pink ward and getting a little bit of that vision back.
Yeah, and they actually have a good opportunity to jump onto Echo Fox. Looper now the one with no teleport, and they're going... Oh, they don't pull the trigger. This mid turret is so low due to that, Rift Herald that was activated before. Echo Fox actually get themselves out of a little bit of a sticky situation where Looper wouldn't have been able to join and just back right out. That package really threatening here and does buy them a lot of map control.
Fox taking over a few. High, low on mana, really only 250 there. Dissonance is 100 or more, so he needs to get out and get some mana. And they can get back to these lanes. Finishing up his last few bits of farm, 1,200 gold to spend for him, so he's looking to cap out on an item before he can go back. That's just the Ocean Drake going over, a little bit of regeneration here. I don't know if much of that's been used, as these fights are hitting fast and hitting hard.
Speaking of which, Acadian has his sights set on the mid lane, but all the rest of FlyQuest show up, so might have to readjust those.
Tanks everywhere in the inventories of Foxes. They make their way out of the base. You can see what they want to do, move those wards forward with the ability to protect them. Right now it's all owned by FlyQuest, as they've had one of their better early starts to a game coming out of this one. And they were really able to put that hurt down onto Froggen for the first time in the mid lane. He did get his escapes in, but more pressure has seemed to keep him down from roaming Froggen, making plays elsewhere on the map. 3-2, just around 23 minutes in, with the gold just about even as well. After 20 minutes, you're going to be focused on those wards towards topside. High actually still has not gone back to buy yet, but has let the mana charge up. A lot of money to be playing with in this fight. You can hear balls coming from the bottom side. They still have to teleport to play after this if they get the big win in the fight. Equalizer crosses the team, splitting balls and Moon down to the bottom, and Keith has dropped. His flash was down, and Fly knew they could initiate the fight. A kill coming in for High now, as FlyQuest finds their mark on 2 and looks for control on the map.
Those are 2 big carries down for Echo Fox now, and they're in a very dangerous scenario of trying to defend this Baron bait from FlyQuest with only 3 members still up.
Balls gives away what the idea is. It's top and mid. Let's stop them from backing and keep the pressure.
Yeah, Balls goes really aggressive in the 3v3 here. Gets dismounted.
Got that Scarl invincibility. Then you go for Lemon's tummy. Now they're going on the top turret. It's ever so slightly things in favor of FlyQuest, but there are areas Fox has windows to get back in here, so FlyQuest has to be careful.
Yeah, FlyQuest are feeling so good about their scaling now. We mentioned the Tristana items. They just now have Turtle hitting both the rapid fire cannon and static shiv in addition to his train force. So this is a fully operational Tristana. Not to mention he has the levels as well due to all the split pushing that they've done. And one of the biggest things about the scaling for Tristana too is the range. You know, she gets an extra 7 range for every level. And we'll take another look at this team fight, but the engagement here from FlyQuest frontline was very good. Moon on display again is the power of that Zac. Gets locked down those 2 carries. Turtle here jumps into both of the enemy carries and gets the kill, getting out alive on that Tristana. Really playing those limits with the amount of extra gold he's got in this game. You know, he has the ability to do that. Jumping in on the exhausted Keith, even with Froggen right there, trying to cover him. Doesn't go down and gets the extra kill for himself. You know, at the level 13 there for Tristana, that would put it at 634 range. Math is right there for Tristana. And it just gets better from there.
Little separation. 9 pink wards just purchased by Fox, so near 1,000 gold spent in trying to regain that vision in their jungle. If they can protect it, it will be a big return on investment. And Echo Fox look to stop Balls here. They're initiating on 1 member, but don't know who else is going to be coming out of the woodwork. Froggen has a fight against Turtle in a 2v1. He buster shots gate back. They get him to safety, or I should say gets himself to safety. But Turtle is playing on that knife's edge, as we've been saying, and FlyQuest has been needing it.
Yeah, all right. So from Echo Fox perspective, now this is completely different than game number 2. They're on the defensive. They're looking to outplay under the turret. Can Echo Fox get that counterplay? It's so difficult against that range increase on the Tristana with the rapid fire as well as their passive, and FlyQuest are just closing the clamps. They've scaled very well here into the mid game, and they're taking advantage. Echo Fox kind of have to come up with one of those big team fights. Maybe it'll be here in the red quadrant.
Moon comes up with no one. Trying to go in. Looks like they're going to steal this red out here. Turtle blasting forward. Thinks he can zero out Froggen. He's probably right with the amount of damage he's been doing. But gets Froggen to Valk out of that one. Looks like everybody stays a little bit safer with how many summoners were blown in these last fights. Fox is waiting on quite a few of those to come back up.
Yeah, Froggen definitely deserves respect. He's at 280 CS, highest in the game, even with Turtle being funneled the farm and funneled the split push. This Corki still can put out a large amount of threat if Echo Fox can get one of the team fights set up on their terms. It becomes more and more difficult as the game goes on, and you can see the vision here from FlyQuest.
Yep.
You know, they played it slow in the beginning, knowing that they're just trying to get Tristana fed. Now that they've crested the mid game here, trying to push in with the vision and take advantage.
Knight's vow for Gate finished up. Expect that to go on Keith once he makes his way towards the mid lane.
Yeah, the double vows here for Echo Fox, kind of their special this weekend. Gate and Acadian, both with them ready for Froggen and Keith. And this is the time for them to be able to pull it out. Turtle here waiting in the brush. Uh-oh.
Shockwave, no follow-up. Actually quite big.
That is a decent cooldown that might give Echo Fox the idea that they can actually try and exploit an opening here. Shockwave is a pretty big teamfight cooldown here, and Echo Fox are getting a little bit worried as far as the timing of the game.
Yeah. Oh, nice body slam from Acadian. Moon has to think before he gets that hit again. Bumps up 4. Shockwave not there. What would have been huge, but it looks like FlyQuest could still have the ground on this fight. A great equalizer by Looper. They all got to walk the red carpet as they get in, and it's not going to be enough from Looper. FlyQuest says that's fine. We'll walk over hot coals to continue this fight.
Oh, looks who's going to tank for 2? They're just going to trade them.
Back and forth. Looks like they'll be fine on that one. FlyQuest to Baron.
Even with no Shockwave, even with interrupting the Zach E, there are just too many options there for FlyQuest to win the team fight. Moon again on the Zach, able to get 2 carries, and now they might turn it.
Trying to get to 2 members, didn't hit much on that. Looper gets himself into Zanyas. Out of the Zanyas goes down. Wild Turtle 1v1 with Keith as they go back and forth with shots. Buster there for Wild Turtle would have won him that one as they pick up Baron. And FlyQuest start turning the knob a little bit.
Yeah, it's honestly very difficult to see how you get through this many team fight abilities that FlyQuest have. And Echo Fox are having a hard time navigating that. Now that we're almost 30 minutes in with a Baron up, FlyQuest elimination even by himself is enough to run them off the objective. Let's take another look at the initiation. Remember, there's no Shockwave here, and he interrupts the slingshot, but it doesn't matter. Moon just goes in with the E into his ultimate. Big crowd control there, enough to kill Froggen. Turtle comes in on the Tristana, just cleaning up, gets his resets. Kill number 2 about to come in there from the bear trap, and that's going to be enough.
Back down to the Ocean Drake. This is going to be the first one here from FlyQuest. They've been focused on that top side of the map, continuously switching, matching those AD carry swaps. Now just start to control all the objectives. And Wild Turtle controlling that Tristana much better from game to game.
Yeah, high on his, as you said, 10 games so far in the summer split Orianna.
Yep.
Turtle here on the Tristana fed a lot of gold early on and has been able to scale super well. One of the classic champions for him. Echo Fox also gave over the Zach, but if you're just joining us now, this series was so close to being an Echo Fox 2-0. They won the first opening game in a very close fight, and then, well, let's take a look at what happens to Balls here in the 2v1 story around the turret. Looks like Baron buff and a couple of teammates is enough for him to fight him off.
Actually didn't know how much pressure, just how much pressure his team was creating in mid. Sees Acadian and Looper both just walk away from the turret. Got to be careful with that siege minion in the back. Not going to give him that much range towards the turret, and Turtle is quite far up.
One-man army here.
Uh-oh.
Acadian goes in, doesn't get the combo.
The E-drop, very nicely done from Acadian, but just off to the right, as you said. Shockwave goes through, but doesn't come up with much either. And now both teams kind of limping back and forth with a few members, look to still continue this fight.
Yeah, and it looks pretty simple here for FlyQuest to finish off the turret.
Yep.
They're just going to brute force there with the Baron.
Looper does have Equalizer. Could be a real hot exit here for FlyQuest. Froggen could put down that package. Went in a little faster than he thought. Took half his HP. Initiation goes in. Moon brings back Gate and Acadian. Things are getting sticky for Echo Fox on this one. He latches onto Looper. He's forced to run right. Abyssal Voyage in from Lemon Nation as they look to consume the rest of Echo Fox. Not jumping over the wall. 10-3 here. 32 minutes in. Looks like FlyQuest will put some finishing touches on, but have a bit more work to do before the Nexus.
Yep, Lemon Nation actually going to be by himself in the 1v2. Can he do it? Support Tom catch. Looper's going to leave Froggen in the 1v1.
Six again. One last Q. He's going to come back. He get the fadeaway Q. It's going to be the Nexus. It's going to be FlyQuest. They take down Fox 2-1.
And what a completely different story than the entire rest of this series. Game number 1 is a slugfest, back and forth, team fight after team fight after team fight, finally barely deciding in an Echo Fox victory. Then game number 2, Echo Fox jump out to this huge lead, and you think they're gonna wrap it up. But FlyQuest barely fight back to it. They scale up into late game, and it feels like after that game, FlyQuest were like, you know what? Scaling to late game is exactly what we should be going for versus this team. So they draft again into some very nice scaling team fighting. Yeah. They play the early game of game number 3 so much slower that it looks like they had this game completely calculated. And Echo Fox got a little bit of an early lead, but not nearly enough to make up for the Fed turtle there on Tristana.
Yep. It was much different once they got that Rek'Sai as well away from Acadian, who was having beautiful early games. They slowed him down a little bit, were able to focus across the map, and then start to hit the main pivotal points, making sure Froggen wasn't getting what he needed. And also keeping Echo Fox off of these high kills, keeping them off of spiking early. This is the lowest kill game of the series that we just saw, and that favored FlyQuest with the style of play around the map that they usually bring to the table.
So that means that FlyQuest go 2-0 on the week.
We talked about what that momentum has to feel like. Putting so much practice in and not seeing results weighs on you so much. And here at week 5 is when some of that needs to turn around.
Exactly. And, you know, they can definitely be, you know, happy about the gains that they've made this weekend. But they have the entire ladder basically to climb, because they did start at the very bottom, tied for 10th coming into it. That being said, it is kind of heartwarming to see the teams that have been struggling so hard and been questioning themselves find some success.
Yep.
And really make the bottom of the standings also more interesting here, because that also knocks Echo Fox down another notch, as they'll have to take this home and look at the late game, because that was what cost them in game 2 and game 3.
Especially in game 2, we kind of saw both teams denied each other that huge initiation, which was, I was very surprised to see with FlyQuest. Every time they had that, Zach Moon was going in. They were still trying. And I even mentioned everybody behind a bad call isn't always a good thing. They were making better calls this time, more organized, and balls on Kled as well. Pretty formidable opponent for the team, now fitting that into the mix.
Yeah, definitely more organized this game. This was the most organized of the games.
You could say that.
And FlyQuest were the ones doing the organizing.
And it seemed like they went back to kind of the old way that they play. It wasn't too strenuous on them. They were still having fun, taking engages as they came, and they just kind of play this lax game, clear calls, and they go and take the wins. As out of champion select is where we used to see this team doing a lot of stuff, getting those flex picks, doing things that they can really turn another team around when they get the lane swaps, which was also somewhat of a pivotal point in these games. As we saw, top lane was being lost. There was a bit of lane swapping coming in.
Yeah, definitely true. The Zach pick came in big for them. They were able to get him multiple times in the series. And that type of crowd control from the front line was really good in setting up their team fights.
What a great victory for FlyQuest. And for more on that FlyQuest win, let's check in with Captain Flowers and the victorious support.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm here with Lemon Nation, who, along with the rest of FlyQuest, has managed to find themselves a 2-0 victory week here today. Now, talk to me a little bit about how it feels to get that momentum going for you guys, especially for you in particular. You got family here watching this weekend? That's got to feel good.
Yeah, this is the first time my family's actually come down for the games to Cali, and we got a 2-0 weekend, so it worked out perfectly. I think we've been playing a lot better recently. Even last week, I thought we had improved since earlier in the split, where I thought we were playing very terribly. And we still do have a lot to work on for sure, but I'm happy how we're going, yeah.
What kind of improvements do you think the team is making that's allowing you guys to have these victories now and sort of bounce back into the form that you were in when you were looking really, really good as a team?
Honestly, I think we just kind of make a lot of dumb mistakes, a lot of basic mistakes. Like, I'm getting caught out where I shouldn't. We're just making a lot of small things that kind of, you know, lead us to have a lot of issues later in the game. And we kind of have issues mid-game as well. And we've kind of just been lowering those, working on fundamentals again, and making sure that we kind of know what to do, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like you guys are definitely recognizing issues that you have. You're correcting them to be able to find the wins like you have this weekend. And we're cresting the hill now over the middle part of the split. We're getting closer and closer towards the end of summer 2017. How do you guys feel about the potential of FlyQuest seeing playoffs twice in a row and making a run for it?
I mean, I think we definitely can. Like, I think making playoffs is As long as we continue to improve, we'll definitely make playoffs.
All right. So as part of that improvement, coming up, we've got Rift Rivals this upcoming weekend, so there's not any regular LCS play. What about you guys on FlyQuest? You're not attending Rift Rivals, so what's the plan with this upcoming downtime?
Well, we have a 3-day break in the next 3 days, and then we just start scrims again, so I'm going to just spend it with my family.
Hey, it sounds like a fantastic way to celebrate the wins, fantastic way to keep on going further and further in towards Summer Split. So congratulations once again, my friend. Best of luck to you and the rest of the team, and we're tossing things over to the analysts to take it from here.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. A 2-0 week for FlyQuest. You heard from Elimination there. It's going to be great for them to have gotten that as we kind of crest that halfway point of the split. As we just talked about in our last post-game segment around Phoenix One, who just got a victory over Immortals, they now got that 2-week reset before we come back in the Summer Split. And so for FlyQuest, it's going to be about continuing to push the envelope of that improvement that Elimination's talking about in order to make it to playoffs.
And I think what they're starting to find a little bit of a style this weekend where they've beat both Dig and Echo Fox kind of off the back of more standard team fighting team comps. They still play, you know, like we saw with the Lucian mid and that kind of stuff. They still play heavily around the mid lane. But if the enemy team is not super good at executing in the late game, it feels like they can take some wins just by having some of that decisive team fighting that you want to see. And Turtle on a little bit more individual playmaking can really step up.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Turtle has been a bit, this week in particular, especially with the Tristana pick coming back, and Jhin. Actually, Jhin is phenomenal too. So those two picks seem to be working for him quite well, where, say, the Caitlyn's didn't let him shine as much.
Well, we talk about him being not the best laning player, and we thought maybe Echo Fox isn't a great team for him to be on just because it feels like they need to all in on the early game, but they've kind of gone the opposite. Yeah, FlyQuest, excuse me. They've kind of gone the opposite.
Don't know if he'd be good on Echo Fox.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, on FlyQuest, being such the team that seemed like they need to early game focus, they switched to late game here, and that's where Turtle was always his best. Is sometimes he still takes those risky fights, but he can be the guy who actually cleans up a team fight and snowballs to a victory.
But let's talk about that. Let's take a step back here, actually, for a moment. Let's talk about this draft, because coming into Game 3, we had talked about with Echo Fox moving back onto the red side. In Game 1, giving the Zac up, also giving the Corki up. This time, they decided to make the adjustment, hand over the Zac so they can take the Corki pick away from high, which I actually do think was an intelligent adjustment in terms of just the draft phase.
I think that idea makes some sense. You saw them take Zac Game 1, like you said. This time, just don't give him the Corki with it. So you get the Corki, because if you ban the Zac, maybe Corki rises all the way to first pick priority, and you don't get it. So that part makes sense. Where they lose me a little bit is in the second draft phase, where they take Rumble blind early on. And this gives the Kled counterpick over to FlyQuest.
Right.
Now, there have been some bans on Renekton, and so maybe you think you no longer have a good counterpick to Rumble if Balls decides to take that blind.
And of course, yeah, you have to fear that Balls will take that blind. He's very willing to do so.
But either way, what ends up happening is now you have a Zac Kled front line for an Orianna Tristana core back line, as well as having a Tahm Kench. So suddenly you have this monstrous late game team fight comp where you don't really have pressure in too many lanes early on.
Yeah, we saw in one of the final fights that Wild Turtle almost got zeroed out before Elimination was able to gobble him up and keep him alive just long enough for then turn the fight and roll back through. But the fight I want to take a look at comes at 29 minutes. This is the Baron fight, 2-for-0 plus the Baron for FlyQuest.
It was a really, really scrappy game, but slowly over time, Turtle had picked up a couple kills, and now you get to see that kind of brute force initiation. Moon misses his E, doesn't matter, gets a knock up.
Great
Balls
flank
comes in the backside. Yep, great flank, sets the team up, and now Turtle, after that first kill, kind of starts going wild in the team fight. A nice equalizer out of Looper, making FlyQuest chase over it to find that second kill of this team fight, but you know, Turtle's going to be able to life steal up a little bit, and they're tailing back on the Baron. They pick that up, and then just a couple minutes later, the game ends.
Balls didn't do very much damage this game.
Nope.
I was not expecting to see that. No. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, that Rumble would outdamage him as a team-fighting mage. You can lay that equalizer down, but that is a huge discrepancy.
Yeah, and so when you say, okay, well, Kled got the counterpick on Rumble, who cares? Look at the damage graph and the fact that, you know, Looper wasn't snowballed on, but you need to take it in context where Looper is actually a pretty strong laner, and Balls has been struggling. All of FlyQuest, honestly, has been struggling in CSD. Now that he has the favorable matchup, he can focus more on going even and then playing the team fights out where he's more focused on flanking.
Right.
Even though you think about Kled as, oh, he sets up ganks great onto Rumble and you can snowball on it, you can also just play the lane even and then focus on that late game.
Exactly. All it requires then is that good positioning there on the flank, as we mentioned, to kind of give that pause to the enemy team, which lets Turtle do the damage. That's the only person that really needed to do the work. Of course, the Orianna did supplement that damage. Turtle will get player of the game 6-0 and 4, 91% kill participation on the Tristana. This guy is finding his spot here on FlyQuest. So is this the start of that upswing for FlyQuest? We heard Elimination talk about it. If they continue to improve, he thinks that they are a shoo-in to make playoffs.
I mean, I would be willing to buy in a little bit because it's been a great weekend for them. They've been able to play both Dignitas and Echo Fox, teams who haven't had the greatest late games, and then they've won a lot based off their late game decision making as well as having really strong late game comps. Is that enough to really push them into the playoffs?
Right.
Given that they're already starting from such a deficit, it's hard to say for me, but I do like what I see here in kind of devoting more resources to Turtle.
And at the end of the day, Echo Fox is one of the teams that they're going to have to edge out in order to get maybe that 5th or 6th slot in the playoffs. So getting a victory here over them is going to be helpful in terms of that head-to-head record and even forcing a tiebreaker or getting that 2 over them at the end of the split. Now we've got more league action coming your way. Team Liquid hit the Rift next as they go up against Counterlogic Gaming. Be sure to stick around for highlights, or after the highlights rather, for your daily dose of Rift Rivals hype. Jeff?
Have some fun. Moon almost goes down, but he tries to take him out of the fight with him. Few more shots. Balls goes down. First blood as Keith drops the curtain on. A great equalizer by Looper. They all got to walk the red carpet as they get in, and it's not going to be enough from Looper. Moon brings back Gata and Acadian. Things are getting sticky for Echo Fox on this one. He latches onto Looper. He's forced run right. Abyssal Voyage in from Lemon Nation as they look to consume the rest of Echo Fox. Not jumping over the wall.
This is not a game, don't take me lightly. Brain cell from insane, bring the pain out of nothing nice beat. The last thing you see when you falling asleep. Shutting down the whole city, now you messing with me. Nobody, you want it, you got it, and good. Get what you want, talk it, I live it. Mess around and get 2 fists for Christmas. I don't play, do the deed and get away with no scripts like I'm OJ. Riding, reckless. I'm about this money, putting checks on my checklist. Might jack your necklace, might smack your sword up. You may go hard, but we go harder. So if it's on, it's on. So if it's on, it's on. So if it's on, it's on. Might see me banging on my chest like I'm king. Okay, what the problem is? Mess around and try to rumble with the problem kids. King of the jungle, screw the talking and the politics. You wanted a leader, okay, now follow this. Run for help if you wanna. I'ma put it on you, slow sitting like a freight train. Not of this earth, we are not the same. When my crowd to the side say hi to the king.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and you may not be able to conjure hats out of a magical portal, but he still casts some mean series. Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley right next to me, and apparently I wasn't even correct about my initial assumptions. Pulsefire Captain Flowers coming at you 2018. We're jumping into our next match of the day, though. Team Liquid versus Counter Logic Gaming. Last night, Team Liquid came up short despite showing signs of life in Game 2 versus Echo Fox.
Yeah, Golden Glue had a great game on Galio. They were able to get very far ahead and snowball that game by playing a composition kind of centered around protecting Piglet, right? Who has had, statistically, a pretty good year, even though they haven't really been able to pull together a lot of wins. So maybe have to go back to a strategy like that for Team Liquid to have a chance today.
But those types of leads could be very difficult to replicate against a team like CLG.
Especially when CLG is putting so much preparation into their level 1 strategies, into their pick and bans, targeting specific players and trying to really craft big advantages from that. They have had trouble actually dominating their series while CLG is picking up a lot of wins. They have not really been getting 2-0s. It has been mostly tightly contested series. So while they're certainly favored, we'll have to see if they can actually show some dominance against Liquid.
And it's CLG's decisive calls that Lorlo believes will make this an especially tough matchup.
CLG's really scary to play on stage because they play with nothing to lose. They play super aggressive. They're always on to the next objective, on to just playing really aggressive as 5, and they don't leave one person behind. They make sure everyone's involved in the game, and they're a really aggressive team that's hard to capitalize because they're all good mechanically as well.
After hearing about that, let's go ahead and check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Liquid with Lorlo in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Golden Glue mid, Piglet bottom, Matt on support, and Coach Kane.
So utilizing some of those subs, but on the red side today, it's going to be their opponent's Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane, Darshan. In the jungle, Dardoch. Mid lane, Huhi. Bot and support going to be Stixay and Afromu with Coach Zix.
Now, we talked, or at least you talked just a moment ago, about how...
You can include yourself. You were there.
I'm your sidekick. That's what we're going to do. So I'm part of it. Exactly. So anyway, you mentioned how CLG has been having these closely contested series. It's not a 2-0. It's often a 2-1. But if you look at the time that these two teams played against each other earlier this split, it was actually the first game of the split for Team Liquid, and it was a 0-2. They did not have a good series against CLG previously. Something's got to change.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Liquid, has kind of improved since then, right? Have they been able to, piece together some of the solutions to the problems that they are having? They are subbing players back and forth. Matt is in this week. Golden Glue is in. I got to talk to their manager a little bit earlier today. He talked a little bit about some of the reasoning behind their substitutions. A lot to do with just most recent performance in scrims, but also who they think fits the current meta best. So if a certain champion is very important in this meta, who is actually playing that the best in the scrims, and that's who they're going to go with. Past that, it's not necessarily the easiest strategy to enact, I think, because you have to have synergy among your 5-man roster, right? And if you do not have that, even if one player is better individually on the champions, it's not necessarily going to solve all your problems.
Very true. And meta or not, Team Liquid learned the lessons of watching other people play against CLG and immediately ban Aurelion Sol away.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But the funny thing about it is either way, I think CLG gets something from this pick. It feels like teams have not yet figured out when CLG wants to play Aurelion Sol, and that is why it's not just permabanned. If you know that they are going to pick it in X situation, you'll always ban it in that situation, right? But teams have not been able to kind of crack the code and figure out why they're picking it and why they aren't in other times.
And it's one of those situations, I think, a lot of the times when we see it locked in, CLG's locking it in 4th or even 5th in a draft. They're not going, oh, first pick Aurelion Sol, get it, get it, get it. And I think that's one reason why he's able to win so consistently on it. He picks it into good matchups. He picks it into appropriate compositions. But one thing that has a ton of good matchups and lots of appropriate situations to pick it in is Caitlyn, which is locked in first for Team Liquid. Hell of a way to start the draft off.
Yeah, especially when Piglet is a guy who has been kind of the linchpin of the Liquid team. Oftentimes when they are succeeding, Piglet is really doing well for himself. We talked about kind of the tank compositions that they were able to succeed with, though, earlier in the week. Galio was big. 2 of the biggest tank junglers being taken off the table there as well. So if you do decide to go for these multiple AD carry style compositions, you do need some sort of a front line. You do need this kind of supportive style champions who can really protect you. Brahm's going to be one of them. Gragas was already taken away. A number of the other junglers that are those tank style junglers have been banned away here too. So we'll see what the answers are going to be for Team Liquid in the later phase of this draft.
Liquid's draft early on is kind of looking like what they were unable to handle from Echo Fox yesterday, where you had a couple of marksmen and then you had a tanky support and a tanky jungler that just built Knight's Vows and sat on them, protecting them. But the thing is, Counterlogic Gaming has taken the Kassadin into these two.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what the bans are going to be if CLG is worried about something like an Ivern perhaps coming out, which I think can help to enable these AD carries very well also. The Kassadin is even better into Corki than it used to be because Corki's damage is almost only magic. The auto attacks are 80% damage, magic damage, and then obviously your rockets are magic damage, etc. Boss bomb. So much of the damage is magic, and Kassadin with the Q can have very successful trades there. You can kind of just survive the early phases of the game and then hope to really outscale the Corki in the side lanes.
Well, going into that second part of the draft, we'll see Elise and Shen banned away by Counterlogic Gaming. They know their opponents have locked in everything except the jungle and the top, so you got to target those. That is the nice part for them looking at the early part of Liquid's draft. There's no guessing games to play about where anybody's going to be going. You know exactly what Caitlyn, Corki, and Braum are going to be doing. Gnar banned away by Liquid, trying to keep Darshan away from that. One more to go for them.
So far, I'm pretty happy with the draft here from CLG. I do like the fact that they were able to get a nice mid lane matchup despite 2 early bans going over towards Huhi, not really affected too much by that. And there are a lot of these kind of top lane DPS style champions still available for Darshan, and I think that's why they're going to leave him for last pick. They've banned out quite a few of the top laners, with Kennen, Gnar, Galio even, and Shen all off the table. Perhaps Darshan can find a matchup where it's going to be favorable for him on something like the Jax or the Fiora or whatever.
Renekton locked in for Team Liquid, so now at least they know that's what Darshan's got to deal with. That's what he'll have to take into that. You mentioning the Fiora, that's one that we see a lot into Renekton, that skill matchup.
Yeah, and it can certainly be one that you can handle that Renekton in the earlier stages of the game if you can play it very well, especially if you can utilize your parry to actually parry the stun from the Renekton. You can win early duels, and even if you can't pull that off later in the game, you will certainly outscale. Obviously, that does not mean that the Fiora wins every time. The big thing with the Renekton is that you can much more easily join team fights, really join in on the 5v5, which is the kind of style that Liquid wants to play anyway. They're not looking to split push out a game like this. If Fiora and Kassadin get locked in, that is a very powerful 1-3-1. I do really like the fact that CLG has also drafted very heavy wave clear in their 3-man squad. When you look at Zyra, Ashe, Gragas, some of the best wave clear from those roles across the board. So that is the 3-man squad that would have to kind of hold the line and defend these turrets while Kassadin and Fiora are buying time in the side lanes and really being able to scale, where Liquid is going to want to group up, is going to want to brawl 5v5, and really look to force these fights onto CLG before they can kind of build up to this really strong point on Kassadin and Fiora.
And Liquid knows they've got their work cut out for them. Not only has Counterlogic Gaming drafted themselves a very coherent and cohesive team composition that has a clear-cut goal and very clear win conditions for it, CLG is also one of the top teams currently in the North American LCS, 7-2 on the record. And with the results of the earlier games, they could easily get themselves a first-place spot if they walk away with a win here.
You always have to worry a little bit with CLG, like, did they get too greedy in the draft though, right? You have,
true,
like, that is kind of my one big concern. Late game, yes, they are going to be extremely powerful. Yes, they have a very solid comp, but did they get too greedy? I mean, this is Caitlyn, one of the best sieging champions in the game. You have the Corki is going to push in Kassadin early and be able to try to poke away at that turret. If you can make a play bot side and knock down that first turret, rotate mid with your Caitlyn and Corki, start sieging up on the Kassadin. Kassadin has almost no wave clear in those early stages, so CLG is going to need to at least hold even in these lanes until they have Fiora and Kassadin at a strong enough point that they can put them in the side lanes and bring 3-man squad mid.
And I really want to keep an eye on Reignover as this game goes on too, because we used to know Reignover as an exceptionally talented Rek'Sai player. He's more than done his fair share of work on the champion in the past, but for those of you who didn't happen to see the stats come up at the bottom of the screen during Champion Select, despite all the picks and all the new eyes being turned onto Rek'Sai since the buffs and since the slight rework, she's got a 32% win rate in NALCS right now. The pick has not been seeing a lot of success.
Yeah, it has been super high priority, as you said, but just not really working out. And it's kind of one of those funny things where sometimes these picks do pop up in NA that are super popular, but for whatever reason, they're just not working out. I think a lot back to, top lane Jace. That was something that there was an abysmal win rate in NA A. It was something at like 13% for a while. Like it was super low. And Rek'Sai is not at that level, and I think partly it's people kind of getting comfortable on this new style of the champion and really figuring out what works, because you are still seeing a lot of differences in builds. Some people go Cinderhulk, most go Warrior, some are going Chilling Smite, some are going Skirmishing Saber. You know, there is definitely some disagreements on how you should build it and how it should be played.
And honestly, that's one of the most fun times to watch a champion be played, because you get to see the differences in style. It's not essentially a solved equation where everybody knows what variable to plug in and the optimized way to play it. And once we finally do see that optimized way discovered, it'll be interesting to see how people start to deal with that.
Yeah, and it's also, one of the things I really like is seeing players with a very strong understanding of the fact that the optimal play and the optimal build can differ by team comp and opposition's team comp, right? If you are having all these hyper carries and stuff on your team as this Rek'Sai, then hey, maybe you build Cinderhulk in a Sightstone. Maybe all you have to do if your lanes are already winning is just get vision on the other jungler. That makes a lot of sense. But, you know, if your team is behind and you have the early kills, maybe you need to be very aggressive and try to turn it around that way.
Lorlo not having what needs to happen in this top lane right now. Fiora, the hyper-scaling champion that we talk about, that 35-minute death sentence of having 3 items. You don't want to see yourself get pushed around a level 1 by that.
No, but her level 1 is actually really strong because you can proc these vitals. If you can use the auto into a Q for the essentially the auto attack reset and hit that vital, you do put out a lot of damage. And if Darshan is able to get some of these favorable spawns on those vitals, it can be pretty devastating. But Dardoch, level 2 here. This is a level 3 Reignover. He does not have Smite. Dardoch does not know this, though. Reignover does back off.
Dardoch will grab his own red buff. Reignover, sadly without that Smite, that is going to be what forces him off. But showing up like that, you can see he's not having any fear towards moving into Dardoch's territory.
And I think one of the kind of overlooked things about this is sometimes that he's playing with a Kassadin, right? Dardoch is almost never going to have assistance from the mid lane until post level 6. Like, he is going to get pushed in so hard that Golden Glue can respond and really help out Reignover, whereas Huhi cannot do that at all. So that gives much more freedom for Reignover to get aggressive and follow around his opponent in the jungle.
Dardoch actually now the one to flex his muscles onto Reignover, moving in, scaring him away from the Gromp. Afro move going to be forced to flash bottom side, exhaust down onto stick save, forced to pop his heal in retaliation. Flash going to be blown too. All 4 summoner spells gone for CLG as Dardoch finds himself caught out in the top part of the river. Golden Glue looking to make the damage happen. First blood goes over to Lorlo, and CLG mistakes across the map.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. This is why you don't get to invade when you have the Kassadin on your team. He gets collapsed on from all sides. I mean, you have such a heavily pushing mid lane for Golden Glue. There's nothing Huhi can do to respond. Like, look at where Huhi is on the map. He is under his turret, right? Lorlo has an easy response path from his turret. He's going to get there faster. Golden Glue is going to get there much faster. Dardoch making that play is so over-aggressive, and like, it's essentially showing no respect to your opponents. It's saying that they won't be able to make the right play even if it's gifted to them.
Now this I find interesting, Azael. The fan vote, very, very close, 54 to 46%. Huhi running himself away from Golden Glue and maybe a gank from Reignover, but a lot of faith from Team Liquid's fan base in their team, even if they haven't been having the most stellar split so far in summer. They're saying it doesn't matter. They can go toe-to-toe with CLG at the top of the table and earn this win.
And Liquid does have a very loyal fan base, and definitely hoping that they will be able to bounce back and start righting the ship, so to speak, as Liquid has had kind of a rough go of it for the last while. And before that, though, they were kind of one of the top teams in the NALCS for quite a long time. I mean, the Liquid 4th memes are kind of a thing of the past. I think they would be happy to take those back at this point.
When you're trying to contest for first, you don't like the 4th meme because it's saying, oh man, we're not first. But when you're currently sitting towards the bottom of the table, 4th sounds pretty good.
Does sound pretty good. Unfortunately for Darshan, top lane is not going to feel nearly as good as he is going to be laning against a First Blood double buff Renekton, which is always going to kind of put a damper on things. One of the things that it's actually working in Darshan's favor, though, is the fact that Lorlo did TP back to make that play happen. So Lorlo did not have a great buy, and if he can kind of stalemate this lane and make Lorlo stay around, even though he has that First Blood gold, he's not actually able to base and buy up right now to have this kind of huge power advantage.
Right, the advantage just translates into a cloth armor. 15 extra armor. That's not really going to break your lane in half and make it so Fiora's forced away.
Exactly, and what Darshan is going to try to do, he's going to base up, likely look for something like a Tiamat or whatever he wants to get. He's going to get his early buy, then TP back, and he's going to try to hold Lorlo in lane as long as he can, because if you can keep Lorlo in lane, then he will never be able to have that buy advantage.
Ooh, mistake on the riposte from Darshan. Doesn't actually end up dodging away from the stun out of Lorlo. Prey Seeker fired off by Rainover. Lorlo popping his own ultimate just to make sure he got as much damage as he could in that trade, but Darshan's still alive for now. Dardoch hanging around too, trying to prevent any sort of a dive here. Darshan should have riposte available in case they try to make this happen. It's very risky.
Yeah, and unfortunately now, Lorlo is going to get that base off. Darshan TP'd back in, but was not respecting the level 6 there from Lorlo, and I don't know if you even want to stop that. Is he just dead now? I guess he'll be okay.
No,
but
he's all right, but that was brave.
Yeah, I mean, he is okay for now, but Rainover back up to the top again. Darshan just really doesn't want his opponent to spend that gold. That is why he is going for this, but it's putting him in kind of a rough spot because he took too much damage on it, and it could be Dove now. They're going to look to set it up, at least to zone him off this farm. I don't think that CLG can really 2v2 this.
Liquid trying to fight it. TP coming in. CLG. This turnaround could be pretty big for them, shifting the momentum of this game. Huhi with the
here too, though.
Wall. Golden Glue going to be arriving now as Lorlo gets himself out. Rain over the target. CLG health bars below half on 2 members. They need to play this cleanly. Still 3 versus 3 for now. Huhi trying to make that move. Phosphorus bomb comes out. Darshan here in the middle. Opposed on him. Team Liquid is annihilated. A double kill for Huhi.
That parry was so good from Darshan because not only does the parry stun the person who's using the CC, it stuns everyone in that line. So he actually parries CC, stuns all 3 members, it looked like, of Team Liquid there, and they get just annihilated.
You see all 3 health bars tick down to about 100 at the same moment, and then Huhi wipes them off the map. Beautiful from CLG. Now, though, they will lose their bottom lane tier 1, and Liquid will grab turret first blood.
And that 8-minute turret, the bot lane right now for TL is slamming Stixxay and Afromu. They are very far behind after losing that turret. And here's the play on the top side again. They certainly couldn't go for this 2v2, but a nice avoidance on that slice and dice from Darshan means that Lorlo does not get the reset. Huhi TP's in. Golden Glue has roamed up, but Lorlo already fairly low, and CLG plays this very, very well. They have the squishy members in the back line. Then Huhi flashing forward to get the slow on multiple members. In goes Darshan. Now look at the parry right here. Yep, there it is. He parries 2 people, it looked like, got stunned by that. And everyone just kind of gets AoE'd down and cleaned up.
He stunned the other 2, and then Lorlo had to root himself to do the Renekton stun, and Golden Glue very visibly unhappy with the way that played out. Yeah. CLG getting easily the best of that.
I mean, this is a Roa completed at like 8 minutes and 30 seconds for Huhi. That's insane.
Yeah, you were talking about how he's going to get shoved in by Corki, and the early game's not going to be fun for Kassadin. Well, when you get past early game at 8 minutes, all of a sudden it's a very different story.
Yeah, and Golden Glue knows he's going to have to lane against this guy now, who is going to be a monster, and that's not going to feel too good. But they do have to kind of worry a little bit about the fact that they lost this bot lane turret this early. It's somewhat alleviated because they had gotten these top lane kills, but you can certainly expect Caitlyn, Corki, Braum to look to start sieging up mid, to try to push in this Kassadin and really take that over. We'll see how CLG wants to respond, if they want to just send Huhi bot and hope that their dual lane can then hold on in the mid lane and defend these turrets, because you certainly don't want to start bleeding out too many turrets early on.
And you mentioned that exact point in Champion Select about how if they do move into mid lane, the wave clear isn't there. Rod of Ages or not, Kassadin does not have that built into his kit, not from safety. So Huhi will be tasked with having to bring somebody down towards his lane to defend against that if it goes that way.
Oh, that ward just expired as Dardoch moves up here. So that is very unfortunate timing for Lorlo. Lorlo is kind of showing some respect over to the fact that the jungler could be there, but for now, looking like he will be safe.
Rainover biding his time mid lane, demonstrating some serious patience here, just wanting Huhi to jump forwards.
And look at all the vision control from Liquid around this dragon and around the blue side of CLG's jungle. They have established entire control around that area. And even though CLG does spot it out now with that hawk shot from Stixxay, there's nothing they can actually do to contest it. So that will be a dragon going over to TL. And they have gotten both all the summoners from the bot lane earlier on, the first turret from the bot lane, and now, really, the dragon comes from the bot lane pressure too. So Matt and Piglet certainly doing a lot of work here.
And Piglet's the guy that you want to see doing work on this team. This is the guy that Liquid has been trying to build a team around for so long. This is the guy that they want to be their empire player. And if you can get him going and have a team that can protect him, you're doing your plan right.
Yeah, you certainly are. And Rainover with that Ruby Crystal, I'm guessing it's going to be building in towards that Cinderhulk. There are no guarantees. Obviously, he could be going another route, just picking up a little bit of HP now before he builds into something else. But you would expect him to go that more tanky route, and there is the Cinderhulk completion. So if he wants to kind of be that front line for the team.
Lorlo trying to go in on Darshan here, recognizing he has help nearby, not afraid.
And the Caitlyn actually going to make the rotation to top. So is spotted out now. Afromoo and Stixxay going to have to book it up top as fast as they can to try to defend this. Fiora cannot wave clear against that, and you need the Fiora to be constantly picking up this farm. So Darshan will head bot lane to stay in this 1v1. Could also look for some sort of a play, but they don't really have any wards to really go for that. And Piglet may actually kill off this turret before they're even really able to get up there, because he has actually a lot of damage with the early AD purchases, plus the Zerker Greaves. He's shredding that turret.
That arrow would have connected. There maybe could have been some potential there for Afro to follow up, but Piglet with some fancy feet makes sure that that doesn't happen. And now he's got Matt right next to him. Even if he gets into trouble, Braum's so good at disengaging. It's difficult for CLG to make a move onto these guys.
Yeah, and CLG's bot lane, you know, they couldn't hold the bot lane turret. I don't think they're going to be able to hold this one either. Piglet just has it so low. Unless Darda comes to make a play,
he's trying, but he's just so slowed down.
And Liquid is roaming up. There's going to be 4 men top, so they are going to knock down that turret, almost certainly. Who he is shoving up mid lane. We'll see if they can get anything else done with this, but I think CLG needs to back off. This turret is about 2 hits from going down, and there are multiple members missing.
Meanwhile, bottom side, full one-on-one breaking out between the top laners. One more hit from Darshan will do it. Lorlo trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to be enough. Darshan pausing an extra half second to get one more little bit of healing, but he will take him down in that 1 versus 1. However, losing the top lane tier 1 for the side of CLG.
Yeah, and they've lost 2 turrets. Darshan can buy them time, but they do need to utilize the Gragas and the Zyra and this Ashe to be able to wave clear it out. We'll see what kind of early purchases Stixxay is going to go for. He may need something like a Shiv or a Hurricane just to kind of help with that early wave clear if he can get it. And here is the play again. Lorlo has been getting chunked down, and Darshan moving forward, very confident to set up these plays. So he procs the Vital, then pops his ultimate to reset and have another easy Vital on the same side. He's simply waiting for that turret shot, which was guaranteed to hit him, get as much healing as you can, then step out of range.
And you brought it up in Champion Select as well. The CLG win condition, the 1-3-1, how strong this team is doing that when you have a Fiora and a Kassadin. Fiora's 2-0-2, Kassadin is 2-0-1. The gold is where it needs to be on this team. It's just the difficulty, like you said, in making sure that Stixxay and Afromoo and Dardoch can hold the line as 3.
Yeah, and once Stixxay and Afromoo, I think, once they are kind of at a more stabilized point, once you see some more items being picked up on this AD carry, then you certainly will have enough wave clear to really kind of hold that line and be able to at least kind of hold it neutral against the Caitlyn and the Braum. Until they get to that point, it is going to be a little bit more rough, but they're certainly going to be having a lot of ways to buy time with Darshan, who's very strong, and with who he is also very, very strong.
And comparing teams that are at the bottom of the standings to teams that are at the top of the standings, one of the biggest differences you see between them, usually, it's not a guaranteed rule, but it's pretty common, being able to take leads and turn them into bigger leads, being able to turn a lead into a win, right? That translation process in terms of actually blowing up the enemy nexus. That's what I'm going to be looking at for Liquid right now, because you are in a position where you feel stronger, where you feel more in control, except in this Fiora versus Renekton matchup. This is where they're slipping away a little bit. But elsewhere on the map, Piglet is huge.
Yep.
This team has some real momentum opportunity, but can they find it and use it?
And how well do you play to your win conditions, right? Like, that is another really big thing. Sometimes some of the lower tier teams, so it's like, well, you're really strong if you group up right now, but they stay too long in the side lanes. Or you're really strong if you can avoid the team fights, but they don't get enough vision to be able to do that. So you need to play really around your strength. And I think for this squad, it is going to be sieging right now. So we need to see them continue to pull that off. 2v2 up here. They're going to have to bail out for CLG.
Yeah, no way you're making that fight happen underneath the enemy turret. They will knock Lorlo back. Still looking to go in even further now. Rainover retaliating with plenty of damage on his own. Rek'Sai does so much DPS now. Always got to be aware of that ulti as well. Not only does it do execute damage, you can dodge away from mini abilities, especially the longer telegraphed ones, if you time it correctly. Aphromoo rotating towards top side, but he's not needed today.
It's just a really good counter gank there from Reignover. Still, unfortunately, because Lorlo kind of stepped a bit forward, they're able to trade a lot of damage back, threaten him off the turret, and that means a turret going down for CLG, and that solo gold going over to Darshan means this Fiora is just going to get to a strong place that much faster. That is very, very good for CLG. Get some of the global gold back here. Hydra already completed now. We talk a lot about the kind of 2 and 3 item points for Fiora. 2, I think, is really where you're starting to bully people very hard, and 3 is often where it becomes almost impossible to ever lose a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes difficult to lose a 2v1 depending on the champions. Once you have 3 items on Fiora, with Death's Dance normally being that 3rd item, the amount of regeneration and damage block, essentially, that it gives you, very, very difficult to deal with. You can see right now, Piglet this game, CSD plus 11. Normally, he's -1 for Summer, so a better game than he's used to having now. Infinity Edge completed on him, Trinity Force on the Corki, Black Cleaver on the Renekton. Those single item power spikes are starting to show, but for Lorlo, it's still pretty rough.
Yeah, he's just gonna get chased down over and over, and if you leave him in a long lane against Fiora, nice pick there on Dardoch. We'll see if they can get a second dragon off this.
Old Glue taken low. Huhi trying to get some sort of revenge for this, but considering Reignover's right there, Piglet's right there, you can't chase him.
Yeah, second mountain would be very nice for TL. We talked about what they want to do. They want to group, they want to fight, they want to siege. Mountain is going to really be able to allow you to knock down these turrets that much faster. And one of the best ways to actually shut down the split push later in the game is to go to the Baron, take down that objective, and force your opponents to group and fight against you. And Dardoch over here trying to clear out that ward. The Braum passive goes up, he gets stunned down and just bursts it out very, very quickly. This is a Runic Echo's Gragas, so he's going to be pretty squishy for a while.
You can see him starting to build some tank items now, but it'll still be a little ways before those come online. Considering his inventory now consists of the Crystalline Bracer and a Cloth Armor, we might even be seeing a Righteous Glory come out with that guy.
And Righteous Glory, I think, is very strong right now, especially if you are going to kind of pair up with Huhi or Darshan. You can speed your guys up, try to chase someone down one of the side lanes, but double Mountain Dragon, Caitlyn very strong, trying to siege up. The team is not here just yet, but they are TPing in on the side for Huhi. Not sure if they can actually start up a fight just yet, but they are looking.
Thinking if they can go for it. Stranglethorn's used, thrown down, catching out Piglet and Mad, who are both going to be chased back now. Huhi jumping in, exhausted, so he won't be able to stay there much longer.
Package on Golden Glue.
Golden Glue's got package if he can use it, if he gets that window. Reignover going to be taken low. Huhi's still not jumping all the way in.
Now, one thing I really want to point out, this may seem minor, but Darshan did not join that fight. This is one of the things that I have been somewhat critical about CLG and their split push is Darshan too often joins the fight. You need to rely on the rest of the team to not die, to disengage, and then you play greedy. You get those advantages, and for a change, Darshan stays bot. He picks up the extra CS. He gets a turret for the team, and this is exactly what you want from the Fiora because you can get to that unstoppable stage so much faster if you're willing to play selfishly on a split pusher, and that's something that Darshan is finally doing in this game.
And it's not just selfishness, it's trust. Knowing that your team is not going to all end up dead because they bite off more than they can shoot in that 4 versus 5. CLG, they stayed back. Huhi resisted the urge to try to jump in there and finish off someone despite how low Reignover was. They never put themselves in a spot that package could be delivered. And now Lorlo is again just trying to maintain control on the sides and mop up the mess being made by Darshan. Meanwhile, mid lane turret falls, and Liquid's going to go back to an advantage in that department.
And I think it's a really good point you made because oftentimes it's actually the more difficult job is for the people who are not split pushing, right? Once the split pusher is at this super strong point and can't lose the 1v1, well, guess what? Renekton is not going to fight you anymore if he's somewhat intelligent, right? He's just going to decide to just avoid you for the rest of the game, and he's going to group with the team, and he's going to try to force plays. So then you're essentially just 1v0 for most of the time. Yes, you can get collapsed on, then you have to make plays, but a CLG needs to stay safe as the rest of the team. They need to play patiently, they need to play passively, they need to establish vision, and they still have to have enough pressure that all of TL cannot just collapse on Fiora for free. So there's a lot going on, even though the split pusher often ends up looking like they're kind of doing everything.
Split push tightrope. You got to walk a very straight line, and just even a little bit of wobbliness, a little bit of lost balance for a moment can result in losing an inhib, losing a Nexus turret, losing a game sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, you could be as strong as you want on the Fiora in a side lane, but if Renekton groups, they kill the rest of your team and take Baron, well, guess what? It doesn't matter anymore.
It's like, uh-oh. So now their support can even just sit bottom, power up the minions, and all of a sudden your job becomes incredibly hard. Golden Glue moving up topside. Huhi waiting in the brush. This is a Lich Bane done now for Kassadin as well. Golden Glue will not go any closer towards that. Huhi jumps out. You can see the ping from Liquid saying, look, he's up here. Respect that. Keep it in mind. One thing I also want to go ahead and point out, even though it's been mentioned before, 2 teleports on CLG.
Dardoch getting caught.
And Dardoch caught out again.
And that's the fight for vision, right? Like, he has to establish vision. They're going to look to start up Baron and try to pull a CLG into a fight. They're already on it. Huhi has spotted them. TP's coming in now. And they will have the man advantage. We'll see if CLG can hold them off because this Baron is going down fast and there's no smite for CLG.
Baron will do so much damage. Piglet's going to be bursted down first. Reignover trying to get himself into the fight, but it's not going to be able to do enough. Now he's getting burned down next. Lorlo trying to survive, but Darshan will cut down those guys with a triple kill and try to make this fight happen. 4 dead on Team Liquid, and CLG finds their fight.
The Fed solo laners from CLG there take over the fight. Darshan and Huhi. That was looking like it could have been a penta. I mean, that was the triple kill. Barely missed out on the quadra. Golden Glue does get out.
So close.
I mean, it was a smart play to make from TL, but they were not able to execute when the team fight actually happened. They had the man advantage, but CLG pulls it off, and they pull it off so well. Even more kills now going over onto these Fed members, and here it is again. The front line tanking up the Baron, so Piglet somewhat exposed. Huhi and Darshan get so much damage. Piglet actually rooting, like, he jumped away from the root with the 90 caliber net, trying to escape that Zyra ultimate right into Huhi's waiting arms. Darshan flies in there. It was a very quick exhaust onto the Kassadin, but they did not have 2 exhausts available, I don't think, to actually get both the Fiora and that Kassadin.
Fiora's attack animation was so perfect for that fight against Reignover too, because he goes into the ult, he tries to make the outplay, and then he just gets bopped. As Darshan says, get off me, I am way too fed to have to deal with this right now. No damage from Dardoch in the fight because he was picked off so early, but the damage from the remaining 3 members on CLG, just too much. Dardoch getting himself away over the wall.
And you called it on the Righteous Glory, so that has been completed now. A little bit more initiation, a little bit more escape power too. The Hurricane going to be purchased up here from 6A, would help out with that wave clear. They want to make sure that they are going to be able to hold the line and have as much wave clear as possible. Would not be surprised to see a double Zeal build coming out. Even a static Shiv here could make a lot of sense to just amp up that wave clear even more, because they are going to be pushing on both sides. All they have to do is really play patiently and let their solo laners do their work. And while Lorlo is able to chunk out Huhi there, he's not really going to be able to chase him down, so ultimate down does relieve some lane pressure, but that's all he really gets.
Package also having to be expended there by Golden Glue is going to run out, so you just fire it off for no reason. Huhi getting himself back, and
you fired it off for style points.
You fire it off for style. Okay, fair enough. It's not for no reason whatsoever. You could just let it expire if you wanted, but that would be pretty uncool. Stixxay, Dardoch, and Afromu doing what we planned on them doing from the beginning of this game, sitting mid, clearing waves, trying not to get caught. And I want to talk a little bit about Dardoch's role in that, because we're seeing him on 0 and 3 this game. He started off not having the best time. He was in enemy territory when his mid laner couldn't back him up. And this has been an issue with Dardoch in the past, where he starts having a bad game and he just snowballs more and more into that tilt. But CLG needs to control that. Make sure that Dardoch is able to keep a clear mind, stay focused here.
Now this is a time where Darshan should just be staying top lane, right? This is kind of what I was talking about, the opposite side of that coin. I do think that if he just stays topside, there's no TP on Lorlo. That is a free tier 2 turret top. Instead, they make the roam down. They will kill off this mid lane turret, but they wanted to try to stop that Mountain Dragon, but they're kind of too delayed to do so, right? So you probably could have gotten 2 turrets, or at least a lot of farm, and deny some of that CS on the top side. And that's kind of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about playing more greedily for yourself, and that's how you get the advantages. But back to the Dardoch point, I will say the first death, I certainly think, was on him. I think that was some foolish play from him on that invade when they do not have lane priority in mid and top. But the last 2 is him kind of fighting for vision, and I'm willing to kind of give him a bit of a pass on that, because they are this 3-man squad. Zyra very squishy. Ashe certainly not the person who should be fighting for vision, so it's almost only Dardoch who can.
And now he's getting revenge for earlier. He's the one finding his opponent caught out. Righteous Glory popped and used. Reignover trying to come back in with that ulti, dodging away from damage for a moment. Huhi almost going to be taken down, but gets himself away from Piglet, who's now going to be bonked on the head with that cast. Golden Glue eats the damage from the riposte, but Darshan walking himself away now. Looking to steal the blue as they make their way out. Keeping that off of Corki can be very big. Dardoch gonna go ahead, make sure he smites it. Off to the side, Piglet is taken down. Stixay on a killing spree. Golden Glue, flash, body slam. Darshan over the wall will cut him down. Dominating for that Fiora. And now Matt and Lorlo are also headed straight for the grave. Matt, the last man standing, but not for long. A double kill for Stixay.
The 5-for-0 ace across the map for CLG. They can head right to Baron. 3 Mountain Dragons on TL, but it doesn't matter if you can't actually secure the objectives. And Rainover should be able to get over there if he wants to actually chance it, but he does not have the vision, he does not have the confidence that he can actually make anything happen. He's going to make the safer choice, just take down the minions, but this does mean a CLG will pick up a free Baron.
CLG was down for quite a while at the start of this game, but after that botched Baron called by Liquid, everything seems to have shifted. The pendulum has swung, and CLG firmly now in the driver's seat. Look at how far that gold grab has plummeted.
And you can really blow this gold lead wide open now because you are at a point where you have 2 incredibly strong split pushers and you're going to Baron up 3 lanes of minions, right? You can very easily set up the 1-3-1 and that is so big for them. But it's a nice pick playing around that vision. Dardoch waiting on the side, no one moving to trigger the Tremor Sense. That kind of gave Rainover some of the confidence to be moving up there. He does get taken down. Huhi able to escape on the side, and Darshan kind of zoning Golden Glue out of the fight, so it's already a 5v4, and then Piglet kind of stuck around. He wanted to try to make something happen. He knows he's a pretty strong member, but Huhi and Stixay can move over here, and you're not that strong. You do get still bursted down very quickly.
And right as I'm talking about Dardoch staying cool and not putting himself in a spot where he's being hard on himself for the death so far or starting to tilt from the performance, look at what he does. He comes back into this, sets up some awesome plays. He's the one who starts things off against Rainover, plays his role throughout the entirety of the fight. And honestly, we heard from CLG earlier this split talking about, yeah, Dardoch's on the team, and we think we've got the tools to work together with him to really unleash his full potential.
Yeah, and so far it's looked good. I mean, he's obviously not the carry of this game, but he is doing his job. You don't always have to be the big star. You don't always have to be the carry. And when your solo laners get this fed in this composition, all you need to do is kind of walk around, get vision, just kind of play very normally, right? You don't need to make anything crazy happen because you're going to be able to bleed the game out. Already turret in the bot lane has gone down. Fiora going to be pressuring the top side. Huhi moving forward towards the inhibitor turrets now with that Lich Bane. If he gets some hits in, that's going to go very fast. And it's so hard to wave clear on all 3 sides when you are already behind against the Baron buff.
By the way, with as fed as Darshan is, he's currently at 2.5 items and has the money to go all the way to the Death's Dance next time he goes back to base. So that Fiora breaking point has been hit. 28 minutes into the game. Lorlo just never really able to find where he needed to be this game to make any sort of a big, meaningful impact.
And just look how much damage he got with 1 wave. He almost killed the full inhibitor turret, right? Like, he's able to get 1 hit on this. This is dead now. They cannot defend it, so they're going to either have to try to start a fight with this package, and that's going to be the choice. Huhi can just back out, though. He's level 16. He has a lot of CDR. You cannot chase this guy down, so now Fiora on the other side going in on the turret there, and he's flashing forward onto Piglet.
Trying to issue the grand challenge.
God.
There's no try to it. He deletes him. The riposte coming out, trying to find the stun, buying him a little bit of extra time. Darshan skating around, looking to dodge. Can't quite do it.
But they're pushing in on the mid inhibitor turret. Huhi can go knock down that bottom one. That is 1 auto on the bottom turret. They're closing in on all sides.
Threats everywhere. Liquid makes their defense, though. They take down Afro Moon, now looking to go on to Stixay. They'll find him. 2 health bars are low, but Liquid has mounted the counteroffensive. Dardoch trying to run away, going to be caught out next, trying to stop them with a body slam and buy time for Huhi, the lone remaining member of Counter Logic Gaming.
TL, they've mounted a defense. They do at least make the play, take down some kills. They have lost 2 inhibitor turrets, though, all their outer turrets. So that was 5 turrets picked up there for CLG on the play, it looked like. And here is the engage, the 3-man squad, getting a little bit too aggressive. I mean, Fiora has been knocked down. They want to try to pressure while Fiora had been drawing them away, but this is just from one side of the base to the other. This is not one side of the map to the other, so probably should have backed off and played a little bit more cool, as Huhi was already on the inhibitor turrets on the bot side. So this is kind of part of the push and pull that you have to play very well as that 3-man squad. And here, Stixay, Afro, and Dardoch getting a bit too confident, stepping too far forward, and they make a blunder that buys TL some time.
And even though 4 CLG members died in that last fight, it was still a 3,900 gold Baron power play for CLG off of taking that buff. So considering these guys now have 2 different inhibitors that they can siege up with nothing in their way, considering they're now working on an Ocean Drake for themselves, this is still a CLG game. Liquid's got a long way to go to come back into this one.
And even just compositionally, like you have gotten to the point where you have a level 17 Fiora and a level 17 Kassadin, and these guys are both very, very fed, right? Like they're approaching their 4th item now at 30 minutes into the game. So no one on the map can 1v1 either of these players. And then when you put them in opposite lanes, how do you actually assign all your members? Do you put 2 with each of them? Well, then there's 3 men, only answered by 1 person from the 3-man squad of CLG, and it just gets so hard to really ever answer that with exposed inhibitors. Darshan's just going to push up the top lane, look to force on that. Huhi shoving in mid lane, and the CLG 3-man squad are trying to establish vision on the bot side and really try to keep the waves pushed up there so they can pressure on all sides.
At the beginning of this series, you said Liquid got some early advantages yesterday against Echo Fox, but that could be hard to do against CLG. And they did do it against CLG, but holding on proved to be the real difficulty. It wasn't getting that grip on the game. It was being able to hold it tight enough without it slipping away.
And it's the fact that while they got great advantages on the bot side, their mid and their top were losing very heavily because of the 3-man fight, like the 3 kills that went over in the top side of the map. And that one skirmish really did kind of dash a lot of TL's hopes for this game. Because that put Darshan and Huhi at such a strong point. And now CLG looking to try to put the closing touches on this game, pressuring in on all sides. We'll see when and if they step forward to actually make that play.
Sort of splitting off into a 2-man group and a 3-man group now instead of the 1-3-1. Darshan taking a little bit of extra damage from the DOT out of the Death Dance, as Stixxay, Afro, and Dardoch take down the bottom lane inhibitor and get themselves back.
And that's exactly how you want to play it. So the 2-man squad, Huhi and Darshan, they grouped up in the top lane. They draw 3 members up there with Piglet and Golden Glue as well as Matt all up on that side. There's no real consistent damage, no real threats down on the bot side. So Dardoch, Stixxay, Afro easily able to push in and take down that inhibitor. Now you have super minions constantly spawning, putting pressure on that bottom side of the map. The Baron is up in 30 seconds, and you have taken that kind of prime inhibitor to unlock the Baron, so they can look to continue to pressure the waves while establishing vision around the Baron, and that's probably going to be their next target.
Lorlo and the rest of Liquid are going to have one heck of a fight if they want to stand a chance against CLG. The thing is, we're at the point now in the game where going for this Baron, especially with the gold lead that you have on CLG, it's really not that intimidating. When you've got somebody like Darshan and Huhi and Stixxay, the damage these guys put out, you're going to take it very quickly.
And Darshan honestly could practically solo the Baron with triple lifesteal items. Like, you don't even take damage, so it's pretty crazy. And he's going to be threatening the Nexus turrets. TL are trying to rush the Baron themselves. Darshan can maybe try to end the game, but they're going to TP for the fight. We'll see how it goes.
Dardoch going in. Piglet going to be killed first and foremost. Matt and the rest of Liquid now in some trouble. Golden Glue package out, trying to stay alive. Still going to be 2 dead on the side of Team Liquid. A double kill for Stixxay. Rainover going to be dropping next. The roots come out. The damage goes down, and Liquid is out. A triple kill for Stixxay.
TPing into the base, and that is going to be that. The clean ace by the Baron. TL goes for the desperation play, knowing CLG will rush that Baron eventually. They try to make it happen. It does not. And this one's going to get closed out pretty quick.
All over but the crying. CLG taking down Nexus turrets 1 and 2. Simultaneously, Nexus itself is gone, and they go up 1-0.
Very well played game here from CLG. They are a team that has put up a lot of good game 1s, though. We'll see if they can actually replicate that in game 2, if they can close out a very strong series for themselves here, or if TL is going to be able to bounce back. Because, I mean, we did see opportunities for Team Liquid in that game. We did see points of strength. I know, namely, Piglet and Matt deserve a lot of credit, I think, for playing on the bot side of the map. You know, taking an 8-minute turret, forcing all 4 summoners of the CLG bot lane in lane. You know, that was able to get them the dragons and stuff. So they certainly had points of strength, and had that one fight topside not gone so badly, this could have looked like a very different game.
And for CLG, this is a team, like we already mentioned, top of the standings versus a team at the bottom of the standings. If you are going to start saying, we're good enough to close out these games, this is one of the ones that should be closed out 2-0. CLG is in the talk for top team in North American LCS right now. They're up there with Immortals and TSM and Cloud9. Those are the ones on everyone's minds, and you need to have 2 0s
if you want to really say, look, we're the best, we're the cleanest.
And it's proving that you can be consistent, right? Like CLG is a team that's always struggled with consistency. And when you talk to some of these players, they believe that they are the best team in the league and that they will be proven as the best team in the league. You got to put up those results. You got to show that week in, week out, you can dominate. We'll look to see if they can do it in game 2.
We're going to throw things over to the analysts now to see what they make of the CLG win. Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. You talk about them wanting to make a case for being the #1 team in the league. If they win the next game, they move to 8-2, and they are the #1 team in the league. Now, granted, it's about getting the work done here against Team Liquid, one of our bottom-tier teams at the moment. But CLG gets it done here with only maybe one minor mistake throughout the game, and they do it this time with Darshan back on that Fiora in the side lane, trying to find that split push synergy that they used to have.
And to be fair, I actually don't really like the team comp that they ended up with. The first 3 picks, I love it because you see what TL is going for here. They're basically trying to copy the Echo Fox strategy that they lost to in the previous day, where with the Corki, Caitlyn, they set up in front of turrets. You can't get moved out of them without a hard engage. And in the first 3 picks, CLG grabs Ashe, Gragas, and Castan. And I'm thinking, great, that's a lot of engage.
If we want to fight, we're going to fight.
Yeah, you're going to force them off the turrets. But then they go Zyra and Fiora, and they end up with a very low wave clear, not as much engage as they started out with comp that focuses more on split pushing, and it felt a little weird when they could have, either put the Gragas in the top lane, not ban that Elise and go for Rek'Sai Elise trade. They had a lot of options to get like a solid engage comp, and they opted out of it into a 1-3-1, which I didn't love.
Right, except for the fact that comp doesn't really matter anymore when you start handing kills over to late-game scaling carries very early on into the game. 7 minutes in, CLG picks up 3 kills in the river. And Darshan, being a member in this fight here, will get 1 kill, 2 assists, and he's off to the races.
And it feels like a little bit lack of decisiveness on the side of TL here. They go after Darshan, who jumps out of the way, but you have double flash. You can try and insta-give that Fiora and make this a 3v2. Instead, they take it a little slow. Golden Glue rotates up, the teleport finishes coming in, and this was still a little scary for CLG, where it's unknown if they can go, but Huhi flashes in for the slow, takes the exhaust, and kind of kites it out so the exhaust does nothing. And then a great riposte out of Darshan there. Eats a lot of damage, gets a stun on the Golden Glue. They're messing around with the Honey Fruit, but it doesn't matter. They get a 3-0.
I mean, I like the idea there. He pops the Honey Fruit to try and heal up, also gets that riposte on the stun, so it was a very well executed fight from them in that skirmish. It gets Darshan to a point where from there, he's got Ninja Tabi Vamp Scepter. He's actually beating the Renekton in lane that early on into the game.
And that's why you see people kind of opt into the Fiora Renekton matchup, because even though Renekton's known as this early game bully, if you fall a little bit behind the Fiora or eat too much jungle attention, you start losing these fights. And Darshan starts actually just all-inning and beating the Renekton straight up. And once this happens, the game is going to be a very hard one to win on the side of Team Liquid. They're going to need to execute perfectly from then on, and obviously they don't. They still have some issues. There was a Baron that they forced after just picking a jungler 21 minutes in, and that's kind of where you see the gold graph explode, because it was relatively even though CLG had a bunch of kills.
I'm actually impressed with how even the game is up until that point. Now, part of that can be due to the fact that you have 2 late-game scaling, solo laners on the side of CLG, where Huhi was just having to take some abuse for a little while against that Corki in the mid lane because he's a Kassadin waiting to scale.
There was that moment, around the 19-20 minute mark where CLG is kind of losing a turret around mid lane. They can't really find a good opening to engage because they're still waiting for their comp to turn on a little bit. Once Dardoch gets picked, you start thinking, uh-oh, maybe this is going to go TL's way, but that mistake at the Baron pit, Darshan grabs a couple more kills, and then the Fiora is completely online and takes the game over.
Yeah, Darshan will get player of the game this time around. I think it's interesting because, again, if we reference the beginning of the day, Jat was talking about CLG that he feels of those top-tier teams does work the best as a team in their actual team play. And so even on these split-pushing champions, we saw the final fight comes down to the, a Baron contest in which Darshan has to make the decision. Do I split push the Nexus, or do I come in and provide the damage? And more often than not, Darshan's the kind of guy who's going to join his team.
And I think sometimes you can say you don't need to do that. You can keep going for that split push, end the game, let the Kassadin harass people trying to recall, but they're so far ahead. Don't risk somehow losing that 4v5 fight. Make it a 5v5, crush the team fight, end the game. And Darshan continuing kind of this resurgent year right now, where he is arguably, statistically, the best top laner in the league almost.
The other thing, I want to go circle back to the draft, because the one thing I will say about the CLG draft that I do like is the fact that they go for late game scalers. And because you're against Team Liquid, right? Team Liquid is the kind of team that has shown, even with massive leads, struggles to close the game out. And if you are a decently well-coordinated team like you are CLG, you could probably largely stall the game out. Of course, they do lack wave clear in this instance, and that was that one moment you're talking about where they're losing their turret in the mid lane. It was evident they didn't have a way to deal with the pressure. while waiting for their side lanes to get moving.
Yeah, I mean, you take these hyper-scaling 1-3-1 comp, and against a more coordinated team, maybe not the safest thing to do, but against Team Liquid, like, it's fair to draft 2 yards towards your opponent. You know that they're not going to make that great decision. They pick Dart off in the jungle, and instead of just going for another mid-turret and slowly pushing their lead, they try and all-in around that Baron. And that's the kind of mistakes that consistently happen out of Team Liquid. You can almost bank on them doing that.
It felt like they thought they were losing more so or faster than they were, right? You mentioned when we looked at that goal graph, it was pretty even all the way through until about that Baron call. And had they just made the decision to go for a turret and take their 1K lead, extend it to a 2.5K lead, well, who knows how the next team fight will turn out, and maybe you snowball to the win off of that.
It's one of those situations, actually, where as the Renekton who's losing against the Fiora, you've been solo killed once, you probably feel more pressured than the rest of the team actually is and what the game state is at, because your 4-man core is still perfectly strong at pushing in the rest of CLG.
Right, but now you feel like the timer has been moved up.
Yeah, so you feel way more pressure than the rest of your team does, and maybe you're saying, oh, let's go for Baron, like, we got to pick, great, their jungler's dead, no smite, and it's still 21 minutes, you don't have a ton of damage, you don't have a ton of tankiness, and you make some mistakes.
CLG, they found their moment, and then they snagged that victory, and they ran with it. We'll see if Team Liquid can tie the series when we come back in their series versus Counterlogic Gaming. We'll see you soon. Still 3 versus 3 for now. Huhi trying to make that move. Phosphorus bomb comes out. Darshan here in the middle. Opposing one of multiple people. And Team Liquid is annihilated. A double kill for Huhi.
That carries. Go. I rooted Kalen. Kalen's dead. Coming. Go. Corky. I feel. Go. Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's dead. Corky. Go. Renekton. Do Baron. Baron. We got it. Nice. Baron. Take Baron.
Most Matt and the rest of Liquid now in some trouble. Golden Glue package out, trying to stay alive. Still going to be 2 dead on the side of Team Liquid. A double kill for Stixxay. Rainover going to be dropping next. The roots come out. The damage goes down, and Liquid is out.
Welcome back as the teams gear up for round 2 of Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Liquid in this best of 3. Going back and looking at game number 1, CLG pulled off their comp exactly as it was designed.
Yeah, it really did feel like pretty much everything went as you would hope, besides maybe some mistakes in the bot lane. You know, some things not going so hot over there. But as soon as they got through the early stages, yes, they gave up a couple turrets, but they played extremely well. You know, Darshan and 6A, some pretty impressive score lines for the team. Pretty insane to see over 700 damage a minute as Fiora. This is not a poke champion. This is like an all-in, you know, melee champion. It's very rare to see damage numbers that high, and Darshan, I think, played masterfully on the Fiora from early to late.
Yeah, he was constantly bullying Lorlo around. Even from level 1, we talked about, he just hit the vitals, chased him out, and then as soon as it looked like things were going good for the side of Team Liquid, the riposte of the river that turns everything around. People ask me sometimes, Azale, why I like to ban Fiora every single time I play solo queue. And from now on, Darshan just made my life easy because I can link them that clip and be like, this is why. This is why you ban this champion.
Because I do ban Fiora 100% of the time.
This is why we're good friends and casters, because we like to both ban champs that are really, really good in top lane, which is where Fiora is at right now. Darshan, if he's allowed to play those split pushers, man, is he capable.
I would like the 20 ban system, though, so I could also ban Riven. If I could ban Fiora and Riven, I would be so happy. Please, Riot.
All right, balance team. Just saying,
just, just double it up. It's just, you know, a couple more bans. But either way, we'll see if they're going to go back to that. I think it's a pretty powerful strategy for CLG on red side because they have the last pick for Fiora. They may not be able to set up something like this time around because I'm not sure that they would want to blind pick it, but they have been playing Fiora quite a lot. They have been back to their old kind of split pushing ways, and this to me has been one of the most impressive games from Darshan, both as far as laning, but also decision making on when to group, when to stay split. I think he did it pretty much perfectly. Like, he played very, very well.
They look nice, but let's see if he can do it twice. Game number 2, draft number 2. Reignovers, Olaf. Thank you. I thought it was pretty good too. Game number 2, Olaf's, or Rex, Reignovers, Olaf, banned away. I'm thinking too much about
that's
stuff
my bad. I messed you up. You know,
no, we're good. We're good. We're good.
You're basking in the glory of your rhyme.
We're all good. Olaf banned away. Counter Logic Gaming not willing to let Reignover on that one. And Team Liquid, as red side, they're the one who's taxed with having to give up a ban to keep Zach out of the game.
Yeah, and the question is going to become, what will be changed up in the bans, right? So Asol actually banned on red side. That is something, I don't know. I'm trying to think, have I ever seen CLG first pick Aurelion Sol? That seems like something they almost never do. Like you said, it's almost always a 4th or 5th pick. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that as a red side ban for TL, but they're just giving so much respect over to Huhi. The question now becomes, do you ban Kennen? Do you ban Caitlyn? Like, do you ban neither and try to trade? So now they have to kind of make that call, right? Because yes, CLG was willing to give that Caitlyn over to Piglet, but are they willing to give that over to Stixxay? Or do they want to try to risk giving Darshan something like that top lane Kennen, which so many people hate playing against?
I mean, even though he got bullied around in lane, he and Aframu had a hard time. Stixxay still came back, had an impressive score at the end of the game, still did a really good job. So if he had something like the Caitlyn, he could be the one bullying the lane and then transitioning into something even more fearsome. Liquid will not allow that to happen.
Yeah.
And Kennen locked in for CLG.
Pretty expected. Some teams don't have players who really like to play it, and then they'll opt for something more like a Gragas or an Elise or something along those lines for the early picks. There are ways that you can match this. I have seen, you know, Lorlo play things like Jace versus the Kennen, and I think that can be a pretty nice skill matchup where it can go either way. I think there's also like actually a number of good picks besides that work into it, but it's not something that we've really seen a lot of. Things like Aurelia can actually work really well into Kennen. Things like J4, if you're willing to play aggressively, can work. Swain, Kayle, there's actually a lot of picks that can answer this, but they're not always things that we see in competitive. And people are also not always willing to play those picks very aggressively, as you kind of have to into Kennen. Because if you play passively against Kennen, you just get whittled down, you get auto attack too low, then you don't really have the chance to kind of all in.
Right, you got to take the fight to him. You can't allow him to just play his game the entire time. But Liquid will be playing a similar game to what they played in game 1 in terms of the mid lane, locking in the Corki yet again, also grabbing Tahm Kench.
Yeah, the early Tahm Kench always seems a little bit strange to me. I think that, well, it's actually pretty good into Braum, right? But it's one of those things where if you do not know what they are going to pick, then it can be pretty tough. That being said, Aframu has been prioritizing a lot of playmakers, and Tahm Kench works well into most of those. So the blind pick Tahm Kench, you can assume will work well, or at least push him off things like Thresh and the Blitzcrank and even match up pretty well against Braum. So it does match up pretty well with the champion pool that Afro has been showing us.
Looks like junglers are going to be repeated this game. Dardoch again on Gragas, and Reignover again on Rek'Sai as we head into the second part of the bans.
Makes a lot of sense. We can also see, theoretically, this could be Kennen AD and Gragas top, and then you could see some flexes coming around. That's not something that I've seen 6A run, but obviously Reckless is very well known for that. Sneaky has been playing some of the AD Kennen as well. We certainly know that Darshan can play that. Sometimes CLG will surprise you with the very sneaky drafts, but I'm certainly not expecting that. I am expecting it to be top lane, and I think that we'll see Team Liquid ban around that. Right now, they are targeting mid lane, trying to make it so that Huhi cannot have a good matchup into this Corki, and we'll see if they let the Kassadin go through once again.
Right, the Kassadin ended up devastating them in the previous game. Even though it was down early, even though we saw the consequences of being pushed in, it wasn't enough to offset how good it was later.
And the question becomes, was the Kassadin that good of a matchup, or was it because of what happened topside, right? And if as Team Liquid, you're saying, hey, that game was just based off that one fight, it went bad, we messed up, then we lost, if they're not worried about it, they don't always have to ban it out, but they are obviously pretty concerned with that matchup. They are going to take it off the table. 3 mid lane bans towards Huhi. Just showing, again, this guy has much more than the Aurelian Soul. He has to be given respect on so many champions now, and I think that it feels like for the first time, this split, Huhi is actually being given credit by the general public as a whole, like much more frequently. He's always been a guy that some people talk about very positively, but others still seem to think he was a very poor player or made too many mistakes or whatever. But it feels like finally the community is kind of coming around and accepting that he is just a very good mid laner.
Yeah, people used to say he doesn't have a champ pool, he has a champ puddle. He plays Aurelian Soul. If he's on anything else, well, you're not even playing against the same person. But now he's put in so much work on so many other champs. He's a real threat on them. You've got to ban them away. Otherwise, you're in a really rough spot. CLG, they're going to double ban 80 carries, though. Tristana and Kog'Maw taken off the table.
And his consistency has also gone up, and that has been a big thing for them, really to help them out. Varus Jhin, probably going to be one of those two, I'm imagining, as the answer to the Ashe, with some of the hyper carries taken off the table here. That seems much more of 6A's style. They were obviously pretty concerned about some of those hyper carries coming out from Piglet, who does play them very well. And when you have Tahm Kench to protect you, you have this Rek'Sai, who's likely going to be building tank again, as Reignover is normally doing. Oh, so it is actually AD Kennen. So we talked about it. I did not expect it, but they are actually going to pull a swap, and it's going to be AD Kennen, Gnar top. Gnar is something that has been coming for a while. He has not been buffed on this patch, but even before the 713 buffs had come in, I've been seeing a lot of people spamming him. Even guys like Ray, before the buffs had even been announced, were spamming Gnar. He is still a very strong lane bully, but the last pick is available for Liquid. Lorlo used to be really a great Aurelia player, and that was known as a counter pick to Gnar. It also does work into the Kennen, so Aurelia comes out. This is pretty cool. Like, this is something that we have not seen in quite some time as Gnar has fallen out of the meta. I think that the pick ban makes a lot of sense, though, but it is a tough matchup for Darshan. This is one of the ones where you have to play aggressive. As I said, if you sit back, Gnar will whittle you down, Gnar will bully you out, and you will lose the lane. You have to choose your opportunity and go forward and dive in. You can reset your Q, essentially a range minion gets low, you Q to the range minion, you stun the Gnar, and then you try to perform an all-in. That's essentially what you're looking to do on the Aurelia, where the Gnar is just trying to chip you out and avoid those kind of really all-in fights.
This is a blast from the past today, Azael. I remember back in the days when top lane was always a Maokai ban, and then somebody picks Gnar, the other person picks Irelia, and that was the state of top lane for a while. And now, these two get to make a resurgence. Have not seen either one of them in a hot minute. Obviously, you said we saw a little bit of people dabbling in Gnar after the buffs, but Irelia is just, she's a ghost right now.
Well, and Gnar hasn't even been buffed on this patch yet, right? That is a 713 buff. I actually think that Gnar is going to be like probably the highest priority top laner next patch, but that is neither here nor there, as I think he's been buffed too much. But Gnar in 712, still pretty strong. We'll see how he can pull it off. Aurelia, you called it out as one of the more common matchups before, but even back then, there was not that many players who played Aurelia well enough and had the confidence to actually pick it into this matchup, because if you did not pull off that all-in, then you generally fail pretty hard, and it can look pretty bad. But Lorlo was always one of the guys who had the confidence. I just don't know how much Aurelia has he really been playing, right? Like, how practiced are you on this champion? Because it's not a matchup that is played almost ever in competitive anymore, and in solo queue, no one's really playing Aurelia at all. So, you know, when's the last time he actually played this matchup? I think it's more execution-based for the Aurelia than it is for the Gnar.
Absolutely. Gnar can just hang around, throw boomerangs out,
Exactly.
auto-attack the creeps, everything will go fine. He'll get out of the laning phase. But Aurelia, you said it already, Azael, she messes up one big time, maybe gives away a kill to the Gnar, maybe she's too far forward, gets herself ganked. Once you fall behind in that, there's not really an easy way to climb back out of it. CLG, though, positioning themselves here in this side river brush early on.
Yeah, they have Huhi move up, then they try to sneak their rest of their team into this side brush, and they'll look to try to pull off a little wraparound, but they have been spotted out, I do believe, as Dardoch was spotted there by Golden Glue, so team's going to back off. We'll see if they can actually continue to go for this. I don't know.
Still thinking about it.
Yeah, so they don't actually know that they were spotted, I don't think. Because they didn't actually see Golden Glue in that bush, so they're hoping they can still find someone around here. This is one of those level 1s that we've been talking about. Gragas leveling Body Slam at level 1 is becoming more and more common because you can pull off plays like this. You can Body Slam over the wall, try to flank someone. You can do it also in the Baron Pit. Go over there, check if anyone is hanging out in the Tri-Brush at top or at Raptors, and you can pull off these level 1 kills. And then starting E is fine anyway for Gragas, so you're not really giving up anything. He'll get a leash here, just start on that red, and they try it. It doesn't work, but it doesn't really cost them anything either. And had it worked, you can almost win a game off those level 1 first blood sometimes.
Very low risk, very high reward. Stixay, though, this is some real risk here. Nope. All right, just going to be one volley heading his way. Maybe a tongue lash from Matt. Yep, only on the Aframu, though.
Pretty smart, actually, from Stixay to check that brush. I think a lot of players would not have actually checked it with the Shuriken, so he does get tagged, but not going to be too big of a deal, and this top lane is going to be something that we're going to have to track a lot, because if Lorlo fails the all-in, if he gets behind, if you cannot all-in the Gnar, he will chip you down, he will push you in, he will knock down these turrets. But it's certainly a match where you can actually pull that off. And he's going to have to also be very cognizant of where the jungler is. If you try to pull off that all-in and Gragas is waiting in a bush, then it's all over for you.
And just to goes to show how long it's been since I've seen Gnar. I didn't even know that skin had chromas, and now he's purple. Matt almost getting himself stunned up by the Winter's Bite. You know, that Winter's Bite plus the way Kennen can stun you up with his lightning marks, there's a lot of CC between these two as the Hawk Shot is fired off to keep track of Dardoch, and it's such an effective tool at monitoring where the enemy jungler is. Even if you don't find him, you can find his camps. As now, the gank from Rain over here in mid lane. Huhi forced to flash out of that one. Flash for flash. Traded there as Golden Glue also uses Exhaust.
Yeah, nice gank, though, from Rainover. That's going to force Huhi back to base. Not really a great timing because he has not picked up too much gold just yet. We'll see what he's going to be able to buy up before he heads back to lane. But either way, trading flashes like that almost always goes in favor of the jungler.
Now Rainover moves back into enemy territory, seeing if he can sniff around, maybe find something out. Heading towards those enemy Krugs to just steal that away, try to get an EXP and gold advantage wherever he may be able to find it. But at the same time, you gotta be on the lookout, because this guy wasn't able to really get anything going in game number 1. This is kind of attributing to what we see with the low win rate on the Rex side, right? He got into the fights, he was able to start things off, but then even if he used ults to dodge things, even if he was on top of the back line, he didn't have the damage or the survivability to do the job.
Yeah, now really moving forward. Gregs is waiting on the side. We'll see if they actually decide to go for this. I think Darshan is going to try to trim out the wave, and then if Aurelia steps forward again for those range creeps, they are going to go. So when he queues forward, now they go.
Yep, this is how you do it. Dardoch getting some good damage with the body slam to the barrels as well. Lorlo wants to flash over the wall, but at the same time, there's no way out. First blood for Darshan.
Very well executed by CLG. Good patience, nice pathing, and they wait knowing he has to push in that wave, because if you let that wave sit there, so many minions will actually be denied from you, and that is a very vulnerable spot for Aurelia, and that is why it's a tough matchup to play, because you have to really be able to manipulate the wave very well. Rainover was not there to support him in pushing that in, and he gets punished so heavily.
There's some of that CC, Stixay and Afro move, but it's Matt who takes a big bite out of Braum. Afro jumping away to safety. Stixay still just trying to throw down some auto attacks, is covering fire while his support makes his retreat, and Rainover continues counter jungling after recognizing that his opponent was topside.
Yep, but Dardoch able to do a little bit of counter jungling of his own, and this is just really smart, patient play. They know he's going to go to try to push in the wave, and once he goes for that, it's pretty much done. Yes, he could try to flash the wall here, but it is a difficult wall to flash, and even if he does, it's going to be an easy flash follow to actually pull off that kill, and he knows he needs that summoner to either escape the next gank or to hopefully pull off an all-in that can maybe put him back in the matchup. So I think it is smart for him to actually hold on to the flash there, even though giving over first blood to the Gnar is going to be very, very rough.
And the difference between these two in itemization as well, Darshan with a Phage, Lorlo without one, that on-hit movement speed bonus can really make a huge difference in this 1v1 between these two champs.
And when you hit the Black Cleaver, the cooldown on your Boomerang when you're catching that becomes so ridiculously low, very, very spammable. Plus you're getting some armor shred. We'll see what Lorlo is going to build towards. Obviously, very standard for the Aurelia is simply kind of rushing towards that Trinity Force. People have been experimenting more with different builds. In general, I feel like we're seeing less Blade of the Rune King in the top lane. So many people are deciding to go for things like Titanic Hydra, Sterix, itemization along those lines. We'll see what Lorlo decides to go for, because it's tough. If you go pure defense from here as the Aurelia, how do you ever really turn it around?
Oh no, how do you turn it around either when Dardoch makes
here, but I don't know.
In the top lane? Reignover trying to show up, make this into a 2v2, but the flash into the body slam seals his fate. Dardoch again just dialing it in top lane.
Yeah, Dardoch knows he just has to play around this matchup because Aurelia has to play aggressive. Aurelia has to make things happen. And Gnar is just going to be able to take it over. There was no way, even with Reignover arriving, that they could fight, because if you stay, Darshan is 6, and they have Mega Gnar, who could easily set up that combo.
Stun onto Matt as Afro and Stick save back
get gobbled.
Away. Has to flash away from the Devour potential. Matt now popping the thick skin. Very low on mana. Got to be careful about what they're doing here. They know they got Golden Glue nearby, but he doesn't have any mana either.
It is a bit tough. Golden Glue going to go back up. So we'll probably just see TL back off by. They did force at least the flash from Aphromoo, so that is an advantageous trade. We'll see if they can get down there and get anything done. But Lorlo trying to hold the wave. This is going to push back to his opponent eventually anyway, and he'll be once again in this very vulnerable position where Dardoch could simply path from bot up to top. Darshan's going to look to probably hold the wave near his turret in this very vulnerable spot, and we'll see if they can actually continue to target Lorlo on this top side and use that to get their advantages.
Targeting a vulnerable player, abusing that advantage over and over and over, and building it exactly what CLG needs to do.
And this is exactly what he's going to do, right? He just pulls it back into the bush. This is resetting the wave, grouping it up. So all of the wave is now stacked and will eliminate his minions very quickly. So you're seeing Lorlo try to push this in, expending the ultimate to push that in, because if he can't reset it, he's going to lose so much, but right into the Mega Gnar.
Now he's slammed into the wall, the chain CC landing with the wallop. A jump forward with a crunch. Darshan still looking to go all the way on this one, forces out that flash.
Yeah, now that's a flashless, no ultimate Aurelia. He had to expend all that just to try to not let that wave get frozen. And Reignover and Lorlo, they're not being able to play around this lane properly to actually have Lorlo be effective. And from this point, it feels like there's no way you really can get back in there.
An interesting bit of information, by the way. The last time we saw Irelia picked in the North American LCS was by Lorlo against CLG, against Darshan, and Darshan was on Gnar.
Who won?
Darshan, I believe. Lorlo went 1-3.
Okay, there you go. A little bit unlucky, but he could still end up in that scoreline. So either way, TL pushing here on the bot side. Not a lot of wave clear on Ken and Braum. It looks like they will be able to knock down this early turret. It's a really nice rotation from Golden Glue. He picks up the early Sheen. He has his package. Can come down here and knock down this turret. So Gold is going to go right back to even. Credit over to Golden Glue for getting them out of that laning phase, and you can see Piglet now rotating, looking to put pressure elsewhere. I think this was very well done by TL to once again get advantages on the bot side when they're losing elsewhere.
And you really love to see Corki utilize that package and make aggressive movements when he has it. I mean, even if you get yourself into trouble, you've got to get out of jail free ticket.
Exactly. I think it's very intelligent to make a move like that, because you also have massive bonus speed when you have that package, right? So you can roam down very quickly. Okay, it's not going to work. Go right back to mid lane, no problem. If they stay around too greedily, you can set up that dive. You can look to make those plays. And Dardoch donating the solo gold here over to Darshan. Likely has enough now for that Black Cleaver. We'll be able to complete that. And he's just so far ahead of Lorlo that Lorlo is going to not be having much fun this game.
Yeah, Black Cleaver versus Phage, no real comparison there when one's a component and one is a finished item of the same branch.
And the problem is, you're not even just waiting for the Black Cleaver completion for Aurelia. You need to complete your Triforce, right? And
it's even more expensive.
It's such an expensive item that when you are very behind, you end up with such crappy buys from here on out. It's like you go back with 900 gold. What do you get? A couple daggers and a mana crystal? Like, it's very hard to have nice buys when behind and you're being sent back and you're building a Triforce.
Triforce feels so clean to buy the parts for if you have enough to buy the individual parts, right? Like buying a Phage feels so good, buying a Sheen feels good, buying a Stinger feels all right, I guess. But
yeah, Stinger's the ugly stepchild.
Yeah, Stinger's not exactly as cool as the other two. But going back and only getting those pieces, like you said, the piece of a Sheen is a mana crystal. That just never feels good to pick up on it.
Pieces of Phage are okay, right? You know, you're okay buying that.
Grab some health, grab some
crystal,
damage,
feels pretty
good to trade with.
But the others are pretty gross.
Yeah, not fun at all. As Matt wanders his way through enemy territory, trying to clear out some of that vision if he can. The bottom side of the map, again, the one where Team Liquid will want to try to play towards, that's where they've got their advantage. And they like to play around Piglet. They're trying to make sure that they're giving him the advantages, focusing those opportunities around him. Even though he's not on the Caitlyn, he's still on the Ashe, he's still got a slight CS advantage. He's going to be who they depend on.
Yeah, he is, and they're going to have to find picks, I really feel like, with this Ashe to be able to make it work. The Kennen is going to be able to kind of have side lane priority as far as 1v1 against that Ashe. You know, he can really look to all in, he can have those edges there. And Gnar is certainly going to have the advantage against the Aurelia topside for the foreseeable future. So this is something where you need to get picks. You need to find a way to get yourself back in. Hit an Ashe Arrow, have the Tahm Kench ultimate with the Abyssal Voyage coming in, delivering that Rek'Sai, and get 3v1s, make rotations, make plays. Because if you sit back, I think you will very easily passively lose this game.
CLG grabbing themselves the Rift Herald, which is a nice way to actively win the game if they can find a nice spot to drop that one off. The Hawk shot from Piglet saw them doing it, but no one was in a position to stop it.
And even if it's just the 1v1, Darshan has the range advantage and can so aggressively push in that it's pretty hard for Aurelia to actually defend against it. As Golden Glue doing a little dance.
You can't get me. Just letting Dardoch know it. But I'm going to keep that in mind as this game goes on. If he goes for a flash body slam and finds that Corki, Golden Glue's going to remember that.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get him this time, but unfortunately for him, the top lane is being got as we speak.
Yeah. Well, that's what always motivates me when I play a game of Zale. I see some guy dancing on me like that, I'm going to do everything I can to just expend flashes and everything else to get him later on in the game.
And then you hit him with the question mark and all that.
Yeah, you give him the question mark and go, slash dance?
Yeah.
Slash dance? Rain over,
it's the mature response.
Yeah, exactly. I am a mature, responsible individual. Rain over, responsibly cleaning out his own jungle, making sure he doesn't miss out on any of that experience and gold. Trying to stay relevant as much as he can. Still 0-0-0 though, which is honestly not what you'd expect from a Rain over Rek'Sai pick 13 minutes into the game.
At least not the Rain over Rek'Sai of old, but I feel like there's a lot of games of Rain over in this last year, you know, with Liquid, where he doesn't seem to be able to get that much done. He's farming all right, but he's not really putting a lot of pressure on. This is kind of, unfortunately, become more characteristic of the new Reignover, right? And it's hard to kind of separate this guy who was so dominant, this pathing god who was always taking over games on Fnatic and Immortals, from the one that we've been seeing on TL. And you know, going for this tank Rek'Sai, I feel like while it can work, it's one of those things that you see a lot of other Rek'Sais try to take over with this early aggressive builds with Warrior and Chilling Smite and bursting people out, and this is not something you can really do with the Cinderhulk and kind of more supportive build. You farm, you path, you track the other jungler, but if you are 0-0-0 as this style and the other jungler is making more ganks happen, then it kind of feels like almost like what's the point of that style, of that supportive style?
One thing I want to point out as well in this game that some people might not be aware of, the Ninja Tabbies being built on both Darshan and Dardoch. Yeah, it's very, very useful against Lorlo, against Reignover, against Piglet. They're all auto-attacking, they're all AD heavy, blocks a lot of that damage. But even against Golden Glue, despite the conversion to AP damage from his auto-attacks, the Ninja Tabby passive of the 10% reduction still applies. So even if the armor isn't doing the work, the passive is. Those buys are so effective for these two being tanky in the fights.
Yeah, it's ridiculously efficient this game because it's 4 auto-attackers, right? Like these are all guys who that is going to be a super, super efficient build against. I'm pretty excited to see where Darshan goes with his build. If he wants to go for full-on split push style, just going straight into the Frozen Mallet, if he's going to go tanky and try to group and team fight, there's a lot of options you can go. They're going to try to break mid now. The Dardoch drops that Rift Herald, and this is going to be going down very quick.
Rift Herald not having a lot of damage put into it before.
Look at the engage!
But now they're looking to catch Dardoch out. Gets himself away using the flash. Shockwave gonna find its way onto Golden Glue, who's devoured by Matt, taken to safety. Rift Herald still very low HP. Turret still being taken down. The knockback onto Rainover, and he is out of there. Huhi grabbing himself the kill, taking this one to 3-0. As Darshan finds the slam into the wall, the wallop comes down right as he reverts into Mini-Gnar form, and Lorlo is again bullied away.
Yeah, bullied away, pushed off the turret. They can start to pressure here. CLG not only gets the kill, but does force down for that mid lane turret. They can rotate to the dragon. That's spawning up in 10 seconds. With no jungler on the map for TL, they're going to be seeding that Infernal Dragon, which is going to be a big one. As we all know, that is kind of the big ticket dragon.
And comparing these two performances so far this series between these teams, something we'll do as soon as we watch the replay here. That arrow, very nice.
That really nice arrow there from Piglet to start things off, and they're trying to aggressively defend this turret. They do not want to just be bleeding out these objectives, so they try to fight very heavily for it. They are able to kill off the Rift Herald, but such a good Gragas ultimate there from Dardoch. Knocks in Rainover, they finish him off, and enough members around to take down that turret.
Uh-oh, Lorlo. Okay, that boomerang misses. That'll call Darshan off, but if he would have connected that one, the chase would have continued until it missed.
And where it gets really brutal is when you do have Frozen Mallet, right? If you do go that route, because then you don't even need to actually hit your boomerang. Just the autos are enough to slow them down. You get move speed from your hyper proc that is the third hit passive. Plus, you are actually just pretty speedy in Mini-Gnar form anyway, so it gets very hard for Lorlo to enter these long lanes, without the defense of his turret behind him.
Speaking of speed, Righteous Glory again being built by Dardoch on this Gragas, making sure they have the engage potential they need to work their way onto Piglet and Golden Glue. They're saying, hey, these guys are doing that double marksman composition. They're running the Corki with somebody traditional in bottom lane. If you hit that back line, you win the fight.
I think it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, you're building up some mana there. It's some tankiness. It's engage. It's the ability to actually disengage there as well. A lot of these kind of more supporty style items, if you want to call it that, like Knight's Vow, like the Locket, even the Righteous Glory, I think are really coming into meta. They're very, very powerful, and you get reasonably tanky from building them too, so it's pretty worthwhile. This seems like a smart move though from Liquid. You cannot leave Lorlo just alone to try to sit in this 1v1. It's so hard for him to ever get anything done, although he, to his credit, has kept pretty close in CS. So they move 4 top, they force down a turret. Liquid trying to make some plays, and I think they have been good about rotating to force down turrets.
Trading away for those, the best thing Liquid could go for right there. If you're always looking to avoid fights, the best thing you can do is trade. 1 for 1, equal objectives there. As the red turret falls bottom side, making the overall count 3-2 in the favor of Counterlogic Gaming. Of course, that Infernal Drake under their belts, a bit more preferable compared to the Cloud Drake that was picked up by Team Liquid.
And the Triforce probably going to be completed here for Lorlo. So now the question is, can he actually get something done on this power spike? Does he have the ability to 1v1 Darshan? Going towards probably a Blade of the Rune King with the Vamp Scepter. I'm expecting that for sure. I don't think it's going to be anything like a Death Dance or anything like that. It wouldn't really make a lot of sense, and Blade of the Rune King does work very well in that 1v1.
Well, I mean, you're going up against an opponent who's going Black Cleaver into Frozen Mallet. He's stacking pure health. Blade of the Ruined King does so much work against that. Plus, it'll help you stay on top of him with the active.
Yeah, the slow is very big, right? Because if you can get your stun with the Equilibrium Strike, then follow that up by the Blade of the Ruined King slow, you're hoping to be able to chase him down and all in. And Darshan, doesn't have his Frozen Mallet. Obviously, he has some components. He is still ahead in gold, but Lorlo on a Vamp Scepter plus Triforce is pretty strong. So he does deserve some credit for hanging in there, despite the fact that they have been losing pressure, and that has been kind of a rough spot for him.
Uh-oh, Lorlo, that was quite an alley-oop, tossing him around like that between these two. Dardoch and Darshan working together to take him down. He'll buy as much time as he can, but that last rock puts him in the dirt. 4-0 CLG.
Dardoch and Darshan have just been working so well together. You can't really fault Lorlo too much for all the trouble that he has been having, because Rainover has not been there for him. And whoever you want to blame it on, it doesn't really matter. It just has not been there as far as synergy, as far as being on the same page to protect him when he's pushing in, to get vision for him as a team. CLG has just been playing much better around Darshan in both these games, and there's so many things that go into Darshan being successful in these lanes. Of course, he deserves credit for his individual play, but they're playing so well as a team.
Now, Dardoch and Darshan being jumped on by multiple members of Team Liquid. Darshan going to go ahead and transform
nice
now.
Swallow.
Trying to just buy time for his ally to get away. And as you said, Dardoch looks out for Darshan. Darshan looks out for Dardoch. They help each other get away, and it makes it so Liquid's collapse does nothing.
Exactly, and more vision being established. You know, they have a pink over in that side brush by the Raptors. They have another pink in the bottom river for Darshan. So these are all things that help him have the confidence to move around the map and look for these aggressive plays. And without that vision, it's very hard to actually extend your advantage as a split pusher.
Darshan, just no fear whatsoever, constantly moving up on these guys.
Oh, Golden's out of mana. He may just get run down.
He does not have enough to vouch. He will use the exhaust, potentially trying to outplay this underneath the turret. Flashes over the wall to escape. He will not die, but having to blow both summoner spells like that bodes very poorly for his performance in the next big fight.
Yeah, I mean, Darshan does spend his flash, but he gets 2 out of that. And I think it's a smart move to make because Golden Glue was out of mana. There wasn't really a lot he could actually do to fight back. Darshan gets another pink down there, so moving up his vision line from the river up to there, they're going to have even more ability to go for that. But Lorlo could be on the hunt here. He comes back at full health, full mana, knows that Darshan is a little bit low, does not have his summoner, but Darshan intelligently going to back off.
Darshan not willing to make that mistake, and I like seeing this from a team like CLG. We talk about them being the bloodiest team in the NALCS, how they have so many kills under their belts, how they're the ones that are always making fights happen. They win by killing the enemy players more often and more frequently. Those words mean the same thing, but you get what I'm saying. Than other teams do. But at the same time, they can say no. I don't want to do this right now. Fighting is not the way to win. Let's back off. Recognizing a loss condition can be just as important as recognizing a win condition.
Yeah, I actually really like that point because I think so many teams think only about how do you win the game? What do you most want to do? And not always about what is your team, like your opponent's way back in, right? So if the only way that your opponent could stop you from winning is, well, setting up a tower dive, then hey, you might want to counter this, right? Like things like this are something you need to look out for. Dardoch looking for the play. Nice flash out there from Matt, though. And Darshan going to be pushing heavily on the bot side. We'll see if TL wants to force a fight. Would be tough, but not going to be able to do it.
Piglet's arrow strikes true, but only onto Aframu, who's not the person he can do a lot with it. 1-2. Couple more slows thrown out from Darshan there as Lorlo still can't go anywhere near this guy. That frozen mallet you talked about is up and running, so he knows that if he gets within auto attack range and he's not close to a turret, he's going to be losing a lot of health.
And CLG now sieging up here in the mid lane. Nice little poke from Golden Glue, though, trying to push it back. Rainover is coming over, and Dardoch has moved away from the team.
Goodness, that shockwave almost takes Golden Glue out. Rainover has to get himself away now. The disengage coming out from Aframu, the Glacial Fissure blocking the entry path for the rest of Team Liquid. Everything is rough everywhere right now for Liquid. Both tier 2s are just being sieged up. Darshan putting the damage into Lorlo again. The Mega Gnar being used at every opportunity to slam him into the wall. Trade aggressively. Piglet taken low here in mid lane. Rainover trying to pop the ulti to dodge some aggro. Now Matt has to save him, popping his thick skin, trying to get himself away. Darshan coming around from behind. Cannon ulti's in there. He gets it onto multiple people. Matt is down. They're going to send Lorlo with him. Aframu tries to escape. He falls on the back end of the fight, but Dardoch has made his re-entry, and Dar Squared finds themselves a fight.
Dar Squared looking for the Dar duo coming up big in the team fight for CLG. And that was a very aggressive dive there from CLG. Certainly could have gone bad. I mean, Hui was very low on mana, does get some back from that Merlinomicon passive. They're able to knock down 2 outer turrets, really blowing this gold lead even bigger.
7-1 now, Azale. Let's take another look at how this fight goes out.
Yeah, and they are going to look for the play. Hui had chunked down some of these members, but was pretty low on mana. Really nice chunk there over on a Piglet, but then he is basically totally out of mana. So they get this kill, they do get a reset. We see Darshan coming around from the backside. They look to pull off the play. Flash ultimate in from Kennen, diving onto that low HP Piglet. But this was certainly a very close fight, and could have gone TL's way. I really like the re-entry there from Dardoch. Very nice. They had the vision over the wall with the ward as well as Stixay, and the body slam flash to get that stun picks up yet another kill.
Liquid at least get themselves on the board through that one. But when it's 1-7, 2 turrets to 5, 37,000 to 43,000 gold, and you're not even ticking the 25-minute mark into the game yet, you're going to have to find some sort of a massive swing. Very similar to what happened last game when Liquid made the audacious Baron call that ended up costing them, and CLG said, okay, this is our chance. They need CLG to make a mistake like that.
They really do, and it's even tougher when you're against a team that it's not like you're going to outscale this team. I really don't think. I think that, you know, Aurelia in the side lane is so far behind. I don't know that she's ever going to get to the point in this game where she's able to 1v1 Darshan, who's up 2 levels, who he very quietly has been farming extremely well. I mean, he's almost at 280 CS at 25 minutes, right? So this is a very strong Orianna. When that voice staff gets completed, he's going to be massive, and they are looking to make plays. This is one way back in, but CLG going to go for the re-engage as Darshan is behind.
Dardoch with the Righteous Glory into the fight as well. Darshan trying to get himself away from this one. Afromu wants to save him, but they can't do it. The shutdown onto the fed enemy top laner, but Piglet now caught out.
Oh,
and taken down by Stixxay. Reignover dodging away with the ultimate, trying to stay alive. Dardoch with the body slam into him, looking to pick up kill number 2 on the back end of this fight. The barrel comes out, the damage comes through, but Matt's got Devour. Reignover saved 1 for 1. That's about as good as you can hope for Liquid.
Yeah, a really good save there from Matt, and a good job by Piglet and Golden Glue to kind of tag team down Darshan, who went into the back. He did not have Mega Gnar ready, and he's not that tanky at this point, although he is pretty strong. It's just the HP, so they burst him down. But CLG feeling confident, pretty high on health, going right over to the Baron. TP coming in from Lorlo. TL knows they need to try to fight this.
This is a 4 versus 4. Huhi is below half HP. They find Reignover. Now Stixxay's out with the ulti, blocking the follow-up. Lorlo goes in, but he's stunned up.
Barely alive.
Matt trying to save him, but Stixxay gets the rampage. Now Matt's going to be chased down. They also find the kill onto Golden Glue, and Liquid is routed.
Again by the Baron. CLG just coming up so big. Getting 4 kills for 0. Piglet's going to come over and try to make something happen because they know they're too far behind. They have to hope for a miracle here. We'll see if he can get it, but really not going to be able to do anything as CLG pick up the Baron and 10,000 gold ahead.
6-0 and 3 Stixxay, 2-0 and 6 Huhi, 1-0 and 9 Dardoch. The work being put in by every member of CLG is astounding in this game.
And I think, once again, going for the pick makes a lot of sense here for TL. They know they are in a very rough spot. They need to be able to make these plays. Darshan walks in. He's in mini Gnar. Doesn't actually get the hop reset. It was a good sidestep from Golden Glue, so they're able to burst him down. And that is one of the difficult things about Gnar, managing that rage bar. But from there, the rest of CLG is just so much stronger that even in the 4v5, they can win the fight. Huhi and Stixxay are still very well protected. They can chase down. It was a nice save out here from Matt, but knowing that they have all these people chunked out, CLG felt confident to go over to the Baron and force that down, and now they are having this Baron. Going to be looking for a 1-4 split. Going to try to crack the inhibitors and close out this game.
Honestly, Matt has had so many good saves this game. His Devours have kept people alive a lot longer than they otherwise would have been, but it just hasn't been enough.
The bot lane really has been kind of the lone bright spot in this series for TL. Piglet, 2-1. I mean, he's having a pretty solid game. Last game, they were very far ahead as far as farm went. They're able to put pressure on the CLG bot lane. They took down the turret, albeit this game, with more jungle help. But still, I think those guys are having a pretty good showing for themselves today. But on the rest of the map, things have just not really been working for them.
Now CLG has pushed them into their own base, sieged up outside the inhibitor turret line, and is looking to break this one wide open. Darshan continuing to pour auto attacks into that top lane tier 3. Lorlo will try to stop him. Gets within melee range, but Darshan gets himself back pretty rapidly. Turret falls in mid lane. The rest of CLG working on that one now as a 4-man unit, taking it down about as quick as they can. Darshan with the flash away, just wasting the time of Liquid and accomplishing the goal mid lane.
Yeah, they do knock down that first inhibitor. Now gonna just all go up. All 10 members gonna be up on this top side, and they're looking to try to get the second inhibitor. We'll see if CLG can do it.
Liquid trying to stop him. Reignover going in. Nice big shield from Courage up the Colossus. Glacial Fissure going to be used to disengage yet again. Reignover saved by Matt for the umpteenth time, but will it be enough? No, it will not. Godlike on Stixxay. CLG trying to chase more down if they can. Able to get the double kill there for Stixxay. Able to make it 3 now. 4 dead. Golden Glue can't find anything from that package, and CLG seals the deal with that one. Unless Reignover all of a sudden gets an inventory of 9 Bloodthirsters and one-shots everybody on the team, that's going to be GG, and CLG will 2-0 Liquid for the second time in Summer Split 2017.
They make it look very clean. CLG come up with a dominant win today. You can see how happy they are. Really nice pick, man. I thought in both of the games, some clever stuff here coming out. switching that Kennen down to the bot side, bringing out the Gnar, playing very heavily around. The fact that Aurelia has to play aggressive on the top side to actually win that 1v1 matchup. Dardoch was always there. When Lorla went to go aggressive on this Gnar to try to get an advantage, to try to shove in the wave, Dardoch was just always there. He gets Darshan ahead. They have so much pressure in that lane throughout the rest of the game, and then CLG across the map, very successful as well.
And I really want to commend Dardoch especially, not just for that, but his play just throughout this series. He was always going in there, even where we saw the fight in between the tier 2 and tier 3 turrets of Team Liquid. He had 200 health left, and he flash body slams over the wall to get the last kill onto Golden Glue. You could tell he was comfortable on this champion, comfortable making those plays this time, and he really helped facilitate everything.
And this is kind of what you feel like CLG looks like when everything is working for the team, because they are making these aggressive plays. They're reliant on the fact that they can have mechanical outplays in the skirmishes. I mean, you look at game 1, the 3v3 on the top side, making some outplays there with Darshan and the rest of the team. And then again, in game 2, they're not passively trying to close out this game. They're looking for turret dives. They're looking to make plays, and they're able to pull it off when they're at their best.
This looks like a team that's in contention for the #1 spot in the North American LCS. We
Certainly
said
is.
they needed a 2-0. If they want to say, yeah, we're that team, yeah, we can beat everybody else, TSM, Cloud9, Immortals, who cares, we're the best. That's how you make a statement.
And right now, they're sitting atop those standings. But we did hear from Dardoch before when they played TSM, he said, doesn't matter if we're first in the standings. If we lose to TSM, we're just waiting until we get to play them again, because everyone is always going to be comparing you against TSM, against Cloud9, these teams that have been at the top, and always are at the top along with CLG these last couple of years. You have to prove that you can beat all of those teams before people really accept you as the best team in North America. As we've seen from Immortals, people were talking about them. Hey, are they at the top? Are they able to really kind of claim that title? And this weekend, they fell short. But CLG looking pretty good.
I mean, regular season standings, they're very encouraging. You can look at that and say, we've got so many wins, we've got very few losses. But at the end of the day, people remember who's currently holding the trophy from the previous split, who's always been on everybody's minds and everybody's lips when the conversation comes up who's the best. And unless you can beat the best, you're not going to be the best. But CLG, with plays like that, working like a team like that, one of the biggest criticisms you often see of a team too, draft was bad. When they lost, nope, they lost in the draft. Everything was bad. Champion select just didn't work out. That was a good champion select.
Yeah, I think that TL got a lot of the picks that they wanted, and they still just weren't able to match up. CLG played very well. And even though they are playing against a team that's towards the lower end of the standings, I think that there's so many positive things that they can take away from this, especially Darshan, who has been playing so well throughout this split. I think game 1, just some of the decisions he made on Fiora about when to group, when to actually stay in the side lanes and just push and try to take turrets and get his own advantage bigger, were very encouraging, because I think he was almost always making the correct choices there.
The decision-making along with the mechanics, that's the recipe for success. But for a first-hand account of the series, let's hear from Riv and CLG's self-proclaimed S-tier support.
That's right. I am joined by the S-tier Afromu after their victory over Team Liquid. A C9, a TL victory, really showing a true blue comes from Chronologic Gaming in the LCS. What have you guys been working on to get here at week 5, and what will CLG look to be working as you guys head towards the end of the split?
Most of what we've been working on is just making a play as 5, making sure everyone is going towards the same objective on the map, which is, okay, if we're going top side, bottom lane, play safe. And definitely showcase that in our 2 games today versus Team Liquid. And I do think we've improved a lot in that regard, and we're still going to look to work on that towards our next match.
And how's this kind of meta been now, being able to throw Darshan on some Jacks in the top lane, a few more carry things? What's it like having him back on those champions?
I think the meta is a lot more versatile in general for everyone, especially Darshan and I, that we can play have a deeper champion pool than the last previous meta, where it was like, okay, tank tops and mages bottom. That wasn't really fun, but I think Riot did a good job in terms of balancing that out, so I like it.
All right, and you guys got some time coming off next week. What are you guys going to be doing? Hanging out, revamping that S-tier support list? What do you got on the menu?
We got like 2 to 3 days off. We'll be at Anime Expo tomorrow at like 2 p.m. for FAMI, and then other than that, we still have scrims next week, so that'll be fun.
Lots and lots of scrims. And I really want to get your insight on this last question. TSM, C9, P1 are headed over to Rift Rivals, and CLG has been in this position before where we have to focus on the split and international. What are these guys going through? What are the NA teams about to get themselves into? And what's the kind of the best way to prepare here, in your opinion?
Well, hopefully they can combat the burnout that happens when you go over there, as well as I hope they focus on their own style of play because most of the time when NA teams go to international competition, they don't do that and usually try and copy other regions. I don't think that is wise. Just make sure you play your style, and they should do really well.
Awesome, Aftermove. Thank you very much for digging into that one. Congratulations on the win and the 2-0 week. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the games.
Thank you very much, Riv. Some words of wisdom from Aframu, one of the best performers we've ever had on the international stage coming out of North America. So we'll see if our 3 teams paid attention to this post-game interview and what they'll take away from it moving over to Rift Rivals in Europe. But CLG, man, they're the #1 team in NA now.
Officially.
A lot of people would probably say, well, what the heck? Why aren't they over there? Got to get it done in Spring Split if you want to go to Rift Rivals. But hey, for right now, they're showing up with Dardoch on the roster. And I love to hear what he talked about in terms of, hey, we're the team known as the team play team, but the thing we're working on most right now is continuing to work as a team.
I mean, that's the thing, is League is such a team game that there's no point where you're like, oh, yes, we played every situation that came up as a team correctly. There are times where
we're done.
Someone got picked off when they should have. I mean, there was a random fight towards the end of the game where Darshan died early on because he was too far forward. And there's always those small things you can look at and try and learn from, because even though this was a very convincing series that they swept 2-0, there's always those kinds of situations that you don't play right.
Let's talk about matchups, though, because we had Team Liquid make an adjustment here with the Gnar going over to Darshan, kind of reaching back to that old counter pick of Aurelia, a pick that Lorlo was at one point very well known for.
It's a little risky on the side of CLG to just be like, yeah, we'll just blind the Gnar. We don't think this guy who kind of made his name as an Aurelia one trick has anything to play into it. And then he picks, of course, the obvious counter pick Aurelia. They play around it very intelligently on the top side, make sure that they get some ganks off to slow it down, because it is the kind of champion that if Aurelia gets ahead, she starts being way too much of a nuisance for the Gnar in the side lane, and then transitions decently to team fighting later.
But to me, that's the mark of an intelligent team, right? They drafted knowing, okay, fine, once the Aurelia counter pick comes through, that this is a very volatile lane. So what are we going to do? We're going to take our jungler, we're going to move him to the top side, and we're going to look to make sure that Darshan can survive through those early levels, if not succeed as he does here and end up with a lead.
And it's really well timed. As soon as you see Lorlo use his dash forward, that's when Dardoch goes in. Sure, you can dash out, but you're already body slamming that direction, so you kind of bump into each other. And then the second time, getting the jump on this play, getting there first before Rainover gets into the lane to back that up, ends up for another kill for them. And at this point, the Aurelia is starting to fall off, and she's definitely a snowball-oriented champion, where come mid-game, if you're not sitting on that Triforce already, you're going to be pretty worthless.
And this is where we got to look at Darshan and Dardoch as a duo, right? No knock to Xmithie as a jungler, as he's finding a ton of success over on Immortals, but it seems like Dardoch and Darshan have a lot more synergy than Darshan did have with Xmithie in terms of getting attention to that top side and putting Darshan in situations where he's now winning those split-push matchups and can be a little bit more the carry he once was.
We've touched on it a couple times on broadcast about the jungle proximity differences between the two of them and things like that, and we see that Dardoch plays a lot heavier around topside. It's something that has always kind of been his style in his career. His first split more around bot lane when he was playing with Piglet, but then he flipped up to play more around Lorlo later on, and then he also had good synergy with Flame last split in Immortal, so this time you go to Darshan with the other guy he's playing around this time.
Right.
And he's a very vocal player who can communicate exactly what he wants, which is probably a nice change of pace from him, coming from Impact, who we heard struggled with English at different points over that season.
Exactly. Let's push ahead to one more team fight. Comes 26 minutes into the game. 4-0 for CLG, plus the Baron on the back end.
Yeah, it gets a little dicey here. Rainover goes in, tries to get the flash knock-up. But
wow, that
Piglet,
damage out of Oriana.
Yeah, I was going to say, Piglet gets chunked out right at the start of this fight, so it's really hard for the Ashe to get any kind of follow-up here. Matt does kind of save Rainover for a little bit, and then they all go in at the same time. Good coordination that we're talking about here. Good flash forward with stick stay showing that Reckless is not the only Kennen who can play ADC.
Right,
the way around the old ADC.
One game of evidence. One game of evidence.
Yeah, it's a good start, all right? And then, look, we saw that they got kind of low there. One person went down, and Dardoch had that nice re-engage. But at this point, they had already kind of dealt with the scary part of the comp coming in for TL. You see Lorlo not even in the game. The Aurelia picture not showing up on your screen. He was so
there it
irrelevant.
is. That's how irrelevant the Aurelia pick was. I love that. 5.5k damage coming out of him, 10k less than his opponent in the top lane. Player of the game, though, going to Dardoch, because Dardoch is the one who had to make that action happen in the top, made the right moves early on in the game, understanding the wave positioning and what he needed to do in order to put Darshan in a winning matchup.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those situations where the two of them obviously comboed together well to make that happen. There's no chance that Dardoch was like, I know the exact timings and how you want to play this stuff out. No communication needed. But there were a couple of situations a little bit later on in the game where I think you could see that Dardoch was playing better. There was that one engage we were talking about where Gnar ended up a little bit too far forward in the team and went down to Piglet pretty early on. So there were enough situations where over the course of the game, Dardoch was clearly better despite both of them combining very well in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so yeah, picking up player of the game there, this CLG roster, let's talk about them as a whole now, since they moved into that first place position at 8-2. Unfortunately, they're not going to be representing us at Rift Rivals in terms of our, being our #1 team currently. What's your take on this roster and the development that they've had so far this split and where you think they could go? I mean, CLG potential, we love to talk about that, right?
I mean, I think the big thing that was a concern for people when they saw this roster at the start of the split was twofold. One, how well will Dardoch synergize with the team? And then, if he does synergize, will they ever have to worry? Because we know that he can be a little bit of a volatile player behind the scenes, and will CLG actually have the mentorship to make sure that he's good? And I think, obviously, he synergizes well. Darshan's having his biggest season that he's had in a long time, so you can, of course, see that part's working. And then, of course, that's halfway through the season now, and there's been no explosion. Things look great. They're the #1 team. So, at the very least, they haven't ran into that potential second problem.
Exactly. All right, so keeping Dardoch in check sometimes with volatility, and if they can continue to do that, then he'll be the playmaker they need alongside Aframu to really get their laners going and hopefully continue their climb up the well, they don't have to climb up the standings anymore.
They gotta kick everyone else down. No one else get up here
and fight everybody off, I guess. Well, as CLG picks up a swift 2-0 here to close out their weekend, we're going to toss you guys over to NALCS 1, where Envy and Dignitas are locked in battle in Game 3. Enjoy.
There's only so much a level 3 Graves can do. It's about as bad as things can go, especially when they could have gone so well.
They could have.
If Lyra just runs to blue, there's a level 2 Lee Sin there, you can blast him.
Yeah.
If Shrimp goes a little bit more to the side and gets spotted by the ward, none of that happens either, right? It just really unfortunate series of circumstances for Envy, but Team Dignitas massively beneficial from there. 2 kills onto Keen and refresh double buffs on Shrimp.
2 kills on the team, NALCS 2 on the stream. Lots of 2s here on this one. 2 kills for Keenan. Let's see who comes into this one. 1,300 gold lead here. Seraph gets the knock up and runs away. Has a small lead early on. As we mentioned, Jarvan seems to have a nice time with the matchup. Grasp pretty common on Jarvan as well. He seems like he plays a bit more like a tank despite his item build and helps with the sustain. Slow enough auto attacker anyway. Let's see what comes in next into this one. 1,400 gold. Team Dignitas now, can they ride this advantage up? I mean, very frequently you'll hear players after the game will say, after those 3 kills it was over. It was a guaranteed game win, and I never quite believed that. Obviously, Team Dignitas have the tools. If they play it right, it's going to feel very stifling.
Right.
I just want to see if it actually comes true here in this one and how well they can keep this gold lead up. Because, for example, the bot lane is untouched by this. They're just battling a 2-on-2 for now and hoping they can skill into team fights. But if Keen or Shrimp just bodies everyone, then those skills really do matter.
Yeah, and if looking at the big picture, right, Team Dignitas doesn't need to rush any of this. They have a Cassiopeia who picked up 2 kills, and they still have the late game scaling Tristana. But as far as what are the 3 kills doing right now, and is the game really over, Apollo and Hakuo still have that CS lead. There's is the health crystal really what's pushing the Shen over the top in the top lane? Like, are you really saying if there's a 2-man gank up there that it's impossible to win? No, there are still things you can do, but it obviously makes life a lot more difficult since pretty much everyone on Team Dignitas now just has more stats.
They do have more stats, it makes it more difficult to win, but we'll see if more comes through on this one. Botlane still going back and forth. Apollo once again with the farm lead here. Another battle. Seraph just really getting chunked out. Someday doing a great job now with the dodge zone, and TP is down, so Seraph can't easily sustain back up through this. Someday turning this one back around pretty nicely. And Seraph wants to play a bit farther back here. The Doran shield clearly helping a bit. Corrupting Potion is stacked out. Akko in a nice little bind right there, but not enough damage towards Big.
Yeah.
Waiting. Double longsword. You can see some of it paying off for the fact that he has more items. And actually, interestingly, rushed red smite, which is super atypical on Lee Sin, but we're watching the bot lane first, though. Big gonna run back and forth. No blade color to come in just yet. Not major damage. So less ward hopping tools for Shrimp, but way more dueling power. Want to see how it goes. He's got some teammates with him. Here's the ward hop over with the trinket. Lyra against his turret, though, is going to stay alive. And actually, it's Hakuho in the bot lane. They found the advantage. Envy got something off a nice hook on the shirt.
Yeah, and I mean, Shen ult was used for nothing. Wouldn't it have been nice for the trade down on the bottom side? A little bit of over-eagerness by Someday and Shrimp, thinking they could catch Lyra by surprise, but quick little swing backs by Envy.
Okay, and maybe brings it a bit closer. Only 700 gold apart. They could certainly do it still. Watch this fight.
Yeah, Chenault had just been used as the hook lands. And that's all she wrote. Big was low, so in the duration of the hook, Apollo gets the burst off, and Hakuho takes him down with the mesh.
Nice play there. Of course, a great hook. Big maybe shouldn't have hugged the same side of the lane that Fresh was on, but regardless, it was a good hook to make it happen. Tyrion getting his blue buff. Looks like Shrimp has been unable to live inside of Lyra's jungle. He tried with the generalty to get the dive. Didn't happen, and it meant the blue buff stayed safe. The game now within striking distance once again. Team Envy can hope to win through this bot lane, maybe. Tyrion holding up as well as he can against that 2-kill Keen. Yeah, the tier is stacking early. The Catalyst already done. Certainly Keen is scaling nicely. See what comes in, though.
Shrimp goes Sightstone, so...
Okay.
Just going to use that for extra ward jumping. Kind of a throwback build. I think most junglers kind of agreed the Tracker's Knife was superior to Combat Smite plus Sightstone.
Yeah.
But Shrimp will be able to get extra wards out of that, and if Lyra duels him, technically has the damage reduction.
Right. That's what I think the situation is. It feels like it's a matchup thing, where he's like, I need this to duel the enemy jungler, Graves with a lot of damage. Or it's a snowball thing, where I'm ahead, I want Red Smite, I can afford Sightstone later.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the exact rationale is. I'm sure there's plenty of very good junglers on Twitter talking about the reason why.
Yeah, or why not as well, because my theory on this, I have done a fair bit of thinking about it, right? If he needs combat power to duel, he'll be better off with a warrior completed and a warding smite than he will be with a challenging smite and no warrior completed.
Ooh, here comes the hook, the play back in. They found Altec. Here comes the blade caller. There's no way out. Oh, Altec! That was sick as hell, but here comes Period. It doesn't even matter. It was almost amazing, and how Big is going to die for this one. A nice play, blade caller in. Apollo getting himself a kill as well.
Yeah, you can shoot him into the turret, but the turret does not insta-kill them. They're still there to kill you back, and he ends up burning Flash, and both of them go down. Very cute idea.
Sadly, Period was coming.
Yeah, sadly there were more people there. That's the Talia kicking in.
This is sleeping, now running away, though. Keen wants him. He's got the haste. He's going to land. No, he dodges the Q.
Whoa.
No more haste to be had, and Keen going to get away from the turret.
Yeah, and we talk about, hey, after those first 3 kills, it's over. Or is it? Because they're now up 1,500 gold after the disaster that happened 3 minutes in. Take the bot lane turret down.
A-tier 80 carries at work. Look at this hook. Apollo getting the damage.
Yeah, play into the box. I mean, he was pretty much dead regardless. But Big then also cut off by the wall. So I don't think much Altec really could have done to survive that, since he was the one that gets hooked.
Yeah. Not like this. You heard him yell at the very end. Unfortunate case. And again, yeah, it was the top side of the map that got the 3 kills. Envy finding their advantages in the bottom side right here and dragging themselves right back up. First turret, 3 kills in that bot lane. A nice roam by Period. Obviously picks up 1 as well. And as you mentioned just before the replay break, 1,000 gold lead for Team Envy. Now, swapping lanes back around, using Apollo as this point of power. Looking to knock down top lane outer with the extra gold lead. Nice hook right there for Hakuho. Here comes the Q. Doesn't hit the wall, though. Big running away for a bit more time. Ward over the wall spots him, but there's no CC to be had. What? Yeah, okay, there you go. It's like, wait, are you going to steal 3 gold from Altec? No, he doesn't. Okay.
Also, the turret would have most likely spotted that ward anyway, but they wanted to get rid of it extra fast.
Sweeper gives you 30 gold. No hook to be had just yet, but Apollo can still get some turret shots in. Difficulty being, though, with the quickness almost up. You don't know exactly when Big Hit's going to hit 6. And if he has quickness, you can't lantern out in time. So I think it's smart for Apollo to be a bit safer. Confident is fighting yet again. Seraph battling someday, and that dodge zone making it difficult. Seraph wave clearing, playing pretty aggressively. Doesn't have a ton of wards, but I believe they've already tracked Shrimp to know that Lee Sin's top side, so for now he's safe.
Yeah, the momentum of this game definitely shifted, though. Hakuho has been a huge part of that, landing some very critical death sentences. Pyrian's actually looking for a roam, but Shrimp is hoping to catch him walking back into the lane. A lot of mind games going on here, off balance of information.
And it's 3 into the top side. Lee Sin maybe roaming back up and down. Pyrian went back to mid to hold the wave. They know he's not in threat range. But both Someday and Seraph can join the fight. And oh, here comes that collapse. Yes, the knock up onto him. Can they get the damage on a Keen? They're going to try, and the kill comes in first. They don't let the Shen arrive. Shrimp not going to get found out just yet. The chase not likely to work. But the 1 kill picked up, but that is Someday without an ultimate.
Yeah, dissymmetry of information benefits Envy more so than it does Team Dignitas there, because Seraph makes the early roam up, and they burst all the way through the rank 1 Shen ultimate. On top of that, Big now kind of trapped in that middle lane to catch the minions. Means Envy's going to get yet another turret.
That's going to be 2-0 turret score as a result. Seraph able to walk up to the mid lane, then back down to catch the wave. That is lane pressure at work right there. When they saw Lisa in topside, he's able to push well past Rebel of Tier 1, then all that time to go up and back down. So nothing lost to Seraph for the roam. That assist earned by his hard work and his wave management here. And even more for Team Envy now. They can grab this red buff as well, and they're getting more and more and more. And Team Dignitas have gotten nothing since that triple kill at minute 4.
Yeah, just totally fallen off. And sometimes you can have a fall off after having such a good early game. You think, oh, our work here is done. We just got 3 kills. We win, and then you kind of forget to make plays, or you think you're farther ahead than you really are, because we talk about where the leads actually were. They weren't in the bottom lane, and that's what Envy has played around almost exclusively to get it back, aside from that gank we just saw in the top lane where the top laners, sorry, in the mid lane from the top laners, where the top laners weren't impacted by the early game either in a large way. Seraph and Somedays Gold pretty much equal.
And we're going to see as the plays continue, Team Dignitas finding something for themselves. Big gets rid of a blast cone, and Shrimp will be able to solo out this Cloud Drake. Help them a little bit here on this, but otherwise the Team Dignitas are going to lick their wounds and find their way out of a 3,000 gold hole. So they can burrow back up here in this one and find themselves an opening play. This hasn't happened yet as Apollo clears out minions in the mid. I'm actually curious what Xayah builds look like after the nerfs to W's cooldown. W max second still seems to be the case. I think you should still always max Blade Caller, but is going for the increased attack speed still on the scaling there. They're going to grab a solo kill on Rift Herald. No one's around to steal it away, so no problem there. Smite going to be landed, and nice can go for the next turret picked up. The only outer left up is the mid lane. Maybe it goes there in the next few minutes. We'll see.
Yeah, Rift Herald for Cloud Drake taken. But Team Dignitas still in a pretty tough spot here because they do want to scale up into the late game with the Cassiopeia Triss. But it is now Envy who has all the lane advantages, and that's where the Talia and the Jarvan can go into team fights and try and make some big plays.
Oh, yeah.
Because Team Dignitas is at that turret disadvantage, but they don't have a good way of actually sieging or getting to the turrets, because whenever they push up, a Jarvan could TP in behind them, a Talia could ride the wall into the fight, or Hakuo could get a death sentence and start the fight that way.
Right, as you mentioned, 4 of these members have great CC, but here comes the engage first. Team Dignitas finding their way in. They're going to get back on Hakuo, and he's no longer got any ways out, but he's got teammates to buy some time. Apollo wants in, but nothing on the Blade Caller. 2-man stun out of team buys some time, but they're still forced to run. And the wall in the way, Big is low, and Pyrion does get that kill picked up. The ult and the Q working together nicely. One more, 5 kills in a row for Envy now looking at this mid lane outer turret. They've only given up a Cloud Drake this game outside of that early triple kill. Rift Herald spawning as well near the mid lane.
Does this mean they want more? You generally want to save the slam for the next turret even. Loses a lot of its health just for a last hit on the turn take it anyway. I actually think that Rift Herald gives them pretty much nothing.
Yeah, but not going to be a lot.
The team fight win's still huge, and Pyrion was a monster in that fight. It looked like Hakuo would die for one, but he didn't. He's got 2 points in his Dark Passage Lantern Shield, and apparently Team Dignitas doesn't have that much damage because there are 4 people around him.
Right.
Courage of the Colossus Shield also kicked in a pretty huge way when he landed the CC, but then Pyrion cut off the rest of the team and somehow picked a kill while staring at 4 people.
They just couldn't chase him down. The rest of the damage up was there. Envy was together, looking for the play, looking to Rift Herald near mid, and just the reinforcements were certainly enough. And it's once again Dignitas licking their wounds and still trying to find something to do with themselves. And it hasn't yet happened. 4,000 gold now, the difference between these teams. We'll see what can come in next for these guys. Envy, I mean, it's so funny too, because it's like, all right, Envy can't buy a good early game to save their lives. Always comeback wins, Then they have an atrocious early game, and you're like, oh my gosh, this could be over before it starts, and yet they've actually found so much to do in the first 15 afterwards. We'll see if they can keep that one going. Still found a way to play double marksman. They put the Graves in the jungle this time around.
We'll have decent scaling into the mid and late game, but still going to be tough to deal with the Cassiopeia Triss if they don't continue to punish Team Dignitas here. And they've done a good job of it. I mean, getting down those outer 3 turrets. Now it's all about getting the vision control in the second half of the jungle and closing out a victory. This is actually the type of 17 to 20 minute gold lead that Envy would have in the spring split when they were the last place team and only got 3 match wins out of the whole split. But that was with Ninja, that was before Pyrion.
Poor place call it. They got the root in a shrimp. He's running out of health. The flash to the run. He's going away, but here comes the right. The hacks are in. They can't quite kill him. No kill just yet. Finally, the chase down for Pyrian, but now it's Apollo. Low on health. Lira forced to run his way as well. And just barely the Xayah stays alive. The chase was in for Pyrian. They made it work. 2 birds of a feather looking pretty good on that one. Out they go. 5,000 gold up. Still, the advantage is just mounting for Team Envy, just barely not dying.
Yeah, that was payback for the level 2 fight in the jungle, where it felt like Envy was just sitting around with such low amount of health, and Team Dignitas could never quite get that finisher, and now Lira fully counter jungles. He puts his Tracker's Knife wards down. They have vision of Team Dignitas' jungle, and they might just want to go straight for Shen.
Let's see if they can make it happen. He's kind of alone on this one. Has TP, has flash, but he's slowed. He's going to run to the right. Going to get away from Seismic Shove, but there's just nowhere to actually go. Lira getting his first kill of the game. Getting a lot of farm, and now joining the team fights a little bit more into this. 7-3 in kills.
Yeah, but I do want to commend Pyrian. He's been everywhere this game, and that's after his lane opponent got 2 early kills on the map, rushed a tier on the Cassiopeia, and was just right into that set of core items. But Pyrian still found ways to get out of lane, still found ways to make picks in other parts of the map, and now it's a 6,000 gold lead for him.
He's going to look to keep this pressure going. He's tanky enough and has the damage output. Top lane going to take a couple of hits, but Altec will just clear the wave away. Wow, what a great game so far from Team Envy, bouncing back from a pretty substantial early deficit, and headway was there because of Hakuo and Apollo. Hakuo, I think, primarily, but Apollo certainly there to capitalize well, and they managed to push that lead somewhere else and put it somewhere else and put it somewhere else, and they have consistently played around that winning bot lane. Team Envy looking to keep it going. See what's next for them.
Yeah, first pick Thresh coming up big for Envy. We talked about the way the draft evolved throughout this series. Envy first wins with a strong tank line, Braum and double marksman, whereas Envy doesn't have much sustained damage. Game 2, Dignitas adapts with the Trist. Envy doesn't adapt. They try to run the same thing with worse tools. Game 3, they have the opportunity to potentially try the same thing again. Go completely different. First pick Thresh, early pick Talia before the second phase of bans. Way more about action and forcing plays, and so far, it has worked out.
So far it has, but it's been a series of comebacks. Maybe another one will come through. Team Dignitas hoping to bounce back from a 6,000 gold deficit. Lira right now getting the solo Mountain Drake without any problems right now, and this is a pretty fast Mountain Drake team. Sorry, a pretty fast Baron team, so the Mountain Drake actually means quite a lot for this squad. Maybe a Baron sneak is in their future.
Yeah, and it's also really important to deny Cassiopeia's Mountain Drake.
Huge damage! Jeez, the two of them just deletes Keen in the mid lane. The Mountain Drake's gone. That was a complete 4 members on the map, and now they found another route here on a Shrimp. He's going to safeguard, but is it going to be to safety? Trying to get away from this one. Looks like the red buff's not going to be enough to keep him down. He gets away. But a kill and a Drake picked up for Envy means even more. 7,000 gold up.
Green again with the use of the Weaver's Wall, creating a kill for them. Watching where Keen is right now. Talia says, you shall not pass this area. It is a 2v1, no one can help them. Very nice kill by Envy.
Yeah, smart by Apollo as well. Turned back away from Cassiopeia, made sure he didn't get stunned away with Petrifying Gaze. Wouldn't have stopped it, but still smart to do it right here. Now again, pressure in the mid lane, lots of damage to be able to the double marksman here. Apollo and Lira just chunking it down, and Pyrian going for poke. Envy still looking pretty sharp right now, more picked up. And since that triple kill, all Team Dignitas have gotten is a single Cloud Drake, and nothing else picked up for them. Just a much better controlled map here for Team Envy.
Yeah, now imagine this game
without that
don't get
kill.
that, or if it goes to Envy, how ugly would it be? You still have that inkling of hope that they can scale up, but it's getting pretty dire. It's 8,000 gold 21 minutes in. This is turning into a massive lead for Envy, and they don't seem to be slowing down.
They're really not. They're doing a great job of this one. Now, Dignitas had won in like 26-30. You know, Summer Games done quick started today, and Envy maybe hoping to be part of the showcase. See if they can do what Dignitas did earlier onto this one, and see what comes through. Is we'll hope that their shot calling can continue up. New coaching staff this split, and hoping that they can turn around some of their difficulties from before. Certainly, it's a better split than last time. Pyrian in the mid lane certainly has helped quite a bit here, and very certainly Envy are not the last place team they were in spring, hoping that they can at least make playoffs and maybe make some kind of a stellar run by the end of it all.
Hoping to find another Talia ult.
Finds one. Hook, not going to land just yet, but they will kill a ward away. Streaks away from Shrimp. Lyra waiting as well. Participates in the ward kill.
I actually wonder what Team Dignitas plans to get back into this one without the vision control there. Got to start by landing your skill shots.
It actually could have been a pick on Thresh, maybe. I know it wasn't good vision, but he was certainly able to be grand entranced into Shrimp going for a ward hop, into Keen showing up as well. I feel like that's what you need Dignitas to do, actually, is say, we're losing. If there's no one there, we get a pick, and maybe it comes back. If there is someone there, we're losing anyway. I think there was a small opportunity they probably could have gone for. And unfortunately, it wasn't picked on. Kyrian gets spotted, though. This could be an end. Nope. Lands into safety. And again, Shrimp not going for the play just yet. Hook! Ooh! Nope. Good smite. Shrimp gets the red.
Yeah, also note the Vamp Scepter on Seraph. So that split push battle, which sometimes goes over to Shen because he's so tanky. Seraph's just going to sit at full health. He's actually probably going Ravenous Hydra instead of Titanic Hydra, which is often the build when you synergize it with Gargoyle Stoneplate for massive amounts of tankiness. But that's actually not the game that Envy are playing right now. They're all about splitting up the map and going for those collapses with Talia. So for now it's good, but if it gets super late, he might come back to regret that.
Because they don't have any tanks really, it's just the Thresh for that, and it's kind of difficult to do. They're going to go for the quick Baron Rush, and there's no vision. Quick try use, but is it going to be enough? The far side orb now on cooldown. Alta getting a lot of damage here, and Imperial wants to chase in, but yeah, he pushed him away. Why rocket jump after the ult? The wall's not quite going to block off one. He's close enough. Can he get it? Not quite. Lyra grabs it, and actually the Q kills off Shrimp. He dives into his doom, but I can't blame him for the attempt. Sorry, Shrimp, was a little bit too late for him.
Oh man, Pyrian just took him so low before that fight. He only had about 100 health left, so Lyra gets a kill accidentally while securing the Baron. 10,500 gold now. They suffer no casualties, even if that looked a little scary at times. He'll go spend some of that gold.
Yeah, look at the aggressive build. Lyra going rapid fire cannon, which I honestly like a lot for a snowballing build to get turret damage easier. But yeah, we come off again.
Yeah, so yeah, the wall doesn't quite get trimmed, so he's thinking, man, I can get it.
Bounces back.
I can get it. Unlucky right there. Big.
Still shot calling.
Still trying to shot call. You have to remain vocal in games like this, but it is falling out of favor very quickly. I've seen the rapid fire cannon before on the Lyra. My working theory is that because he's Storm Raider Surge, he's shooting from longer range, getting the move speed, and then allowing that to help him stay close. It's also much better for taking down turrets, because that first shot will be a lot more powerful. Something that Grades can sometimes struggle with when they're in siege situations. Yeah. You're so used to the Phantom Dancer, right? Because of the damage reduction in 1v1s, but almost everyone going rapid fire cannon or static ship nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, Ship just, as raw stats, is the best in my true opinion here. But yeah, I think if you're snowballing, you're just trying to close the game out. Rapid fire knocks the turrets down and makes it easier to close the game out. And we'll see if this matters much in this one. Regardless, it's a huge lead for Envy. Kind of regardless of what you build. He could build a death catch and probably still win here. So we'll see what it comes into this one. Hex Drinker is done, helping him against Keen. And now Pyrian is back up in this top set of the map. And that turret likely to fall here with no attempts to do anything about it. Magic Pen does work against turrets. And his AP turns into magic damage against hitting that thing, so slightly faster clear for him as well as Someday forced to kite back. And you can see Seraph really chunking down his health bar. Gold leads at work to be clear. There we go, bot lane tier 2 is gone. 6 turrets to 0, 9 kills to 3. Envy all but closing out this game. The Baron buff is on.
Yeah, and I'm still a little shocked at the way this game has played out.
Me too.
When Team Dignitas gets those 3 kills and had effectively held the momentum for the majority of the series. They won most of game 1. They ended game 2 in 26 minutes with a pentakill. And you think, all right, this is where Envy rolls over and Team Dignitas returns to their strong form they saw from the start of the split. And the exact opposite has happened. Envy just turned it on after being down 3 kills, and they're continuing to play clean. Look at this turret.
They cut off the reinforcements. Actually, Big has nowhere to go without using a skill, and he won't even have to, though. But in him turret's dead. There's the trauma. Free to Petrifying Gaze. This is the fight they need to kick back as they're all gets one. They've taken down one now. How can Lyra kite back? And he's not going to. Alta gets another kill and knocks Seraph right back into the team. The Rock up to find more. They're going to get their 3rd kill as Seraph kites away, and it's not going to come in. That was absolutely huge from Big. LCS big plays.
Keeps talking even when they're down 11,000 gold and makes the massive initiation into Keen's ult flash. And just for some scope of how far behind they are, they're still down 11,500 gold after picking up multiple bounties. But watch this fight one more time. This is the type of fight they need when they have this deficit. Catches basically the whole team in there. Then they also throw down the Cassiopeia Miasma on top of it, so no one can flash out of the Wombo combo that they pull off, and then they just get the third kill on a Seraph to clean up.
Shout out Shrimp as well, got probably 2 or 3 knocked up off his kick flash that delivered it. One of the champions, so I mean, every single person had done such a good job of capitalizing on that play out of Big. Reward is a Mountain Drake, which is the worst when you're losing, but at least it's something taken off the table. Maybe it means more later on for Team Dignitas, but is it going to be enough for Signs of Life? They know they can win fights. The goal does get closer. There is a long way to go now.
Yeah, but also with builds like the Ravenous Hydra from Seraph or even the Rapid Fire Cannon from Lyra, they are building items that are trying to win now, so the scaling still becomes pretty favorable for Team Dignitas.
Sure. Good for Hakuho. Langton a bit far away, but he's going to find Shrimp, and the damage is there. Rapid Fire Cannon at work, to be honest. The shot came across the cutoff. The knock up there on Naki, and they're going to buy some time here in Seraph. 1v1 with Altec. Pushed around, though, and the kill's going to come in 1-for-1. Sorry, double kill now for Lyra, and actually, there will be no trade, just the 3 picked off. So looks like the gold lead going to work just fine. Envy looking to close out here.
Yeah, they're still massively far ahead in the game, even if that one fight goes really in the favor of Team Dignitas. Not too many minions, but they have an open inhib in the mid lane, and they're going for 2.
Going for it, not going to knock it down just yet, but it's to the mid lane maybe. Yeah, open inhibitor, so that one's going to fall. Wave is still there for a few more seconds. The top lane turret will drop as well. 8-0 in turrets. And as you mentioned, yeah, it's double inhibitor down. Nice juke, gets away from the hook. Respawn's coming in now. It should be a retreat for Team Envy.
And probably a bit of a reset after they pick up that red buff with Baron in 1 minute 50 seconds, and Inferno Blade still not on the respawn timer yet. And I have to say, this series, Freak, we have been on point with caster curses. In game 1, we commended Team Dignitas for doing all their Barons right. They throw at Baron, they lose the game. And here, we talk about how amazing the game is that Envy's played perfectly after getting the first 3 kills, and they lose a team fight while 15,000 gold ahead.
Yes.
It was good.
I know. At least I was able to say, hey, Dig have a long way to go, and then lost a fight. So, you know, that was there. I got that one at least correctly predicted. But absolutely, we'll see what happens. By the way, I like the effect on Cosmic Zaya's cape. Right, you see like the stars behind it? It's a sweet effect.
That's it? There's no...
I mean, look, it's no Pulsefire Caitlyn. I'm sorry, chat. It's it's not a legendary.
And then 5 hats come out of the cape. It's amazing. I'm like, really?
No, sadly, we are not TF2 here. The hats, not in this game. Look, we need a legendary skin coming out. All right. Where's the Elementalist Lux? That's what I need. Actually, did you know? I'm pretty sure there's like a maximum memory allocation per skin that like games load on time.
Yep.
And apparently it's very difficult for the people to make Elementalist Lux because you have so many different forms and whatnot. The memory allocation, you can't go overboard. So they had to find clever ways to fit the different forms in their footprint.
Yeah, the engineering team wrote this like fascinating article about ways they kind of made 10 skins only take up the space of 1 skin. And I don't remember it exactly, but they might be able to use that similar tech to make the cooler skins that don't have terrible load times. The game has come so far. I mean, I was around in the days where, you know, sometimes the game would forget to preload Jarvan's flag, and when he cast it at the start of the game, everyone would hitch because everyone had to load the flag at the same time. Speaking of which, though, here comes
the Jarvan flag. The Cataclysm in, and Big is going to be deleted at the start. More damage coming out from everyone else by the Storm into the Blade Color, and Dukeen is dead. A double kill for Apollo. He needs 3 more to match Altec's mark, and it's not going to happen as Dignitas are running away. Lyra wants damage. Flash Q. Auto, 1 more will get him. Yes, he does. Storm Raiders will work there. And it's now on to the Nexus. Team Envy going to close this one out. Going to make the comeback win in game 1 and the comeback win in the series. Making it happen for them. 16-6 in kills. A pretty beautiful game 3. Took them 31.5 minutes, and Envy will improve to 5-5. They'll bring Dignitas down to the level. It's a tie for 5th place here in the middle of the standings. Congratulations, Team Envy.
And Envy moves into the break at 5-5. 2 more match wins than they had in the entirety of the spring split. And I'm still a little bit flabbergasted about the way this series progressed, because Envy seemed like they never had a grasp on the games, especially in games 1 and 2. Felt like the game 3 was a formality for Team Dignitas to take the match win, especially after the first 3 kills fell to Dig. But that's not what Envy had in store.
No, they had Hakuho in store, and he cashed in so well. 3 kills top side of the map means bot lane is unaffected, and hook after hook into the setup. 2 of those kills were just for the 2 of them. The 1 came in because Pyrion roamed down, but the 1 single lane for Team Envy made it happen right there, and that was a thing of beauty, absolutely. And off the back of Apollo and Hakuho, the rest of the team was able to make it go through. Big smiles out of Apollo. Hakuho put in a ton of work himself, and I can only say I'm impressed with the 2 of them.
Yeah, big carry performances by those guys. I also want to make sure we're appreciating Pyrion's Taliyah play, because that is a champion he's found a lot of success on this split, and you really see why. He takes control of the map on that champion, and that is something Envy just wasn't able to do in the spring split with Ninja on any of his champions. They could get the early leads, but they could never take control of the jungle and force the fights, and most of the picks there in the late game were Taliyah walls, as well as Hakuho coming in with those death sentences. So once again, the Taliyah is a priority ban against this Envy team, because they've now moved to 5-5, and they knocked Dignitas down to 5-5 while they're at it.
It was really cool seeing Pyrion play that champion, and I like seeing champions like Taliyah right now in the game, because they're not so prolific. You see them every game. It's a flavor pick. It's, I like this champion, I'm good at it. And the ultimate's so cool because it's not just, well, I shockwaved in a team fight, I pressed R and dealt damage. You have to set up the play. You have to be smart about it. It literally does no damage. It's like, you have to see coming in like, yes, this is a good fight for us. We're going to cut them off. I'm going to lead it in time they can't get away from the wall. So the timing and the angle and the pre-positioning, all those are relevant. So it's a highly, highly, highly skilled mechanic. And then when it goes right, you're like, oh, you were powerless. Sorry, I outplayed you 10 seconds before you even saw it coming in. Great stuff out of him. I love seeing plays like that.
Yeah, and then the rest of Envy did also hold it together, right? Sarah fell behind in the early game, switched up his build, and oftentimes I don't agree with Sarah's build, but in this time I actually did, right? The Ravenous Hydra with the Black Cleaver instead of Titanic allowed him to keep the split push against Someday, make it so Someday wasn't a factor in this game, even though some kills went his way early. And overall, just props to Envy for staying positive.
Absolutely agree. Props to Envy for a great win, 2-1 for them. And now to hear what it took to get that win, let's send it on to Pastry and Envy support player.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Hako after a grueling 3-game series. I have to ask, what's it like playing in that sort of game? I mean, you yourself in that final game just made so many plays. What's happening in those games, in those comps, to kind of pull you guys through the series?
Well, our early game was pretty good. So I think for the last game, we knew if we played fast after getting ahead, we'd win, because they had 2 scaling. They had Tristana and Casio. So if the game goes like 40, 50 minutes like it did like yesterday, or for like most of our games actually, then we lose. But I think we played like fast enough and got ahead with our comp, so there wasn't like too many issues.
And I feel like, well, it has been an up and down season for the team so far. You and Apollo have actually had an excellent pairing pretty consistently throughout the season. How do you kind of rate your performance as a duo lane? Because from my perspective, it seems like things are going very well.
I think as a duo, we're top 3, I would say. I'm not going to say like #1, since we still have like some issues, but I think in terms of like laning, we're really strong. And then if we can make more team plays with it, I think we'll be better.
And I mean, has the metagame shift kind of helped you there as far as making team plays? Obviously, you are known for your Zara. You love to get aggressive in lane, but some of these more team fight-oriented playmaking champs, I mean, Bard, not as much play, but certainly a champion like Rakan. Are you happy with this metagame? What do you kind of think about the current state of supports?
I think you can play any support right now, so the meta's like, it's fun, I guess. I like last split's meta more just because I like playing Karma at Zyra, but it's like harder to pick those now. Usually it's just Thresh, which is still fun, but like easier to counterpick, I guess.
All right, and so obviously a lot to digest. There will be a break week as well for you guys. What's the general mood like for Envy here currently in the team? And what do your preparations look like in that break week? What are the plans for the team?
We like know that we're like playing kind of bad late game, I guess. We're not like taking advantage of our early leads. So we're just going to try and work on that. We're scrimming for the entire break, so should be good for us.
Well, thank you very much for the interview, and thank you, and congratulations again on the win in the series. Hako, ladies and gentlemen, from Envy, but we are going to throw it back to Dash and Monksy to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry time. Little technical difficulties here. I love, though, Jat's comment on this series in that Envy coming away with the victory in a series in which Dignitas felt like they had control for a majority of the game time.
Yeah, I mean, even this game started disastrously a little bit for Envy. The one thing that they got right a little bit was their draft this time around. We've been talking, you know, the Corki and Zaya make some sense in other instances, but when they leave up the Talia and you're able to grab it with Piran, you need to get that thing right away. First game, they didn't take it in the first rotation, gets banned away. Second game, it's banned in the first time that Dig can do it because they're blue side this time around. They're freed up with more bans. Now back on red side, this felt kind of like a series that Envy wins just because Dig has double red side here and they're able to adapt and grab that Talia in the first rotation.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, and the Talia for Piran, let's take a moment, full stop, and talk about this guy and this champion. Where would you rank him among mid lane? Like, let's go to the tier list for a moment.
Oh, yes.
All right. Piran as a mid laner in the NALCS, just overall, how good is he?
You know, middle of the pack, maybe a little bit lower down. He doesn't dominate laning phase. He does all right with the champions that he picks. He's a team player, roams around that kind of thing.
Okay, now, Piran's Talia. How good is his Talia? Just overall his Talia.
Probably top 3 in the LCS, I'd say. You know, I think other people play the champion better in terms of their laning phase, being able to get leads. It is a champion that can actually all in a little bit if you get really aggressive with it. So people like Bjergsen tend to lane with it a little bit better and maybe are able to find their own individual plays better than Piran.
Piran's Talia walls.
Number one.
Number one.
Hands down, number one. It's so crazy that with a champion like this, you can say, all right, the player is a decent player. On that champion, he's one of the better players on that champion. But then his walls, every single time he does it, is pretty much perfect and does exactly what it's trying to accomplish. Cut out and escape for a team fight, nails it. Perfect. Trying to keep people off a turret, nails it. The one mistake, the worst Talia ult he had this game was probably the one at Baron, where he shot it a half second too late and Shrimp still got around it at 200 health, so it didn't really matter. Like, every time this guy Talia ults, it nets something positive for his team, and that's why it's such an important pick for Envy.
Exactly, and this is why we have seen teams at times target it out in that ban phase to keep him off of the pick, but sometimes you've got to make a decision what's going to get through, and when it falls in his hands, he seems to find great success with it. Of course, our issue with Piran has always been, okay, you've got fairly, you know, a solid mastery of this champion. We need to see you extend that mastery to more.
And that's why, like, this is a nice win to get for Envy because you're pushing for playoffs, you'll take this W, but in terms of a growth win, it's not really there. We already knew that, you know, Piran's Talia was amazing, and it was like the Corki pick that we saw earlier on in the series not working out for them. That's kind of where you want to see them grow into, is being able to win with that double AD carry style.
But now let's talk about the game here, because as you talked about it, Dignitas looked like they had full control of this game with 3 early kills coming across in the first 3.5 minutes of the game off of a very intelligent jungle path here from Shrimp, having seen this ward get placed.
This is a very, very standard ward, so a lot of people have planned out kind of ways to abuse this ward, not just avoid it. So early on, Shrimp sees it go down at the Raptor camp. This means if I start Raptors, they know I start here. Not the end of the world, considering it's kind of assumed for the most part anyways, but instead starts on red buff to avoid that. And with that red buff start, you actually open up so many more paths than you would have if you started there, because you can wrap around and go down to the blue side of your blue buff and work on that. Instead, what he does with this is he takes the red buff and goes for a topside invade really early on to steal away a blue buff, which is going to eventually lead into a gank.
Right, just barely sneaking past that vision there to get to this red buff. Envy, essentially, in this case, has now baited themselves into thinking they're safe on the top side, because a normal jungle path would show him on this Raptor ward at least in the next minute or so, letting them know, okay, do we need to play down to our bottom side, or is he going to swing to the bottom side from his Raptors and we need to play to our top side? Yeah. This way he avoids all vision, gets a nice wraparound on Piran to start things off.
And this kind of super baits Envy as well, given the fact that Lyra has made his way up to the top side here. He was trying to pressure around the top turret, and it leads to Piran pulling his whole team right towards this kind of 3v3 skirmish that Dignitas just outplays for the most part, given the fact that they started with a huge chunk onto Piran from that smart pathing.
All right, so 3 kills go over to Dignitas in 3.5 minutes. They've got like a K.5 gold lead. Once again, as Jap mentioned, you're looking at this and you say, okay, the Dignitas from the beginning of the split, who was super dominant and in the conversation for the best team in the league, should be able to close this out. And yet, Envy finds their way back in at 9 minutes. 2-0 in the bot lane with a few roams down. Let's take a look at it.
And that's the thing, is that this whole play kind of happened around the top side. So where are you still strong relatively for Envy? In the bot lane. And Hakuho lands some huge hooks here. They get the early kill right away onto Altec. He tries to go for a cute insect here. Is able to live for a little bit. There's Piran with that excellent roam, meeting up with the rest of the team, getting that kill. And then this is kind of how they find their way back in the game, is off these bot lane plays. They eventually break the first turret, and Dignitas, despite winning on that top side of the map, it is a little hard for a Jarvan to really start bullying, or excuse me, a Shen to start bullying a Jarvan. Similarly, a Cassio doesn't just instantly start pushing the wave. Taliyah still has really strong wave clear overall, so he's able to get on the map and keep influencing.
And that's where we get to the place in the game where Envy is able to utilize that Taliyah wall in order to take their objectives. And they seem to have a very solid understanding, not only Pyrian himself, in terms of you know, putting out the perfect wall, but the team also understands how to use the wall to then take a turret and pressure as much as they need to.
It probably does come down to Pyrian, though, because what happens when you understand a champion that well is you're able to explain it to your team.
Right.
So you're able to say, I'm going to wall on the next wave, back off, wait for them to you know, step up for the clear, and then we can either chunk them under turret or blah, blah, blah. And you're able to break down for your team exactly what you want out of everyone to make the play succeed.
Exactly, and that's what you need at the highest level of pro play, right? From all of your laners. Hey, I can play Jarvan at the highest possible level, so I should be able to tell my team how to play with Jarvan and against Jarvan at the highest possible level. Same thing applies across the entire champion spectrum. And now, hey, we're tooting, you know, Pyrian's horn here quite a bit with the Taliyah, but player of the game is actually going to go over to Hakuho because he doesn't even have the opportunity to show his skills on Taliyah if those hooks aren't landing to get them back into the game.
For sure. I mean, this was a game where Dignitas, if Hakuho doesn't start turning things around, they continue to scale for the late game. They have the Cassio and Trist. Those are two hyper-scaling champions. We saw game 2 what happens when they had Ori Trist. I mean, similar story potentially this time around, but Hakuho takes control of the game, lands some monster hooks. He had 100% kill participation for the first 20 minutes of the game or something.
And yeah, 88 at the end there, having 15 of the team's kills participated in and deathless on the Thresh. And that's crazy to me because, again, he has to take those death sentences and actually join the fight. So he's right in the thick of it all.
And there's no defense on this team.
There's
not an Ori to shield him after he goes in. Like, hey, dude, you're
good. You have a Graves jungle. Yeah. I mean, your tankiest member is the Jarvan coming in with a Ravenous Hydra. He didn't even build tank.
Right, so it was just great play out of Hakuho, always finding those hooks and really... it was a huge takeaway, too, because they invested their first pick on this Thresh and were basically like, all right, Hakuho, you're going to need to show that this was worth the takeaway.
Right, so both teams actually moving to 5-5. Dignitas with the loss and Envy with the win. And it's important to note that while Dignitas is on a little bit of a downswing here, because at one point they were 5-1, now down to 5-5, they've got some stuff to turn around. Envy has 2 more match wins than they had in all of Spring Split.
And I believed in them at the start of the day. Jat was talking about Echo Fox. They lost. I believed in Envy. They win.
There it is. If Mark believes in you, you win. I guess that's the case. Do you believe in me?
Yeah,
that totally. Not convincing at all. Not at all. Nope. As we close out the weekend, let's go ahead and take a look at who stood out individually throughout all of our matches. Wild Turtle showed up huge for FlyQuest, picking up every player of the game for his team this week, while rookie Mike Young nabbed 3 in week 5. Then Bjergsen, Froggen, and Sneaky each grabbed 2 POGs. And if we look at the split-wide standings, things are neck and neck. Froggen, Sneaky, Wild Turtle, and Xmithy all have 6 player of the games to their names. Now, notably, Mike Young already has 5 accolades under his belt in just 3 weeks of play. So compare that to the rest of P1, who share 4 POGs between all of them. I mean, this guy's on fire in his rookie split.
Yeah, especially if you look at this last week, you saw, you know, FlyQuest and P1 leading the charts in player of the games. Not something you're used to seeing.
Right.
There's no TSM up there, C9, Immortals. Not all of them had kind of down weeks, and it was the bottom teams getting a lot of upsets. So kind of flipping the tables there.
Very much so. But now it's time to take a over here. Now it's time to take a look at the teams and how they ended their week in the standings. After the win today, Counterlogic Gaming takes sole ownership of first, dropping Immortals to 2nd place alongside TSM, while FlyQuest and Phoenix One promote to 8th in the wake of their first 2-0 weekend of the split. Now, in just a few days, Rift Rivals will be in full swing as TSM, Cloud9, and Phoenix One defend the pride of North America. It all starts on Wednesday, July 5th, as Spring Split champions from each region face off in TSM versus G2 Esports. Following that, Phoenix One take on Fnatic, then 4 more games for a full day of action. The North American LCS returns for week 6 of the summer split on Friday, July 14th. Things will kick off with Counterlogic Gaming versus FlyQuest, and then Immortals take to the stage opposite Echo Fox. Now, you took to Twitter to call out your big plays of the weekend, and we thought it was best to close out week 5 with some of our favorites, brought to you by Acer. First up, Air Exis Kai was cheering from home when Mike Young held off Immortals at Baron. Mike Young is legitimately 1v9ing this game. Holy mother of P1. Let's take a look.
Zig didn't even get to spend that gold, so Mike Young gonna have to be the real hero.
He's been good. Has he been amazing? He might be able to kill Xmithy here. What is he doing?
Execute!
Mike Young!
Mike Young looking to steal away the Baron, but he's getting chunked. He has to be careful with it.
He needs to buy time because this is going to chunk them. He's going to kill Olay.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get the kill. Mike Young, the savior!
They have to try to make a play.
Don't need to try. Don't flash. Man, come on, flash too. Nice.
I can come on 8 seconds. I can get there.
Slowly.
Slow. 2 seconds. I'm coming. Fuck. Nice! Oh shit. I'm coming. Nice. I think we're shit. Nice. Go Nash. Go Nash. 5 minutes. Go Nash. It's fine.
I love every single replay that we see Arrow's comms in. He's always just like slow to his entire team. No matter what the situation, slow it down.
The whole team was yelling it though, so I don't know how much 5 people yelling at you to go slowly actually makes you play it slower.
I gotta respect though, again, in your rookie split, to go up against that squad, up against Xmithy of all people, who very few people have been able to deal with around Baron. I mean, Xmithy's been on fire in that regard. For him to have the poise to step up in that moment, get 2 kills, stop the Baron, save the game was pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason he's kind of making waves right now in the NALCS, and it's from plays like that, these kind of individual outplays that bring the game heavily into P1's favor.
Now, next up, Tosaka Shiro, that is a mouthful, was wondering what was going through Sneaky's mind when he got the Quadra. Let's take a look.
There goes Ray. Ray into the back line, looking to start this one off, finish this game if he can. The pick comes out. Ray now retreating. Nexus turret number 1 down. Sneaky putting those shots into number 2. Bjergsen coming in, trying to stop these guys if he can. Shot comes out. 4th shot making its way onto Smoothie. Package delivery, but now Bjerg's going to be in some trouble. Sneaky going point blank. Takes him down. Dominating for the AD carry. As now Haunter's going to be dismounted. C9 looking to win this fight and win this game. A double kill for Sneaky. Looking to make it a triple. Biofrost going to be taken down next. Sneaky still keeping himself away. Shielded up. Staying alive. Spin Scarin. Cannot do anything. Quadra kill for Sneaky.
Corki. I'm 1 HP.
Just leave me to die, maybe. Help me.
I don't have anything. Come jump.
I'm not
Nice, we can end. Oh, Alice.
Maybe. Oh, push back. Nice. Hit this guy. I don't have anything. Hit this guy. Pentake. Keep Pentake. Pentake.
Give me the fucking penta.
Penta. I can take.
I can't get it. It's fine.
He's no play. He's really no play.
No.
End game. This one you hit me, Lord. Okay. It's good. It's really good. Oh, these guys. Penta.
I got
it. It's fine. There's a guy in the audience that I could see the visible anguish on his face as that Nexus exploded, and I feel you, guy in the audience. We all wanted to see that Penta.
I mean, Ray's a good
teammate. Ray was down with it. He was like, hey, this guy, keep looking at him. He might mess up here. And he turned.
He was looking for it. The rest of them not having it. We're taking the victory here over TSM. Next up, Alltech felt the need to one-up Sneaky as Swift Shadow has something to report. Breaking news, Alltech is now A tier on Freaks ADC tier list. Let's take a look.
It's Envy who lost 1. The re-engage now for Someday. A double kill for Alltech. He wants them all. He's going to find a 3rd. Can they get him a 4th? The flash forward, the bear trap. Apollo should be going down in flames.
Corky's coming out. Period's watching.
Someday. Help your team. He goes for the fight. It's Alltech for the Penta. And he gets it on the Tristana.
Dino. Can go. Nice. Pentakill, go. Dino. Pentakill. Dino, Nor. Yes, flash. Let's go! Push down mid, Corky. Watch Corky, don't need to poke. Yo, I have nothing. What the fuck? Pentakill. Oh, nice. Oh, nice penta.
Nice guy, Pyrian. Coming out of base. He didn't need to do that. Just like double lift, but this time actually gives away the penta.
He was going for the defend. You have to respect the attempt to defend the base. I don't think his purpose was to go out there.
No, he was 100% just being a bro. Like, yeah, you can have me. I'll pretend like I'm trying to do something else.
The biggest of bros. But hey, Envy got the victories, the series victories. So small price to pay on the pentakill there. After that, Crash points out Acadian's sneaky first blood against Moon. The hidden Rek'Sai is the deadliest. GG, Acadian.
Moon's got vision, but he's got lower health.
Oh, may have to blow the flash here. He's definitely going to have to with the red buff. Proc now does not go over. Smart choice.
This is a little bit rough for Moon to go to the Raptors. I have to say, he doesn't have much health, and he has no smite. Oh, he's going to actually die! Yeah, it was so... Oh, my... There's nothing to say there.
I found Rengar. Okay, do you want me? I'm going to go take his flash.
Tom Catch is moving.
I'm moving too. I'm coming.
He flash, nice.
I'm taking his jungle.
Okay. Just tell us what you want.
I don't need anything. He's gonna go to his Raptors now. I wanna go here. Okay. Oh, what?
Nice. What?
He died to Raptors, bro.
I see.
Okay, I'm gonna go take his Raptors.
I love that. He's like, oh, he died to Raptors.
I don't need anything, bro. I'm just going to take his jungle.
Yeah.
He's going to go to Raptors. Wait a second.
He's
Did
not,
Kill just get a kill?
Yeah, he died to Raptors. I guess I'll take those
take
two.
it. I'll take it. Acadian, next level first blooding. Spring split, first blood king wasn't enough for him. He's got to make a statement coming back here in summer split.
It's hard to beat him in the jungle when the entire jungle is on his team too.
That's a good point, man. Did he recruit those Raptors? I don't know. Either way, nice to see that out of him. And actually, it's a good insight into Echo Fox's comms there in terms of immediately looking for the flash. That was actually just kind of a nice little insight into what they sound like in game.
And as well as the fact that they're playing around Acadian, they're saying, well, what do you need to keep taking his jungle away? You heard that kind of communication coming in. He's like, I'm fine. And they're obviously heavily focused around Acadian in the early game.
Alrighty, well, that brings us to the end of the day. So tune in after the show for NALCS tonight, where myself, Azael, and Zyrene break down the week and the NALCS as a whole, moving into Rift Rivals. But for now, myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week in Berlin for Rift Rivals.
Clayton Captain Flowers reigns, and he may not be able to conjure hats out of a magical portal, but he still casts some mean series. Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley right next to me, and apparently I wasn't even correct about my initial assumptions.
All right, which hat?
All right, let's watch. Oh, she got a pirate hat that time.
I had no idea. The first time they met up, TSM 2-0'd him. Cloud9 wants revenge.
The impact is dead first. Jensen and Sneaky in full retreat. The curtain call opens up, and execution is coming from downtown. Oh, a flash into the auto attack, and Jensen returns the favor from game number 1. Contract's making his way down. Lane, though, buys a lot of extra damage. The snowball for first blood. So hard to do. Bjergsen going to be brought low, almost taken down. Contract's knocked away, and Bjergsen is dead. Ladies and gentlemen, TSM will fall, and Cloud9 will be the ones to take them down. Set it all off, special jumps in. Left ulti goes a 3-man knockover as Mike Young gonna take it pre to start. Apollo gets absolutely taken down. Chase the kills on the backside of the map. Shutdown lands as Ryu falls. Seraph gonna get the double kills. He gets brought down. Also went down Mike Young. P1, another victory and such a battle versus Envy. And here we go, the Rek'Sai getting another form sub. He's going to be forced to run away with the damage coming across the... Assassinated Void on Void crime. And you can hear the crowd cheering for the team that is 1-2-0, taking down North America's #1 TSM.
He's ready to take down the stragglers, and he's gonna hop over the wall. He says King Me over to Smoothie now, looking for the triple kill. Smoothie blows up. They're both on top again. What a shockwave. Sneaky and Jensen once again. They are finding their mark, and Darshan goes in with a taunt, even played out. They have the damage. Smoothie's gonna get dropped. His contract falls down. Counterlogic Gaming, they will go up against Cloud9 again, and they will take a second victory.
Ultimate there as Moon actually stays alive and high. That took down from FlyQuest gonna go for it. Jumps out of Altac. 4 kills as Kane, the only one left high, barely gonna live. He grabs the triple, and that's the S for FlyQuest Bulls. TP's back down to end the game.
Back to the casters to get us in the game. Enjoy.
Welcome back to the North American LCS, and welcome back to Aiden's Iron Moon. Excellent segment there. Thank you, me over some of the jungle passes.
And so fast, change my clothes too.
The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Immortals and Phoenix. One is going to get killed. Good stun there from Ziggs. A little too tanky to try and get a kill. Like Smithy trying to tunnel out of the way, but Mike rinse him down. Mike Young going to have to be the real hero.
He's been good. Has he been amazing? He might be able to kill Smithy here. What is he doing?
Execute! Chunk, he has to be careful with it.
He needs to buy time because this is going to chunk them. He's going to kill Ole.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get the kill. Mike Young, the savior.
Mike Young stops the Baron, though. He just saved Phoenix 1.
He wants them all. He's going to find a third. Can they get him a fourth? The flash forward, the bear trap. Apollo should be going down in flames. And it's a 4th pickup there for Altec the Quadra, and it's all about Pyrian. Do you want to give it over? It's Altec for the Penta, and he gets it on the Tristana! Flag the Cataclysm in, and Big is going to be deleted at the start. More damage coming out from everyone else by the Storm into the Blade Collar, and Dukeen is dead. A double kill for Apollo. Envy will improve to 5-5. Congratulations, Team Envy.
So Mike Young gonna have to be the real hero.
He's been good. Has he been amazing? He might be able to kill Smithy here. What is he doing?
Execute!
Mike Young!
Mike Young looking to steal away the Baron, but he's getting chunked. He has to be careful with it.
He needs to buy time because this is going to chunk them. He's going to kill Ole.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get the kill. Mike Young, the savior!
Mike Young stops the Baron, though. He just saved Phoenix 1.
Hello and welcome to NALCS tonight, where we break down everything important to the NALCS and what happened here in Week 5. I'm Dash, this time joined by Zyrene and Azael. Big weekend for the North American LCS. As we pull up the standings, the biggest thing to note here is that we have a new #1 team. Definitively CLG in that top slot at 8-2 in matches.
Kind of fun to think back to Dardoch's interview, though, before they played TSM, where he said, hey, if we lose to TSM, we're not really the #1 team until we get to play them again.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit like order is being restored with like Counterlogic Gaming, TSM, and Cloud9 near the top of the standings. Immortals also up there. But look at that game loss category. TSM is the only team that doesn't have double-digit losses in the entire league. So TSM fans are pretty happy about the fact that, you know, they're having 2-0s now instead of the 2-1s in the 3-game series from before. So they're having a resurgence too.
I mean, on the other side of the table, take a look at Dignitas, right? This was a team that just last weekend coming into it, they were tied 5-1 with CLG and with Immortals, right? This was a team that was supposed to be challenging for first place. They have now lost 4 straight. Including some games against some of the lower teams in the standings. And there's a lot of questions being raised about this team. They're swapping up the roster. It's not working.
Yeah, they ended their weekend here tonight with a loss against Envy in a 2-1 fashion. So moving to that 500 match score at 5-5, they still have plenty of time to turn their season around. And at times we see those glimpses of brilliance that we had from them in those initial weeks. But it definitely does seem like some of our other top dogs are really turning on.
Yeah, at the beginning it was Someday is just bodying everybody. The Lucian top, the Fiora, just pretty much dominating the entire top lane category.
Right.
And then things slowed down, and they had a weak side that was bottom that was really weak. And now they're like swapping that up. They're trying to figure out what works. And now Keen isn't also being that secondary carry for them. And people have kind of caught on to all the jungle routes that Shrimp was doing, right? He came in with all these innovative like level 2s and like level 3 ganks that have now been found out. So
he had some innovative stuff today that still didn't work in their favor, unfortunately.
It's been kind of interesting to see, you know, a lot of the discussion at the start was the 5 teams challenging for the top of the table, you know, with the standard 3 of CLG, TSM, C9, everyone always talks about. But then Immortals and Dignitas, people are like, hey, maybe they're real contenders.
Exactly.
Now Dig falling down pretty hard, Immortals having a rough week. A lot of people are starting to say, like, are the wheels going to fall off for Immortals too?
Well, while those two teams are having rough weeks in Immortals and Dignitas, the team that's having a great week would be Phoenix 1. So let's talk about their series against Immortals. They won today 2-1 over our previously #1 squad.
I almost lost my voice in this game because Mike Young actually was playing so well whenever he was getting mid lane. He's undefeated on that champion still. And really, the bottom lane is kind of the concern for me here for Phoenix 1. I don't care too much about how their jungle situation is. I know that Phoenix 1's jungler, Mike Young, is good. But Arrow and Xpecial have like the worst laning stats in the entire league for 80 carries. And that's really concerning because now he's playing to the top side of the map. They aren't getting help. So it's kind of like the insurance for late game and doesn't need any help. So it's very concerning as they go up against other teams that have good bottom lanes, especially going off to Europe now too.
And I mean, it does feel like we haven't seen Arrow really performing at that top level since Stunt left the team, right?
Yeah.
And that's a while ago now. They definitely need to solve some of those issues, but still, they're on an upward trend. You know, things are definitely starting to work better for the team, and you know, being able to build up some of the confidence and have some of these wins get strung together gives them hope to get to playoffs and get into the World's Gauntlet and things like that.
And I want to see how he does up against Reckless and Sven, who will be playing at Rift Rivals, because that is a very challenging thing to do because, for example, Fnatic plays around Reckless. Pretty much their entire strategies around his AD Kennen and his Tristana revolve around that bottom lane. So if Arrow isn't able to keep them down, then that's something that Phoenix 1 can be a little exposed on.
We'll get to some more Rift Rivals discussion in just a bit, but to close out on this, I want to jump back to Mike Young for a moment because I think what's important to note here is that he was up against Xmithy, of all junglers, and coming into this weekend, Xmithy was top of the table in terms of Player of the Game awards, was very clearly one of the major reasons why Immortals was winning, and in large part, most people were considering him to be the current best jungler in North America, and here Mike Young comes in and kind of styles on people.
And I think it's kind of cool because, you know, from some players you hear, oh, the swap to competitive, solo queue means nothing, you know, this doesn't work at all, same champions won't work, same playstyle won't work. And then you have Mike Young coming in and he's like, oh, well, competitive is just solo queue with comps, right? You just play. You just play the same way.
I loved that.
And I think that while there are obviously some differences, you can bring some of the same play styles, right? It felt like the first week he was coming in, like, oh, well, this guy just needs help from his bot lane. They have to leash him, blah, blah. Well, guess what? Everyone's doing this super leash now. It actually just works. You can take a lot of the same stuff from solo queue. You can put it into here. And the fact that he's not playing with that much respect to the other junglers, I think is actually working to his advantage because he's willing to make these risky plays and he has the mechanics to back it up.
And he's doing it all while not playing strictly meta champions, right? I mean, he's brought, not that Nidalee is a bad jungle champion by any means on the tier list right now, but he's not necessarily jumping for the Lee Sins, the Rek'Sais, and obviously Zach is permabanned, but...
Yeah, he still plays those champions though, right? Like
he can, yes.
He came in and it was like, oh, here he's just a Lee Sin one trick. And then the next person who talks about him, here he's a Nidalee one trick. Like the guy's just good at League of Legends and he plays a very diverse amount. Like you check his solo queue, he's like 70% win rate.
Final point here.
We will have to find out though how he does when the Nidalee starts getting taken away. More and more teams are talking about that. People are talking about it on social media. Pros are talking about it. Coaches are talking about it. My guess is he's not going to get to see much of the Nidalee at Rift Rivals.
Yeah, and also speaking of Rift Rivals, I also feel like Mike Young, he said he hadn't been out of the country since he was like 2. Apparently also he has motion sickness he tweeted about.
What?
So the plane might get to him. So I'm starting the P1 excuses already.
Right, don't start the excuses, Irene. Start the confidence train for Phoenix 1, but it will be a good test for them when they make the trip across the Atlantic. Moving on to the next series that I want to talk about, TSM's win over Immortals yesterday, 2-0 fashion. So again, we talk about one of the teams that, all right, they aren't in that top slot next to CLG, but they have the best game record of all teams in the North American LCS.
And I definitely think that a lot of fans are happy about this, but the way that in which they won this was, it looked like Bjergsen was just angry about losing to Jensen, where he just got the Syndra, they picked it really early on, and then he just decided to, you know what, I'm gonna crush Pro Belter today. It doesn't matter if he plays Galio, doesn't matter what strategies they have, and Immortals did have a bad draft, especially in that game too.
And I think draft was a pretty big part. Even in the first game, that Syndra, going up against a Kalista, once Syndra is fed, how does Kalista ever find any effectiveness in this game, right? Like, and that is one of the things that can be pretty problematic. Sometimes you can make things work when you are playing against lesser teams. When you're playing against the very best teams, it always feels like everything needs to go well. You need to have the good draft, you need to have the good play, everything needs to come together. And this weekend, it certainly didn't. I'm kind of curious how you guys feel about this, because it felt a little bit like the damper that TSM had, TSM's win over Immortals was kind of made to feel not as important when Immortals lost again today. It's almost like, it was one of those things where everyone was looking at Immortals as that big #1 team. Right. And then it feels like, well, hey, maybe it's not as strong as we thought.
I definitely think that it does do something to temper kind of your feelings around TSM's dominance when, hey, we're seeing, again, not only Immortals, but also Dignitas, two teams that were very dominant, and a lot of people were quick to say these guys are smashing everybody and look to be the best in the league. And here we have some of that old guard, tried and true, finding their ramp up through the midseason, and they're taking games off these guys.
Yeah, I think it comes from, relative strength of schedule and, who's playing who. Because, TSM, people were saying, oh, they're on the rise. They've won, X amount of matches and games in a row. And then they take out Immortals there, and it's like, oh, my God, they just beat the #1 team. Is TSM on that upward swing? And then people are like, oh, wait, maybe Immortals is on a downward swing because they just lost to a team that was tied for last place in Phoenix 1. So it's kind of that whole mix of people are still judging exactly who's trending down, who's trending up, how far up is Phoenix 1 going to go up the ladder, how far down is Immortals looking to go to.
Strength of schedule against improvement of teams over time. There's so many factors to take into account, which is why you can never be super definitive around any one specific thing in this game. I want to push us to our final series here, C9 versus TSM. So while TSM got that 2-0 victory over Immortals, which I'm sure felt good, they did suffer a loss to Cloud9.
And these are a couple of teams that people are willing to give the benefit of the doubt to because C9 and TSM have time and time again proven themselves in the NALCS. That's why teams like Immortals and Dignitas are going to get questioned because they haven't proven that they can do it consistently and they haven't proven that they can do it on the biggest stage.
But this is returning to your point earlier about why Bjergsen went off in the Immortals series is because he got a little styled on by Jensen, especially in the second and third game.
Yeah, it was 3 solo kills in the mid lane, pre-12 minutes. First one went to Bjergsen, and then TSM won the game. And then the next 2 was Jensen just give me that early Orianna, and then playing the Lucian into it and getting a solo kill in games 2 and 3. Really, I feel like Jensen played this weekend pretty much against pretty top laners. I would say he played out of his mind.
And this series in particular, I thought Contracts was nuts. I thought Contracts was so good against TSM. The Nunu was really big. The other game, he played exceptionally well too. So it's nice to see him on form as one of those young junglers.
And I really loved the draft from Reaper in that second game, in that third game, because it was talked about a little bit on broadcast.
Was that the Rumble game or the Jarvan game?
That was the Nunu game, right? I really
I was talking about the top lane.
Oh, I really liked Reaper's draft there because what happened was Jat was talking about it after Champion Select, where it was like, man, it looks like TSM's comp has all these power picks that you would want. And then what happened was Reaper actually drafted all winning lanes so that the Nunu could just walk into the jungle and always have priority from his laners to get whatever he wanted. And I loved that, because that's how you're supposed to have a Nunu and play around it. So if you have any losing lanes, he can't really play to that side as effectively as he would want. So the Lucian counterpick into the Orianna worked out for them. They had the shoving top lane and then also the bottom.
Real quick, last thing on C9. Ray, coming back in for the team again against TSM. The first game played by Impact, lost. Ray comes in, they win the next two. He played Jarvan, played the Fervor Rumble, still won with it. But how do we feel about the squad? Because you kind of gave a nod to contracts, even Sneaky stepped up. It does seem like here in week 5, maybe we're starting to see a little momentum out of everyone named not Jensen.
Yeah, I mean, the top lane, I think, is still a bit of a question mark for me. I think I need to see them put together a couple good games in a row, because while the rest of the squad has felt like they're pretty solid, the top lane has not been that kind of bastion of strength that it has been in the past year. So, you know, if they can put together some more games, that confidence will come back. But this is a step in the right direction from Ray, getting some wins, not being subbed out, and starting to feel better about his own performance.
And also the fact that it wasn't him smashing lane, it was him playing around the team, and even taking some losses in the laning phase and having to kind of give up a whole bunch of minions. But Ray's actually, I believe he's 3-1 on the weekend in terms of game record. So he only lost a single game. Impact ruined it by losing the first one in both of them. But I would say that, like, off of this week's performances, Ray just looked like the better top laner, and Impact looked like he might have been suffering a little bit. But from what we had heard, Ray was kind of taking a little bit of a step back from the game for a little bit.
Well, again, we'll see what happens when they go over to Rift Rivals, if they continue to swap or if one of them subs or comes in permanently. Now I'm going to push us ahead to our OP5 of the week, the player in each position that performed the best individually. Here we have Darshan in the jungle, Mike Young, or Darshan in the jungle, that'd be interesting.
Darshan was everywhere. I mean, it's so hard with Darshan and
Darshan in the top lane, Mike Young in the jungle, Huhi in the mid lane, and then Wild Turtle, Hakuho at ADC and support. Which of these guys would you like to talk about?
Mike Young?
Mike Young! We already talked about him a bunch. Pick someone else.
I think Darshan and Huhi, the solo laners for CLG, were extremely impressive. I think that they have been a big part of the resurgence. You can give credit to Dardoch for enabling them, but they have also just played extremely well. I was also very impressed. Some of the criticism that I've leveled towards Darshan for his split push play, it looked like they have ironed out a lot of that. I think his choices on when to group, when to play more greedy and stay for himself were on point today. And if he is playing that well on split pushers, and we already know he can play the fighters and the tanks and group well with the team, like, that's a scary team, and it's so hard to draft against them.
Zyrene, talk to me about Wild Turtle, because he picked up 4 player of the games in a single weekend.
Yeah, he shot up to being tied for most player of the games at 6 apiece up there.
That's crazy.
And really, he had some standout performances, and Wild Turtle kind of was the reason that FlyQuest won some of their games, but also stayed in some of those games that they lost for so long. And some people are going to be like turning heads here saying, well, what about Stixay? Because Stixay's scoreline was like 28, 2 deaths, and then like 22 assists this weekend.
Right.
Stixay played really well, but I feel like Wild Turtle...
Behind his team.
Exactly. Wild Turtle was more pivotal to the way that his team actually got leads. He had 4 solo kills this week and was playing incredibly well for
His Jhin and his Trist are looking real good, and it seems like the meta is shaping around him quite well.
Yeah, I mean, the Trist game in particular, it's like, a lot of times Wild Turtle gets flack for someone who's getting too aggressive, making these crazy plays. In the Trist game and some of these Jhin games, he was making those plays and pulling them off time and time again, which was not only keeping them in the game, but really making the plays, making the initiations that would win them.
All right, now we can talk about Mike Young again, because we're going to look at a clip from his interview.
Yes, let's go.
I know you want to, so I'm coming back to it. We're going to take a look at a clip from his interview today. He gave a fantastic one in which, well, first of all, the crowd went wild for him. And second of all, he demonstrated a lot of poise as a very young player and spoke to us a little bit about what he was thinking towards Rift Rivals coming up this week.
Well, coming into Rift Rivals, I'm definitely excited for like a new adventure since I haven't left the country since I was like 2 years old. So it's going to be a whole new experience for me. And just going into the matches, I want to keep playing with the underdog mentality just like today, because that helps you from getting complacent. That helps you play aggressive, just respect your opponent so that just enough where you can still make the crazy plays that I did today.
Well, hopefully we see more crazy plays. Mike Young, thank you very much. Congratulations on the 2-0 week for Phoenix 1.
I mean, hear him. You can't even hear him. No, he's drowned out by the crowd. But what he's talking about in terms of that underdog mentality that allows him to play aggressively, that ties directly into the point you made earlier, Zale, where you love to see this out of a guy who's willing to be in other people's faces and not give them, or not over-respect them.
And I want to jump on the hype train, but at the same time, I'm all about consistency. You have to show me that you can do it for a long time, right?
How long is a long time?
give him a whole split. Give him this whole split of performing at that level. Show that he can perform in the high-pressure games like Rift Rivals, like playoffs if they can make it. This sort of thing is where I really place a lot of value because it's a lot easier to say that you're not going to be complacent. Oh, I'm going to work hard. Of course I'm going to respect my opponents. I'm going to do everything right, because I'm the best. But it's a lot harder to actually put that into action. We saw the same thing. Cadian fell in this trap.
Yes.
The rookie Glow was smashing everyone. He says he fell into that complacency.
Right, in his Drive episode, he spoke directly to that.
And there's always meta shifts too, right? If this becomes a very supportive jungle meta, what does Mike Young look like then? Is he still going to try to pull out those plays and play Nidalee and such? Because that kind of affected...
Can he play Nunu?
Exactly, because that affected Acadian to some degree as well, where he was like, I'm a little slow on the meta. I want to stick with the Graves still, because he was the person who really brought Graves into the NALCS and was the trailblazer there. Granted, it became meta afterwards because it was such a good pick, and he was the one who kind of discovered it there. But it's like when it shifts, he wasn't able to keep up in the same way. And he kind of complained, he's complained to me a whole bunch about, I can't carry from the jungle as much anymore, which is is that going to happen to this guy? Can he play other styles?
Yeah, well, Rift Rivals is going to be a great test for him, both in terms of going up against top-tier talent from other regions, as well as getting some experience on that international stage, slightly higher pressure situations. Now, we asked you guys what you were excited to see at Rift Rivals, and here's a couple of your responses. First up, Nikenis said Fnatic versus TSM, because I think they are the best teams in their region, and Fnatic versus C9 for a little Worlds 2015 throwback.
Ooh. Oh, man.
You got anything there?
just an oh man, but
Fnatic versus C9 isn't just a no. It's not even just a Worlds 2015 throwback. Worlds 2013, Season 3 Worlds, when Cloud9 made it, they played against Fnatic.
In the quarterfinals.
That went all the way in the series, and they got knocked out.
Kassadin. Ban Kassadin against Expecte. Yes. That's what we learned from that series all the way back.
I was there for that, and I was like, ugh.
I was too, actually, funnily enough, right here in LA. Anyway, moving on to our next tweet. I was just thinking about, oh, man.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Well, because I was trying to think of the year and go back, you know?
I got you. That's hilarious. All right, next up, Xerxes actually tweeted out and said, I can't wait to play against Contracts and show him who's the better rookie of the split.
That'll be pretty exciting, but also, hey, Mike Young is almost a log for the rookie of the split this time. There's 2 rookies, right?
There's 3 rookies.
Okay.
Who's going to reign supreme?
All right, there you go.
I meant, sorry, there's 3 rookies at Rift Rivals. It's Contracts, Xerxes, and now Mike Young.
So it should be pretty exciting. A lot of young jungle talent. Xerxes has been amazing in EU, so I'm very excited to see those matchups as well, because right now I've got to give him the edge.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I agree there. Xerxes is kind of the guy who's always finding the new thing, too. He's played Hecarim jungle, he played Warwick. He's willing to try those crazy things and kind of embodies the old Unicorns of Love style where they would try things like Kikis used to do it with Shaco jungle, and they'd always catch their opponent off guards. If he has something like that at this tournament, I am ready for that. That is going to be great.
And finally, Perks decided to jump in on the conversation saying, can't wait to clap retired EU minds. What I love is that he's responding to the NALCS Twitter question of the day. But anyway, what's our thoughts on this, Perks?
He said he's going to clap those EU mids that have retired, Bjergsen, Jensen, and also Ryu. So I'm ready for this because Perks right now, G2, not as high up in the standings. I was expecting a list from, Caps or something. Where's that book? Where's that list, Caps?
Jensen never played in the ULCS. So
I know he did.
He's NA all the way. Exactly. He's born and raised American, so he's not an EU mid.
But let's be real. I mean, it's true. In particular, 2 of our mid laners that are going, Jensen and Bjergsen, have just been utterly smashing their competition outside of Froggen, right? The only other guy in the mid lane who's got pretty insane stats. Ryu, different story. Inconsistency out of him has been his entire career. But do we really think that anyone can challenge Bjergsen or Jensen in the mid lane if they're playing up to their standards?
I think so. I think that Caps and Perks are on that level.
Really?
For sure. I don't think that UOL's mid laner is as strong, but I think
Exile.
I don't think Exile is as strong in the laning phase while he is a strong player. But those guys, I think, at their best, could go toe-to-toe with Bjergsen and Jensen.
Well, we saw Perks have people play around him, and he was able to kill Faker with just a little bit of vision, right? Happened a couple times at MSI. So I think Perks is on that level. I think Caps is too, just like you said. I do think Exile is a little bit underrated because I feel like we can even go back to even last year's MSI or like this year's MSI, IEM, where Unicorns Love beat TSM.
Okay.
Exile got MVP for that entire tournament because he was able to beat Bjergsen in the mid lane.
All right, well, there you have it. There's our thoughts on both the NALCS Week 5 as well as NA versus EU Rift Rivals coming up. That's going to be July 5th through July 8th, so you do not want to miss that before returning the following week, July 14th, for Week 6 of the North American LCS. For now, though, that's going to do it for us here in NA and LA on Week 5. We're going to see you guys in a bit. Good night.